This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Bora pro primeiro mapa aqui no VCT Americas. One more is all it takes.
Today, we've got two killer matchups. We're going to be closing out the first week of Stage 2 with a bang. Hello, everyone, and welcome to VCT Americas. And, of course, as always, we're coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena here in sunny and still excruciatingly hot Los Angeles, California. Fun fact, he threw that thing and it burst into flames immediately after. Hello, everyone. I'm Golden Boy. You got Mel. You got Alexis. Oh, dear. It's oncoming traffic. Clearly, it's oncoming traffic.
LA traffic, yeah.
That's LA traffic. Actually, yeah, very well done, everyone. Of course, folks, we have 4 weeks of competition before playoffs, and we already know every single matchup is going to count. It's going to have weight, because if you want to be able to find your way, Alexis, to champions in Shanghai, for a lot of these teams, the only alternative potentially could be to just make their way to the grand final.
Yeah, they genuinely will have to win it all and have a really great streak to be able to even have a chance at making Shanghai.
It's going to be really tough, though, of course, but coming up first today, we've got G2 Esports. You know those guys. They're going to be taking on 100 Thieves. That's quite a popular team from what I know. And then we have NRG versus MIBR. Mel, it's like we saved the best for last.
Yeah.
I'm excited for this.
Yeah, just giga-banger matchups all around. It's a nice Saturday day, night, depending on where you're watching from. I'm pretty stoked.
Good matches today. Good match tomorrow as well, because look, let's go ahead and call a spade a spade. We're all going to be watching the big game tomorrow, so let's go ahead and get some business out of the way first. We got to do our Pulsar Flick of the Week, and this one is going to go to Evil Genius's Pancakes. Let's see what this clip is here. Oh, okay.
Sprayquaza.
Okay.
little flick spray transfer.
Like
it.
it.
It's a 4K.
Yeah,
Whoa.
I didn't even really register that first one. It kind of happened so quickly.
This is why you use the Phantom, ladies and gentlemen.
There it is. There it is. There's your Pulsar Flick of the Week. Congrats, Pancakes, for that one. But look, as I had mentioned, right, there's a big game that's going to be taking place tomorrow. So that means we're not going to be live, because we ain't dumb, all right? We kind of know how this whole thing's going to go. The whole planet's going to watch, you know, the World Cup, us included. So naturally, what we wanted to do is take this opportunity, be a little bit topical, and do something fun. We want to build our own rosters from national rosters with USA and Brazil. Valorant's got a deep talent pool right across all the regions. So we asked our incredible analysts here, the biggest brains in all of Valorant, to draft their teams. Alexis is Team USA. Mel has Team Brazil. Let us know what you think in the chat. Who has the better team? Sound off, spam BR, or spam USA if you think that one wins as well. USA, that's right. You know, it's brr or USA. All right, Alexis, you're up first. What we got?
All right, Team USA. I have Bang, Ethan, Oxy, Leaf, and Crashies. Ethan, world-class IGL 2-time champ winner. And I have 2 more talkative mid-rounding players behind him, Leaf and Crashies. And then I wanted
Crashies.
2 shooters.
I remember that guy.
He's back. He's back in USA for me. And then we have Oxy and Bang, our shooters, to kind of, lead the way.
Okay, this is pretty good. I like this team. You got some good variety. It seems like Oxy, this is literally Oxy Go Kill, which is kind of Cloud9's bread and butter.
Kind of built it around him, honestly.
Yeah, just fill in the blank.
Okay, I mean, can you imagine though if Ethan was able to call for a guy like Oxy? That would be.
That's an easy way to call Oxy. Just go.
Yeah, I mean, all these guys honestly would be incredible. Coach Josh RT as well.
Yes,
not bad,
the Americas coach.
Okay. Mel, you got to match it. Team Brazil, what do we have?
Okay, listen, it's tough. Okay, my only credentials for this are eu falo pouco de português. So you know what, Brazil, please don't get me, but I have Les, Ospas, Blows, Sato, and Artzine with Coach Shaw at the helm.
Okay.
Listen, I feel like already, Team Brazil's kind of a controversial topic because there's so much talent.
Too much
talent.
talent.
Do you narrow it down? But I have Les in there with the experience and with the synergy with Ospas. But honestly, I'm down to flip-flop based on how the split goes and put in Luke Show.
Okay, okay, I like that. I mean, listen.
Oh wait, I forgot to mention, there's an assistant coach, Saucy. Saucy's the 6 and he's the assistant coach.
My ball brother from another mother. You gotta
you.
have him up on there, you know? You gotta have him up in the ether, like on the sky somewhere, like the Teletubby
Just his
sun.
bald head like a sun.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so who do you guys think won? Oh, looks like Alexis.
We're
you
very
kinda-
close to 6-7 guys.
No,
don't do it.
no,
We
no,
don't need
no.
to do that, okay? I'm too old
Sorry.
for this. But of course, folks, get out there, vote, have fun with it. Let us know which team you enjoyed. But earlier on, we had Dryad head out to the people, ask the fans who they think is going to be winning tomorrow's big game. Check it out.
I just want to know who's going to win the World Cup.
I think Spain.
I feel like I should say Argentina, but at the same time, I really want Spain to take this one home.
That's complicated. I think Spain might win it just because they're young, but then they also have Messi in Argentina, so I don't know.
Thomas, who do you think is going to win the World Cup?
Cloud9.
Ooh, that's a hard one. I'm a big Sen fan, but I have to say that Leviatán looked amazing in London, so I'm going to go with Leviatán.
The World Cup? Well, obviously Thieves.
Well, between Spain and Argentina, I know 100 Thieves, you know, it's a close third, but
I got Spain.
All right, some people might not know like who's playing in the game. Who do you guys got?
I would have said the same thing. I
You
would
would've
have
said-
had a Valorant answer,
Yeah,
to be
you would have
honest.
said the same. I would have just shot New York Knicks in 5. Easy peasy.
Yeah.
That's all you got to say. Of course, folks, we've got a new map in the pool for stage 2, and we asked our viewers to send in their best summit clips. Let's check it out in a new segment we're calling User Submitted.
I get it.
Get it?
Like, the
Everyone's
map.
cringing right now, and
I
you
liked
deserve
it.
to be. All right, let's go ahead and do the first one here. Let's bring the first video up. We got Sushi XT4. And what's
Okay.
Sushi gonna do here? A little bit
Sage
of a
res
res.
They got
W
inspo from the-
teammates.
from
the
Close the door on them.
match.
Clearly one of the people. Thinking of the friends that we have along the way. Wait a minute, big kill for Sushi. Gets a
Okay.
second.
W bait from the jet.
It's a good teammate.
Just trying to cause. Going right into the smoke. That, I mean, that's how you know it's an NA player. Just right
Look
into
at
the
the
smoke they
jet
go.
just in the back while this is all happening.
That was a
Let's go.
calculated.
Grim would approve.
I think that wall, that Sage wall, was placed in such a way where it protected the right side. Thus, genius.
Genius. I'm down.
Totally intended. That was actually what you wanted to do there. Totally didn't mess that one up. Now let's go ahead and see this next clip. It's from a person named Rosie Roses.
Let's go,
Hey,
Rosie.
Rosie.
Hey, is that ProMine's Rosie on my screen right now? On the Phoenix?
Uh-oh. Okay.
I'm liking this pathing. Oh, get active.
Okay.
Get active, Rosie.
Okay, wait a minute.
Wow.
That's 4. Looking for one more, maybe? Give him the 5?
Come on.
Feed him, Cypher, feed him. There you go.
Nah, watch
Rosie.
out. The next GC Open qualifier, watch out for Rosie.
Well
Watch
done,
out.
Rosie. Okay, got to get them maybe over here at VCT one day. That would be pretty exciting. All right, we have one more clip. This runs from Niter Titer, and
site.
let's see what they could do here. All right, picked up. That's a 3rd kill. We didn't see the first one.
Lex, are you approving of this Omen gameplay? As an Omen player now.
Oh, yeah, well, absolutely.
Well.
I don't know if I'd call myself an Omen player, but.
Okay, so far so good. Let's see what happens here.
no,
Surely
no,
nothing
no,
bad.
no.
No!
Oh my God.
We may have miscalculated that timing.
And that's Summit, folks. All right, everyone that got a clip featured on air is going to be receiving a Riot Gun Buddy. So make sure you guys are following us on socials for future opportunities so you guys could score one of your own. You win by participating. Make some cool clips. Post it on the internet.
And don't ask me or
and-
Lexi.
no, actually, you can. Alexis FPS, you can
No, I've
message her
actually
for
been
Gun Buddy.
Yeah,
telling
if you
everyone
follow
to go to
Lexi-
And
Mel,
Melange for
actually.
All you
Gun
need to
Buddy.
do is
I've been
follow
letting
Lexi and
everyone
message
go
her
over
on
to
Twitter.
Melange on Twitter and
Yeah.
DM her.
It's only
for
if you
Riot Gun
follow
Buddy.
her, though.
So glad I
it's
don't use that app
actually not.
anymore. Now, of course, let's go ahead and move on to our first match of the day. Let's talk about G2 Esports. This juggernaut squad here in the Americas is still looking to lift that global trophy, that first global trophy. And the thing is typically this is a squad that would, put together a deep run in some of these events. This time around, that is standing out like a sore thumb after, look, granted, Champions Paris, right? 7th, 8th. You're talking about, like end of the season, crazy stuff. But they were going into that London event with so much hype, Mel, and it just fell apart.
I mean, it's the story we tell every time. They're the domestic merchants. They win it every single time, and just something causes some sort of collapse when they get to the international. And yeah, like you said, this is not par of the course. Normally they do make a deep finish, but if we're looking at these stats, it looks like they're equaling the deep finishes with first round blowouts. So
yeah.
I'm interested to see, is this going to affect their domestic pace, or are we going to see the same thing happen?
That's the thing, though. They don't seem to drop a beat when they come here to Americas and compete. Like, it's the difference that vast between them, Lexi.
It seems like they're really, really confident in Americas, and I'm wondering if once they get to these internationals, they start playing games, they're like, oh, we have to place, we can't be the domestic merchants, we have to do something, and the pressure gets to them, or if it's just a matter of, maybe they get nerves on stage, maybe, there's a lot of components that could be at play here.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, is that you got guys on this team that, have been through so many high-stakes games in the past, so this is a squad that if there's a situation where they're going to need to build themselves back up, kind of rethink how they want to approach some of these maps, especially with the changes that came through from patches 13.0 and 0.01. It certainly is going to be a team. G2 will be the team to figure that out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the role changes that they could possibly have. I feel like compared to the other team, it seems like they haven't really found their footing in this new meta. But like you said, with the new patch changes, maybe we could see more double initiator, which I think might work out for them. I mean, we did see Jogamo on the KO, surprisingly enough, which is something we haven't seen him play, but I'm interested to see what they cook up.
Yeah, hey, listen, again, it's G2, so anything is possible. But for more on this G2 team and how they're looking to approach the game, let's send it over to Dryad, her opportunity to catch up with VALORANT.
G2 has been the favorite team in Americas for quite some time, and part of it, VALORANT, is because of your protocols and the way that you guys are changing it up and always being one step ahead. And we saw in London that game plan that you had was a lot for retake. So since London, how has that changed?
I think we learned a lot from going 0-2 in London, honestly, and just remembering what it takes to be a good team, remembering what it takes to be a dynamic team and not just playing in one style, like you said. And I think we all put it together to bring it back into stage 2 and lead up to champ. So I'm excited to get another opportunity today to prove that against the new champions on the block. So it's going to be a good one.
Looking forward to it. Thank you so much.
Gotta say, VALORANT always appreciate the honesty with him there, and he's got a great set of players that he could work around with. One of those individuals is BabyBay, and while he did not have the best of time at Masters Santiago specifically, we did see a bounce back in stage 1. And Alexis, we know that this guy, time and time again, he's always just been a good, reliable hand for this team, which was the reason why they brought him on to begin with.
If you told me last year that BabyBay was going to be on the G2 roster, I would have told you were crazy.
Well, we were working with him.
Yes.
He would have said the same
He was my coworker.
Yeah, that's your homie. And honestly, he shut everyone up. He played really well. I remember watching this round and thinking, wait, he's going to win it for them.
Yeah.
He's a very solid player for them, for sure.
Yeah, he's got so much to give for this team, but also has that experience as well, having been a professional player, Mel, across a variety of games at this point.
Yeah, he's like a Swiss Army knife. He's a huge anchor for them, extremely dependable, but on top of his really solid stats we just saw, outside of the game, he has a lot of intangibles. He has that leadership mentality, right?
Yeah.
Even though VALORANT is a phenomenal leader, imagine having both him and BabyBay at the helm. I mean, this guy's probably leading them in their fitness and their exercises, I'm not gonna lie.
Probably, more than likely, but here's the thing, folks, right? Let's think about this for a minute, because unlike their opponents, you got 100 Thieves, who are actually gonna be returning with the same roster, just like G2, right? They're coming into this one, but they missed out on playoffs. Unlike G2, took that time to work things out, and then they managed to pick up a big win at EWC. So this was a achievement for the squad to really figure out whether or not, Mel, they could actually win big games. They did. They won a pretty big game. Question is, can they build that momentum into stage 2 when it matters most?
As a follower of 100 Thieves for years now, I feel like I've been a believer time and time again, and that came with 50%, happiness and then 50% disappointment, because it felt like every time they were there, it was just not enough. But I think with the momentum of that win, I think that their play style, they have so much validation that, hey, what we're doing is right, and we can just full send, keep improving, and all we really need to do is polish. I think they have a great double duelist look.
Yeah, and of course, let's not forget too that they have not just the double duelist look, but they have flexibility within that entire roster, Alexis. This is a very scary team that if they start to really begin to feel themselves here like they did toward the end of that tournament, we could potentially be looking at 100 Thieves building up something quite nice in stage 2.
Yeah, definitely. I really like Cryo on this hard senti role. Like, I like that he's finally found his footing and identity as a player. He's been performing insane. And being able to just shut up, look at his crosshair, do what he has to do, I feel like that's a perfect role for him.
Yeah, just so many aimers on this team as well. But for more on 100 Thieves and from Cryo, let's go ahead and take a listen.
Since the beginning of this year, we knew 100 Thieves was a threat, and Cryo, now you have a trophy to prove it. Why and how are you guys going to be a threat going into stage 2?
We're hoping to take all the momentum and confidence that we got from EWC into the next stage, and I mean, we're just a really different team than we were in stage 1 in the beginning of the year, so yeah, we're just going to be a whole new team.
And I know Paris is great, but how are you guys feeling about Shanghai?
We're really looking to get into Shanghai.
Me too. Thank you so much.
The icy Cryo is a man of few words, but he is right. He is looking to brush off the history between these two teams because historically, G2, well, kind of seems to be their kryptonite. Let's take a look at the results there, right?
Oh,
They've only
wow.
got 2 map wins across 5 matches. Now, oftentimes we do these comparisons, Mel, rosters change and all that stuff, but in this instance, you've had some core pieces in 100 Thieves that have been there for a little bit, like Asuna and Cryo, and you also have the G2 guys who've been there for a hot minute together as
Right.
well. So there is some comparison here.
I think for 100 Thieves, the biggest thing that I've noted this year is how they brought in NBS as their coach,
Yeah.
and they brought in that previous TSM core in Vora and Timotino, and I feel like that has done wonders for this team. I have no idea what it looks like behind the scenes, but the coaching staff seem to have brought so much, and they do look like a completely different team, like Cryo said.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've seen some crazy clips out of Timotino lately. For the
He's
last
insane.
year, he's
Yep.
very, very consistent, and I think he might be the piece that 100 Thieves has been waiting for to
I
make
agree.
a deep run here in Americas.
Yeah, I agree. Since his joining the team, him and Vora, you got to give Vora credit too, because Vora's a lot of the planning of the reasons why this is happening. But Timotino, man, his impact in the server is just insane. But is it enough? Is it enough to take down G2? I don't know.
I remember he did an interview where he was saying he loves playing all the different duelists. He's not a Neon one trick. He's very flexible, and I think that's going to be really important now that we have the Neon nerfs, now that we're playing more flexible comps, we're going against a lot of different compositions. Being able to have that flexible duelist to move around and fit whatever composition you need to is really, really important.
I think that there were some question marks at the beginning of the year when he was playing Waylay, and it's like, okay, is he just a Waylay abuser? Because Waylay was very strong.
Yeah.
Right? But I think he's really proven himself in terms of being able to pick up the Neon and being able to pick up other duelists. And also, word to Asuna, this guy fills around him so well. They can run any comp with Asuna, with him playing Sage, with him playing Phoenix, with him playing a great KO. I think this is the moment all 100 Thieves fans have been waiting for to kind of coalesce up to this point where it really feels like all the pieces are here. They just need to execute. That's it.
Yeah, they really do. And this is going to be a big first step for them. Imagine if they're able to be able to take out G2 here, right? A team that has dominated this region for a long time, and then you got a chance here, Alexis, to kind of establish yourself as like the next generation, a new kids on the block, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, after 5 losses in a row, surely they have an idea of the G2 play style and what they need to do to beat this team, especially with their new pieces, being able to put together some sort of game plan to take down the domestic champs.
Yeah, well, let's see what our crew thinks about this matchup. Let's show the predictions for today. What are the odds? Ooh, okay, so we got, all right, so Mel, you're the only 100 Thieves believer. I think it's kind of like I'm a G2 believer, you're a 100 Thieves believer, and I just think that's where it's at, right?
Listen, and this is crazy for me to predict because I am the biggest, most biased G2 fan. I will never stop talking about the guard core, ever.
Yeah.
But in this specific matchup, when I'm looking at the power level of both these teams, I'm looking at their current form, I just have to give it to 100 Thieves. I think G2 will obviously come out on top at the end of the day in terms of the grand playoff scheme and make it to international.
Sure.
But this matchup, I think 100 Thieves are poised for it.
Yeah, Alexis, what about for you? You went with G2 here, right? I'm sure you brought a little bit more of an analytical mind than myself into this. What do you think?
Okay, to be honest, this is my thoughts. I think 100 Thieves has like a good head on their shoulders, but this is the hardest matchup of the entire group for them. While I think that they're gonna like make a deep run and go for it and potentially make playoffs, I feel like this game, they're just kind of getting their feet wet. I think G2 is gonna take it, and I'm hoping to see an improvement from 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves pick up the win. What does that tell you?
Ooh, that tells me that G2 didn't learn as much as they thought they did from Masters London.
Ooh, I like that. I like that. All right, chat. Let us know what you think as well. But this is going to be a fun one. We have two incredible teams that are going to be taken to stage in just a little bit. The question is, what did G2 learn from London? How are they looking to apply it here at stage 2 in Americas? And then on the other side for 100 Thieves, well, look, is this the real deal? Can they actually put together the run 100 Thieves fans have been begging for? Let's go ahead and see. VCT Americas starts right now.
Thieves, they just came off a fresh tournament win at EWC. I saw Vora after he won, he took our piece and he put it on his tournament trophy. And he's like, we won a tournament for G2, those guys, they're bad. He was like talking some smack. I was like, okay, like he's feeling himself, you can have it, but let's see when we get to the match.
Vora activating with Mirror, go! It's like Paranoia doesn't do enough. Fallen! An ace for the IGL.
It's gonna be a pretty emotional game maybe, because I got some stuff to clear up with him. Because usually we always beat them, but when you come off a fresh win, you're feeling like real good. You're feeling unstoppable. And when you have that kind of ignorance, you can make a lot of things work. But unfortunately for their first match, they gotta deal with us, so we might just put that straight to the grave.
Riot Games Arena, our two NA teams are ready to battle, and after our sweet vacation in Paris, here's 100 Thieves!
100 Thieves is a young roster we're seeing, and don't be fooled. This is not the same team you saw last year. This is not the same team you saw this year. In the words of Cryo, this is a new revamped 100 Thieves with their eyes on the prize, and they want playoffs, and further than that, they want grand finals.
Yeah, there's a great chance here for 100 Thieves to finally do what their fans have been asking for such a long time. And they've already done one big achievement, winning out in Paris. There's a great chance for them now to punch their ticket to Shanghai. It starts here today. And you know, they know, and you heard Valorant in that piece as well, talking about what is that first step that this team needs to overcome. It's the multi-time America's champions, the guys who have basically ran the joint since they showed up. Well, let's go ahead and bring them out.
On the other side are 4 times America's champions. Make some noise for G2!
Look, we all know this team is incredible in Americas. They somehow always end up being the team to beat in the finals. But G2's sights are set on making it to Shanghai and finally being able to bring home an international trophy. I'm wondering, do they have the stamina to finish the year strong and get to make a deep run in Shanghai? I'm really excited to see the form these guys are in after their run in London.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on that one, Alexis. You know, there is a lot of questions to be had about, you know, as you had heard, what did they learn? What are they applying? But you cannot doubt that they have put in that work. They're a team that has found success, Mel, because of that work. It's inspired you. It's inspired a lot of other players as well. So clearly, we are expecting a prepared G2 here, which, you know, if you're 100 Thieves, you also need to be ready for as well, because you know this team's always going to give you your A game.
This is going to be such a fun game to watch. I've always admired the work ethic of G2 and both of these squads, really, but let's get into what maps are on the battlegrounds today.
Yeah, we got Breeze, Sunset, and if necessary, we'll be going to Haven here. Curious, Sunset, my eyes get drawn to Sunset.
Always, the maps that are new in the pool. Let's go, I'm ready for it.
I'm really, it's kind of confused that every team is letting Summit through. It seems like all of these teams that we've seen this weekend is prepped for Summit to come through.
Yeah,
I think everyone's just ready to get their creative juices flowing on the new map, right? It's like, it's the end of the season, everyone wants champs, everyone wants to be there, and they're willing to take risks to study new maps, and we're seeing that with Sunset and the Summit float.
Yeah, there's no excuses, honestly. There really isn't. Like, you got to know these things because it's going to be present for the rest of this run here, and having that as like a ban potentially will just be a massive red flag to any team here. I wonder too how much of it is prep and how much of it is just people being like, oh, let's just float it just to not give them any ideas, you know, that we're not
That
prepared.
would be a big gamble, though,
would be
because
a
if the
huge
other
gamble.
team is preparing it and they pull it out and you're unprepared, it just goes, let's plug it out.
I know.
I mean, hey, we saw what happened when NP plugged it out versus MIBR.
Yeah, exactly.
Listen.
It's true, it's true, it's true. Oh man, all right, of course, so we'll see what these agents are gonna be in a moment here. And it will be Breeze to start things up. Looking forward to seeing what Timotino can do here. He's been so dynamic for this team, a lightning rod since joining the 100 Thieves organization. And as we talked about, it's provided them with so many valuable resources to be able to do whatever the hell they want.
I mean, we played against this guy last year, and he was an absolute beast in challengers. I swear to God, this guy was always on our flank, acing. It was insane. His aim and mechanics are unreal. But I mean, I can't be the only one that thinks like the air feels different today. Normally, when we discuss these two squads, like we looked at the stats, G2 pretty solidly wins, right?
Yeah.
Over what, the course of 2 years, 100 Thieves is picking up 2 maps, but the air feels different today. This feels like a banger.
I agree. I actually agree. I know exactly what you're saying. Oftentimes, I mean, having now done this game now for years at this point, when I've been covering 100 Thieves, every single time we talk about them, there's always that like, that optimistic, I really think they could do it. I think they could do it. But now I'm coming into this one with like, oh no, they're probably going to do it.
There's a serious to it now.
Yeah,
There's
they're probably.
to it.
This team is kind of a beast. So we'll see what happens here and what are they going to be choosing. Agent Select running the double duelists here on Breeze and that Harbor to boot.
Okay. I like the Harbor, but I'm honestly looking at the Cryo and Cypher like I was talking about earlier. I love this role on him. I think he's very creative with his setups, and he has the aim to back it up as well. Like, he's able to single-handedly hold down these bomb sites all on his own, no support.
I think one thing I've noticed really level up in terms of Cryo's play is the way he plays around his cages. And we're looking at the other team now. We're seeing a solo duelist Neon.
Ooh.
Yeah, and Jogamo on KO, we brought this up earlier. I mean, this is such an interesting swap from Jogamo, considering how many, I mean, normally you'd think a player like Leaf would be picking this up, because to me, he comes off as their flex player. So seeing Jogamo pick up a non-duelist role and that being a KO, I mean, Lexi, you know how hard it is to not only just play KO, but master it.
Oh, absolutely. It's definitely an agent with a very high skill ceiling. I'm excited to see if he can pull it off.
Well, look, folks, G2 have their work cut out for them, so do 100 Thieves. This is going to be an excellent matchup, so let's jump right into the action. Send it over to your casters who are going to call the action. Here's Uber and Wyatt.
$100 Thieves 5 consecutive times. Today, though, some newly crowned champions return to challenge whether his system still sets the regional standard. There's a rivalry here, but one owned by G2 for quite some time.
Absolutely, 100 Thieves, they want to prove that trophy lift in Paris changed them. G2 wanting to prove that the loss in London didn't. And this is the environment that they thrive in, their comfort zone, back on the VCT stage in Americas. But can they bounce back right away? We saw in stage 1, it took a moment after Santiago. They got their bearings, trying to figure out the right comp, but then they eventually got there. Will it be a similar story today?
It's time for Match Start, brought to you by Samsung OLED. It's time to play some Valorant, folks. It's Tanner from high school. And 100 Thieves are returning to face their bully and finally chalk up a dub in this head-to-head. It's been 2 years to the day since they last beat G2.
Already fast into this B-side team. A weak, we're getting the space, still finds the entry. That's stunning.
G2 here very much occupying the side. Vora is able to dig Baby Bay out, but not before Trent gives him that even kill in the pistol. Sends it all up to Cryo. MVP in Paris, the best player in Paris, and it's up to G2 to make him feel like an average player in Los Angeles.
Nicely done from G2. Quick into that B site to deny a fast execute from 100 Thieves. Opening from Timo was still sick. That is where he really excels at a player. 100 Thieves really finding their identity as a team after making that swap. Having Letting Asuna pick up the second duelist. Team will be more of the hard entry again. It's felt like G2 juxtaposed to that. They're having a bit of an identity crisis. You know, they started with that Harbor in stage 1, hard forcing that. Moved away from it, started playing very standard comps with the Vice, but that didn't work in London. EWC, back to some double duelist. Baby Bay picking up Neon, maybe picking up Waylay like he did in Kickoff. Is this the recipe for success, though? Or will they be forced to switch things up again?
I feel like the switching up begun in Santiago. These guys were trying to find their footing in that really Neon-dominated meta, and somehow Nongshim Red Force has popped up in their way like 3 times since then. They've really had to reckon with their style of play and find one that fits them. 100 Thieves here are converging on this B side of the map. Leak playing close. Where are the Cove? Oh, he even intuits that Timo might have set foot inside. This little free pickup here, and it looks like the wheels are starting to fall off the 100 Thieves heist-mobile.
No investment into that round, so it makes it easy as can be for G2. 100 Thieves on this Breeze map. I remember when they debuted this comp back in the last stage, and at first it seemed crazy, but they really cooked something up that's working for them to the extent that we're seeing other teams trying to copy it, try and play similar agents, play in a similar style. And it's worked for them on this map. High up in their pool, obviously a reason why they picked it.
G2 bonus round underway. Tread aware of at least one player playing that window area. Knows that the Thieves have at least some interest in this B side.
Cryo on these attack sides, his Cypher play, he is slow to work the map. A very patient lurker, but has a knack for still finding those timings. Picking up easy kills on rotators, being ready for backstabs late in the post plant to close out rounds. And it just often ends with him on the scoreboard finishing a 100 Thieves victory with 25+ kills. Timo's second entry of the game already.
This setup from G2 was intended to contain 100 Thieves in mid, but they didn't have a top mid presence. Lose Trent out to a straight up duel, and now starting to feel the heat on this A side of the map. It's Valen here, and those footsteps come through. He needs to be the antidote to this chaos, but Timo is far too quick to the click. Maybe they will wait on this. Here's a pitter-patter of many footsteps head over towards this A side, and he needs to fight his way out of this situation, but simply doesn't see as he passes by Asuna and is taken out.
100 Thieves just put him in the vice grip there. Patience in main from Bora, waiting for the rest of the team to be able to encircle Baby Bay. Good flash from Asuna.
Now this puts G2 in a tough spot. Bulldog and Stinger somehow to try and extract some value from this round. Failing that, a very clean first buy for 100 Thieves. G2 don't really feel like going for too much here. Catch some of these Thieves players on the way out, and that'll be that. I'm going to be looking closely at a lot of this mid-rounding here, because you've got an IGL that sets the standard in Valen, and feels like Vora kind of showed how quickly you could set one of your own. And he had some fighting words for Valen out there in Paris. I think it was much more well-behaved than Valen described it in that interview. Vora was still looked pretty demure and mindful while trying to talk trash.
But happy to add a little insult to injury after being the third new build Americas team to pick up a global trophy before our consistent reigning champions in G2. I mean, unfortunately, this is just the narrative. This is the story that they exist in. Dominance in our region and always searching for that global success. And this is the path, the beginning of it. Their last chance in 2026 to lift one of those trophies, the biggest of them all. It's champions. They still got to work their way to getting in the tournament. Obviously, they're off to a good start. They have plenty of champions points. You assume that they're going to get there.
And I wonder how it kind of feels to be Jorgamo in this position. someone who actually has realized and felt and experienced how hard it is to try and come back after being the best in the world, winning a championship, trying to reclaim that moment, that window, that form, that team, the mix, the chemistry. It's been years. And he's been grinding that entire time. And he's watching a team of young players who've just achieved a victory at an international event. In the back of his mind, he's probably going, you guys don't know what you're getting into. I'm sure he'd love to remind them who's boss here at home, but also seeing these guys, many starting out their careers in Tier 1. Timo, who didn't ask for permission to be in Tier 1, he broke in. I wonder what he's thinking now in a matchup like this. Also with a role that is kind of evolving in real time. Be on KO on this first map, leaning a little bit more into, being a supportive player.
Yeah, supportive, and yet still the KO is excellent here for getting involved in the fighting. I mean, in fact, one of my favorite KOs to watch on this map historically was Asuna. The way that he's been able to really effectively keep pace with whatever 100 Thieves duelists he had on the time, whether that be all the way back to the days where he was running into support Will, years ago. He played with that kind of, that pace, that aggression, tons of nice pop flashes for teammates, but for himself. And we have seen Jaw been able to pull off that similar style of play the couple times that they've played Breeze so far with this new comp look. I think he's actually been the highlight.
He had a chair issue down on stage. I'm hearing it was too plush. It was lulling a player into like a half sleepy state, like steak too juicy, lobster too buttery type vibes. But we're back into the game. We're activated. Nothing to spot here in A main for Asuna, but has to clear it anyway. Diligent.
He was happy to get a late kill last round to the alt active here. The first buy round, an opportunity to break the G2 economy early.
And this slower pace really plays into G2 with a 40-second 0-point timing. It's going to slow things up further and get you some really valuable info at the midpoint of the round.
Joke's over.
All right, this is the go signal now. Runner back for Asuna as he pushes into the side. He gets past that fragment. And Valor's too busy trying to clear that recon out of the way. Jaw now going to strike. Going to get involved in this fight as Asuna's going to be sent back to A main. And the spike is loose on the site. But again, Trent is handled in mid. It's that late activation from Cryo now. That could be a bit of a thorn in the side of G2 as he makes his way in through mid. Babyface cleared off the side. And it's Leaf again to be called on to salvage a tough early round. His crosshairs in the right spot, but Cryo is a little too sharp. And it's these two. Leaf and Cryo late in the round. You always expect to be trying to have that impact.
Leaf had the game sense, the position, the crosshair placement looked good. But Cryo is in serious form. Had one of those kind of classic Cryo lurks earlier in the round. You just see him biding his time and elbow the whole way, ready to cut off a rotate. Does just that, clutches out. And this is 100 Thieves. They're able to break the G2 economy.
Finally getting an accolade to match the consistent performance, right? The MVP in Paris.
Absolutely one of the best Americas players to have not lifted a global trophy. No longer a sentence to be spoken about him. I mean, I remember even a couple months ago in an interview, he was talking about being inspired by his friends, his Americas players around him who have been able to successfully get that accolade and how bad he wanted to be among them.
Trent has been getting battered here in mid. With 3 rounds out of 5 so far, he's been on the wrong end of a first kill. He's been varying up his approach, but Timotino is just a little bit too sharp. Again, the weaponry leaves a little bit to be desired here for G2 now. Is this thrust onto the A side of the map? And Joel's going to try and dispense this util to buy a little bit of space. Try and get in and take this fight perhaps, but he's going to be brought down instantly. It's a bandit from Valen. An admirable little 2-piece, but far from enough for a round like this.
Kind of shots you want to see from Valen on Breeze, though. The last incredible game that he had individually this year, it was their 3-0 win to qualify for Santiago all the way back in kickoff. He dominated a series on Astra. It was something like 65 kills to 35 deaths. He was outrageous.
And while we talk about 100 Thieves having this monkey on their back of G2, right, this spectre that always looms over their games, for G2 it was Nongshim. They lost twice to them in London after really struggling to get to grips with their style in Santiago. Paris, pardon. And I think for VALORANT, it's kind of a mission right now to restore some credibility and confidence in his system and the way he operates in this team, which up until a couple months ago has been above reproach.
Last player standing. Spike down.
G2 opportunity now for their second gun round. For a moment there, maybe they had the AWP, but switches back to the rifle. 100 Thieves with this momentum just snowballing into ults. They can keep the momentum going, the aggression going.
Early action here for Timo. Do you expect two players to be pushed up an elbow like this? Joe essentially was alone in that regard, but Cryo's able to peek in and make it a trade up for 100 Thieves.
Timo doesn't get the first blood this round, but that pressure applied created an opening towards this A site that 100 Thieves are exploiting. They're getting into the post plant with the man advantage, with a reckoning in the hands of Bang. This round should be over, but it looks like G2 want to go for it. They want to test 100 Thieves, despite this disadvantage.
It does feel deterministic when you're dealing with the reckoning. Here it comes. It's going to be a problem for Trent here, and Leaf is just left alone on an island, no pun intended, out in the middle of the site, blinded up, an easy target.
It's just got to be save time. No other options. 100 Thieves would be happy to go for a hunt. Cryo gets the audio cue on both of them.
One enemy remaining.
Snappy stuff from the young caller. Trent will get some of his own back here, and he will be carrying a gun out of this round unless Bang has something to say about it. Oh dear. Backed up into that one, didn't we? A rifleless G2. Now dropped 2 rounds behind 100 Thieves. And I've got to wonder just how many Josh RT timeouts are going to be required to stabilize this defense side.
The plan coming into the round from 100 Thieves was just so good. The split into A with a little bit of layered deception, but that pressure applied from Timo towards the connector, it just completely threw G2 off.
The hand was on the button
he was ready to go. Can't blame him. Because in addition to being at this deficit, 100 Thieves being on a 4-round run, G2, they've stacked up all 5 of their ultimates when we get back into this. So there could be a game plan coming through to maybe get an early advantage with some lower buy weapons and then risk just rattling the ults off on this next round where G2 are going to have a lower buy. But ultimately, the gun round after, they need to win. Must win round.
Josh has his hands full in this matchup. On the other side of the stage, European superstar coaches NBS and Doombros have already notched up their 2nd global championship.
NBS winning that first champions, it was 5 years ago.
Ascend.
Doombros winning in Copenhagen 4 years ago, and they've still got it.
Definitely feels like when they touched down here in Americas, there was an aura of confidence about those two that they could really drive change in this region. And with a team that, you know, had frustrated its fans for so long by coming so close but not taking that important last step into a global, into an international event. So far they have exceeded.
But yet there is still that desire for 100 Thieves to now take it to the next level. They succeeded at EWC, but it's about taking that to a Masters, but in the case this year, just champions. That's all we've got left. It's about not being stuck at that same brick wall they haven't been able to get past, being just 1 away from qualifying. It's teams like NRG and G2 that have kept them just away from making it to one of those globals. That's why we're talking about the 0-5 against G2 that began on this day 2 years ago, the first time they lost to them, and they haven't been able to beat them since.
And before that, they owned the rivalry. In fact, they sort of beat them in the stage finals back in 2024. It's a pretty decisive game. This is very much a B stack for G2 around a lot of these pistols. Only leaving Jaw on this A side of the map.
feels like any hopes G2 would have had at getting into this round early are dashed, just gambling a bit more towards that B side.
Yeah, no real interest, I guess, in a lot of ults, except
Wow,
the
no,
Cosmic
those are
Divide comes
middle.
out. Okay, we're going to start to see these drawn forward now, but the weaponry's still not really there for G2. Cry able to catch out Leaf there, inside connector, and the commitment of the Astra ultimate and the overdrive yield 0 result for G2.
I suppose just not feeling like they had enough future value to not take a risk in this round, given the higher impact ults of the double initiator that they have available will be of more consequence on the full buy. So I understand the logic there. But 100 Thieves,
Nice! Let's go!
just properly positioned around that post plant to deny them with ease. All the crossfires, Cryo indoors. Stacked up multiple players to absorb Baby Bay's aggression. A Baby Bay that now does have the operator. Was considering it earlier, opted against it, but wants to pick it up now.
3 rounds to the good for 100 Thieves. Guns back in G2's hands, and Baby Bay gets it op and finds that pick. How do 100 Thieves plan to respond?
Doors, right? Or where's No, opping top mid. Top mid. Yeah. I look at when just.
I'm gonna drone. I'm
gonna peek.
Yeah, make the noise. Tim has a good timing.
No one bricks, no one tree.
Yellow?
I don't see the op.
Sova was here. No, op shouldn't be here. I think you guys have a free sight.
I don't see anything. I'm with you, Sean. I'm with you.
You can't flash over there.
Oh, wait.
I'm gonna side roll. Can you guys wait 2 seconds?
Yeah.
You don't have
What off?
Okay, you're good.
I think the opera's posted on me.
There's two.
Double door.
Go B.
KO Sova. I'm gonna wall, make it think we're going to.
I'm going B.
This opera's gonna be on B site.
We have Cove.
I can do Cove Emo. I can do Cove Emo.
Yeah,
Peek this ding.
Right, dong.
One more mid.
One more mid.
You should go back A if you can.
Yeah. Throw a Cove B.
Yeah, do the emo.
Do a lurk over.
Are you gonna flank the double door?
I'll flank A.
Okay.
Sova.
He's aiming.
Hey, main.
That was the mid guy.
Open the van. Double door.
30 seconds left.
Opper's probably B.
He could have crossed already.
Yeah, it could be default.
B site, yeah. You with me?
Yeah,
going
go.
left.
3, 2, 1.
We go left.
Yeah. You want to flip?
Yeah, flip. We have Cove 9.
Left mid. Kill this guy.
One of you go right.
I'm going left. I'm going left. Go right.
Go. Split.
Nice plan. We have Cove as well.
10 seconds left.
Mid door.
Double door.
Last player standing.
Too icy. The way you guys play right there.
Talk about being rewarded for basically reading the entire round perfectly. From the position of Baby Bay over at B to the choice to double up and double door. Feels like 100 Thieves just read G2 like a book, and not even Baby Bay could stop them.
Credit to Trent, though. Honestly, you were seeing his pathing around the map. It felt like he was ahead of it, but yet 100 Thieves knew exactly what he was going to do. On top of all of that, around where you are just seeing that Cryo form. Watching him take these lurk timings, unafraid to duel. And why would he be afraid to duel right now? His aim is at its absolute peak. No one can deal with him.
G2 have done very little in this map after winning the pistol. It's been a quiet 6 rounds from them. And they're forced into this one to a degree, at least with these Stingers. Still heavy stack on B, and they've not got the confidence in a round like this to have any presence in mid. You know, Timo's chomping at the bit here to fight, to get some value out of this Outlaw. Well, the drone out of B here comes at a pretty good time. Might force 100 Thieves to fight for it, but again, they should be brimming with confidence. And why wouldn't you be? Just as you said it.
Just so smart, knowing that timing that Cryo would have. Both sides of the map. Pressure from 100 Thieves, kills being found with the better weapons. Some patience from them. Just making sure that they group up, get a good exec off. No reason they can't bring this to 7.
And they've got Banks High Tide, they've got the Cove to help them cross. This is a timing from Baby Bay though, sliding on through. That could be disruptive. Arsenal, they're affected by the Nova Pulse. They want to pick up and get back on with the job. Baby Bay's got himself into a bit of a nasty spot. The Blaze Bulldog's going to obscure 100 Thieves for now, and Cryo, once again, found a way to be the cat amongst the pigeons.
He's just continuing the reign of terror. He can't be shut down. Good attempt from Baby Bay. The flank, there was a nice shot with the Sheriff, but in that position, as soon as the code comes down, it's just over for him.
Feels different, doesn't it? The atmosphere around this G2 team right now. It's like a grim determination. Maybe a discomfort.
I don't think we've ever seen them in at least the last couple years where they have needed to bounce back from, honestly, like so much mental damage, so much adversity that they've been working through within this last month.
And they are trying to squeeze every drop of value that they can out of Baby Bay. They have put him everywhere. Vice, Sentinel, put him as a dive duelist, secondary duelist. And now the solo Neon on this map.
Joke's over.
How much more does he have to give?
100 Thieves just keeping it straightforward, exec into A. Run it back, going to at least keep the rest of the team safe, knowing that they can just path into that site unscathed. I like that Timotino wants to take a forward position here.
They're going to retake against the Reckoning again, Wyatt. We saw how that went last time. G2 were forced into a save in the end. Trent here, though, is going to get his. Timo's pushed pretty far forward, despite being suppressed by this null command. Gets his. Now wants to surge forward. This is a problem. He's a backstab presence here for G2, potentially. And Jaw's going to be knocked on down. Leaf is fallen, because Timo found his way through the backside. And Trent's been the one to try and smooth things out, to be the antidote to chaos. But in a 1v2 with players diametrically opposite him, there's nothing to be done. Slide it through, and the audacious Timo puts a cap on it.
I think that's a round that honestly encapsulates that idea we touched on of 100 Thieves finding their identity. The swap of Asuna to the secondary duelist, Timo to the primary duelist. Both of them kind of fighting their individual wars and coming out on top. Asuna on this Phoenix has just been different. So much scrutiny thrown towards him every year with 100 Thieves, hoping, the fans hoping for so much more success. But they've got it right now, and he has looked so comfortable with this current iteration of the roster. It really is beautiful to see.
Josh has one timeout left. May need to spend it on the attack side. It's Cryo, man. This guy is unshakable! And Baby Bay ends up taking him on solo. They're all theft now.
How can you lose? How can you lose with him on your team?
You just don't! 3 kills for Cryo, and it's a G2 that are reeling. And now it's a matter of the finishing blow.
One enemy remaining.
Asuna has that in spades. Takes 0 damage from that encounter. And it's a full house between him and Cryo.
Everybody just has the aim lock on. Timo, Cryo, Asuna are just going crazy.
I mean,
look at this shutdown. It's funny because there was so much talk. I mean, I remember myself included. We're watching 100 Thieves earlier in this year. We want to see Cryo go off in this Sentinel role. And of course, you're just going to lean into the thinking of, well, can we get this guy in chamber as much as possible? He is one of the all-time great oppers in Americas. But yet he has just fully leaned into this Cypher. And as time has gone on, we are just watching him get better and better at it. To the extent where he can put the team on his back when they need him.
That's another really illuminating 0 point there from Jaw. Spotted 3 from 100 Thieves. They've pulled out of elbow now, and they might be considering testing the pit. Skirting around the edges for the time being, but this appears to be a commitment from 100 Thieves. The Reckoning brought to bear by Bang. Lee forced to play from the outside of this Poison Orb now. This is dangerous. Stunned up as he tries to make his way in. Has to respect the relay pulse! And even in that pocket, he was looking to make some chaos happen. He was just a passenger.
What is happening, bro?
Jaw down to that shocky.
What is going on, man? What is going on?
I mean, it was a very util-heavy moment. Look at all the X's on the map in that corner.
100 Thieves really understood the contingencies in that situation, though. The additional relay bolt, where that Viper could have gotten back in towards the pit, in towards Cubby. Leaf is red in that situation, and the double face undoes Trent. 1 versus 2. Valen. Can he give G2 a third? Brutal half for G2, returning to America's soil. 100 Thieves just picking up right where they left off at EWC.
And concealment.
How do you prevent this from utterly shattering your confidence? Valen has nothing to show there as a 10-2 half concludes. 100 Thieves only give the pistol and then anti-eco up, and the rest of it is the smoothest of sailing.
The fast executes, the splits towards A. G2, no answers. No success on the retakes, just watching 100 Thieves getting in good post-plant positions, fighting together aggressively, and all the while, when that's going on, Cryo is just picking the perfect lurk timings. Catching off the rotators, knowing when it's a good time to take an isolated duel as well. He has just been phenomenal.
We've got a quick break in the works here. Unlikely it's going to be enough for G2 to bounce back from that. They've got to get their heads on straight if they want to make it a competitive breeze. Stick around and see if that's the case or if we're quickly going to get ourselves off to sunset.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. It all started when I got to the FIFA World Cup. And wow, thousands of Verizon customers.
Oh, you got the free Verizon tickets too? No, I'm...
With amazing seats.
I'm sorry. Okay.
And even pitch-side access.
Are you? David Beckham.
A Verizon customer.
This used to be for players. Now it's for Verizon customers. No one gets you closer. Only on Verizon.
A lot of teams that we've seen so far this first week have been changing compositions, have been trying different things. So, Baby, I just want to know, what are you guys going to be doing?
Oh yeah, we're mixing it up a little bit. You know, we got the Uncon primary duelist now. I'm ready to fry.
So, like, you're back to Jet?
Maybe, maybe not.
All right, thank you so much.
We watched him stumble into a smoke at the end of that last round and eventually just get brought down. It wasn't a roar, but a whimper that Valen capitulated with at the end of a brutal defense side for G2. Now with the margins razor thin on Breeze, he has to call a hell of attack side half to get his team back in this game.
Against 100 Thieves that, off that trophy lift, have come back to Americas with the confidence and the fire that a tournament win like that provides. So far, haven't skipped a beat. They just have to close it out on defense. 3 rounds away from victory on their own map pick.
Mostly an open B site here. It's just Cryo playing off of at the back, and I'm sure he'll be actually poised here, not only to buy some time, but maybe take a frag.
Love to be a Cypher when those trips come up just a little bit faster with a highlight.
Yeah. Jaw here just trying to block off any push here. There's an intuition of a timing from G2 that 100 Thieves might try and come at them. Arsene is down. Jaw with a quick flash off this. Cryo caught unaware. That's a great little one-piece here in the midst of this fight. Bang's been able to get pretty deep onto the site though now with this cove up. He gives it a tap. This is going to force Jaw out of hiding out in the open, in fact. And Bang's able to bring him down. The numbers favoring 100 Thieves, and we get a defuse in progress right now. It gets to half. Bang needs help. Vora's not quite quick enough.
Kind of situation where that cove thrives. G2 know all about. It is funny to see them.
They're not playing Harbor anymore.
After playing so much Harbor on every map, not playing it on the best Harbor map. Just completely moving away from it. Able to get the second pistol though, and it obviously goes without saying. They needed that to stay in the game, Mitch. Hate to state the obvious, but a little bit necessary. Good round from them.
It would be disappointing to see us move on to Sunset without Valen's rebuttal to Vora's attack side calling. I want to see some really inventive mid-rounding here. Baby Bay, though, wants to make it happen early on in the piece into the fast lane. Jaw's able to peer in, though, from main. That's nice. Big stack here towards double door. And Arsenal's going looking towards A main. Trent, though, is ready for him. Just blows him up. Now Cryo might be one and done at best here. Unfortunately, not even that.
One enemy remaining.
No, the double initiator remains out of vogue. We've seen great util from both initiators in these first 2 rounds on the G2 attack. Massive value from the recon, and on the pistol round, those pop flashes that Jaw was throwing, backside, so his teammates could swing, they were really the difference maker when we saw 100 Thieves on the retake.
They saw that on the pistol for sure. They got the better of Cryo. He had nowhere to go. This is just nice from Trent. Trent really wants to take the chaos of Timo and Arsenal and make these rounds predictable. He wants to eliminate that random element.
Despite everything, Trent has had a phenomenal year. Easy top 10 player of 2026. Oh my God.
I mean, little cast a curse there, but it is tough to
what are you supposed to do about that? I mean, just ridiculous peak, ridiculous shot.
We were seeing this on the attack side, though, as well from 100 Thieves.
my bad, bro. That's on me.
Here's the walk-up. Notice the trip there, close by. Timo, though, gets caught unawares. Cryo not in a position to really cover that for him at all, so it ends up just being a 1-for-1. All of a sudden, G2 are back.
Little tuck in the cage from Cryo there is crazy. All right, 3-on-3 retake. 100 Thieves couldn't find success in this situation on the pistol, but now that Asuna has been able to catch Leaf on that late backstab, 100 Thieves have a large advantage, and Jaw knows he needs to do something to even it up.
It's just not good enough. The timing there great for Arsenal as they came into mid, but yeah, you see these guys are looking for a chance to take a duel. And so they should. But right now, 100 Thieves in that metric are dominating this matchup.
It's just the anti-bonus, though. And we're looking at a G2 on their full buy who are going to have the null command for Jaw. He's gotten that up very early.
One enemy remaining.
Nice!
There's a lot of significance, though, on this game. I also think with the next map being G2's choice, it's Sunset. We've liked what we've seen from 100 Thieves on that map. It doesn't feel like G2 have a map veto here that gives them a huge leg up in any of these maps. We get Haven if we need it, and I wasn't really over the moon about their performance against Nongshim at EWC.
Yeah, feels like they're not exactly sure where to take their map pool at the moment. But maybe since EWC, little break for them. They've taken their Sunset to the next level. Regardless, though, Josh has no intentions of giving 100 Thieves an easy win here on Breeze, despite the deficit. Calls in the timeout. Obviously knows the value of this round. It's essentially the match on the line right now.
Coming to a round with the null command up for G2 on the attack side, so there's always that option of just slam one of those sites, try and gamble on the correct one, the more lightly held site, and run it out through main, behind that KO ult. See if there's something more subtle to it. But honestly, G2 might feel like going back to brass tacks could benefit them. And with noses up against the barrier, that might be what we're about to see.
And of course, 100 Thieves on the defense. They know that null command is coming, so they have the trip set up on B, send the Cypher over towards the A side.
They're playing so far back off the map here.
Shutting them down.
Okay, so they signal an A split at the start of this round.
Cryo has to lock it down with just the gun if they go into A.
He's ready for it. Look at him with that positioning, the step to a bit of virtual high-low setup there in place for G2, allows them to win it out. Baby Bay slides through and gets a trade for Trent. His shock dart finds purchase on Arsenal at the back of the site.
Those are the kind of positions, if you're trying to anchor on A, that are really going to get exploited from the attackers. But again, it's Leaf being caught on this lurk that is going to give 100 Thieves an opening. G2 relinquish a lot of space on A, forced back to an extent from Baby Bay going down that 1-for-1 moment.
Holding double door for G2 is so important in this round. They've lost it to Timo, and look how it has slowed them down. They've come to a screeching halt. They're trying to smoke that cross, and Timo does not care. Jorgamo gets his face blown off through the nebula, and bang, lands the finisher.
Felt like a moment of hesitation there from G2, maybe trying to get Leaf in a better position. It ends with him being caught and that space just being acquiesced. 100 Thieves more than willing to just get right back into backside, and what a play from their IGL 4.
Oh my God.
That
moment there,
so nice.
Dead stop from G2 for me is emblematic of their issues right now. The call isn't decisive or it doesn't come through. Losing Leaf in mid really hurt them. Last chance saloon for G2. It's a really slow start with no interest about mid control, no attempt for the split. 100 Thieves, right here. They take note of this. They're already bringing Fora into backup on this A side. Arsenal wants to explore in his punishment. Leaf's going to hold the angle there with the Guardian, and Bang will try and slow them down a little bit with his high tide. Leaf's been found yet again. Huge pick off for Vora, who was brought in after a quiet start to the round. And Bang's got to hear this. Oh, it's too easy! They line up for him. And he heads to 13. Cove on the plant location. Trent is in trouble. Has to fight his way, kicking and screaming out of this, and a spray through the Cove is just what he needed, but it's so far from enough. 100 Thieves, riding high, coming back into Americas. Show us they haven't missed a beat.
Incredible look from them on their map pick, playing this comp that they've developed, brought to the forefront. They understand the identity that they have as a team. It really does go back to just some of those switches. Austin on the secondary duelist, Timo on the primary duelist, Cryo just locked in on this Cypher. Another star-level performance from him. 100 Thieves look incredible on their pick.
The last time these two teams played, the first map was the 13-4 as well, but it was in G2's favor on 100 Thieves' pick of Pearl. Sometimes truth is stranger than fiction, and right now 100 Thieves seem to have the upper hand, but we've still got a whole series to come, so don't go too far. It's G2 versus 100 Thieves in a best of 3.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. It all started when I got to the FIFA World Cup, and wow, thousands of Verizon customers.
Oh, you got the free Verizon tickets too?
No, I'm with amazing seats.
I'm sorry. Okay.
And even pitch-side access.
Are you? David Beckham.
A Verizon customer.
This used to be for players. Now it's for Verizon customers. No one gets you closer. Only on Verizon.
Take me all the way, don't make me wait.
but this is dangerous 2v2. The op is something you've got to respect. But Trent is unbothered.
They're going to try to push this to make sure none of these guns can be recovered. Nicely done. Timotino gets a lot of damage down.
It doesn't matter who you're going against when you are controlling the game, and you can tell that was the story for Breeze for 100 Thieves. So the 13-4 win against G2 NBS. The team has been looking incredible recently in Paris and in this opening matchup against G2. But when things are going so well, how do you make sure that you're still looking at those mistakes and making sure that there's always things to improve and always a team that is trying to get better?
So the first thing I said to the guys once we got back from Paris was that getting to the top is hard, but staying on top is harder. I know that from experience. So the main thing for us right now is to make sure all the systems that we had leading to Paris are in place. We're still working as hard as we did, and even if I think chances to win 2 majors in a row is very hard. Odds are against us, and that means we need to work even harder to get to champs and then hopefully do well there as well. So it's just about staying humble, doing our jobs, and yeah, chipping in at every point of the way from everyone. I think the guys are in amazing form. I want to give big props to Dumros. He's been sick, but he's been doing really good preparation for G2 match as well, and that easily won us like a couple of rounds for sure.
Absolutely. The players are always praising you guys, and I mean, it seems like you're all clicking together, so best of luck for map 2.
All right, so we decided to mix things up a little bit, have some fun with this, and come out to the crowd, be amongst the people, be amongst you beautiful folks, right? Yeah, hello? Hola? Hola, thank you so much. All right, and we have a guest here who's actually co-streaming in the building right now. It's Temmet in the house, folks. Give it up for Temmet, everyone! Now, my friend, we just saw 100 Thieves come out the gate swinging on Breeze. They look good. Are you as optimistic on 100 Thieves as we were coming into this matchup?
Yeah, for sure. I think this is like the best version of 100 Thieves we've ever seen. I mean, they came off that win with EWC, right? They look really, really good.
Yeah, no, they look fantastic. Now, Mel told me that you are quite proficient with the neon.
Say the least.
Yeah, it is, you know, like, say the least. You know, some say the words would be one trick. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't want to be that guy.
I may have like a few thousand hours on neon, but it's only a little bit.
Few thousand, okay. Yeah. All right, so that being said, how would you rate the neon gameplay and what we're seeing right now?
Yeah, I mean, Timotino looked really good out there. I think it is kind of crazy having Baby Bay on the neon instead of Jogamo on G2.
Yeah.
Because Jogamo's been cooking on the neon back in the day, right? But yeah, they look really good out there.
No, of course.
I wanted to ask you, after you wrote the obituary for Neon after the nerf, I wanted to ask, like, what are your thoughts now? We're a while away from the nerf, and you're watching these teams play. What comes to your mind now?
Was it
Is Neon
overreacting
dead?
a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, so like, a little bit of backstory on that, right? I was in Korea at the time, and they disabled Neon, and I was doing a challenge. So I'm across the world trying to play Neon, and they disable her. And I come back, and I have to play with the new version. It is, I say I would probably overact a little bit. I mean, she's still really good, right? As you can see, you can still get really good use out of her.
Yeah.
Her slide is still amazing, right? But the main thing is just like the movement, right? Jumping around the air, you can't really do that anymore, but you can definitely still make her good, and I think she's still in a good spot, right? I still enjoy it.
It's just mostly because they're messing with your content.
Yeah.
That's really what it boils down to, you know? Don't mess up with his stuff, you know?
It's my job.
Exactly. Now, let's look ahead here, right? Because we're going to be taking a trip over to Sunset, Mel, and this is going to be an opportunity for G2 to fight back, but it's looking a little dicey right now out there. They were only able to get, what, 4 or 5 rounds from that game?
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty brief affair, all things considered, but I wanted to get your thoughts on it in terms of you think Sunset is a Neon map, because we've seen her play there before.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think Sunset is probably Neon's best map. Especially with Timotino. He's looked really good. I'm excited to see it for map 2. I hope G2 though can come back and we get a nice little map 3. But
yeah, of course. I mean, we're really curious to see if G2 can bring this one back. We're going to talk more with Temmet, but for now, let's send it down over to Dryad. She had an opportunity to catch up with the coach of G2, Josh RT.
G2 was struggling a little bit in that map 1, but throughout this year, Josh RT, we've seen a lot of changes for the team. A scenario where Baby Babe was playing in that Sentinel role, was playing that secondary duelist, and now is the primary duelist. Do you think the lack of success in some of these series comes from the lack of identity that G2 has been having?
I wouldn't say that's the case. I think we're just going back to pre-Santiago roles.
We just made a decision after London that like we should try to go back to that. I think it felt more comfortable, and it's more of a focus on team dynamics here, and we thought that was the best way for us to play. The series so far right now is mainly came down to some indecisive moments, and honestly, the 100 Thieves are playing really, really well. We worked on Breeze, and we still didn't execute the way we wanted to. And once you give 100 Thieves that room to go, and they'll just go. So, yeah, we'll try to do a lot better here. I think it's more about being intentional with our actions and just deciding, and that'll be the main thing for us here.
Do you feel like the team fully reset going into this map too?
I hope so. I mean, I felt like I talked to them a lot here, and I just try to inspire some confidence. Like, hey, it's just the same game. It doesn't matter what it is. We're going to our map pick. They won theirs. We're just going to take this home after that.
All right, best of luck. Thank you.
And of course, G2 Esports needs to find another gear if they want to force this series to Haven. As you see, Sunset is going to be coming up here. We were talking earlier with Temit about what we should be expecting here, and Temit, want to revisit that again. Sunset, the map itself. Do you feel good about what you're seeing from 100 Thieves on their Neon play versus what you were seeing from G2?
Yeah, with like Timotino running it down, they went A side every single round on Breeze, and especially with a map like Sunset, getting control of that B main lane is so important. So we're going to see that going into the map too.
Yeah, what util do you think makes Neon so strong on this map? Like, what are your set plays, if you don't mind just leaking to all of us?
Sure.
Not just so I can use it against you in ranked.
Yeah, I definitely think, especially with the Neon Sun, bounces off the wall, you're able to instantly take care of that lane on B side, and also having that Omen blind as well, super huge on this map.
Hey, well, Temit, I want to thank you so much for your time, my man. Appreciate you guys. Riot Games Arena, give it up for Temit, please, if you don't mind. And we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're jumping right back into the action. We'll see you in a few.
And at this point in the series for 100 Thieves, it appears the championship form has returned with the trophy from Paris. But just as NBS said at that coach interview in the break, it's one thing to get to the top, it's another thing to stay there. It's something we said that Jaw knows all too well on the other side of the stage. 3 years searching for that global glory yet again. And G2 look nothing short of uncertain at times on Breeze.
That quote, though, a testament to the greatness that G2 have displayed over the years in Americas, 4-time stage champions. And that's why this 100 Thieves form against them is so remarkable, of such note. Because this doesn't happen to G2 on this stage. It never happens. But can 100 Thieves close it out? They're an 0-5 record against this team over the last 2 years, to the day. Will this finally be the moment where they can break through this glass ceiling, one that's kept them from qualifying for Masters events, Champion events?
This feels like, to me, the only thing that stands in their way before people are convinced that they are the real deal. Yeah, I mean, winning a global is important, but Leviatán weren't there, for example, right? There were some notable omissions from that tournament. And it's about getting it done here in Americas. If you want to be at champs, you need to turn up here in stage 2. So they've started well. It's about how they finish.
And no matter which way you slice it, 100 Thieves at EWC, yeah, Lev weren't there, but they still beat the Santiago winners in Nongshim to get that victory. They beat the Champions winners in NRG to get that trophy. So they deserve all the respect that they're getting for that accomplishment. It's now or never for G2 to bounce back on their map pick of Sunset.
And this is a move for G2 back to something that feels like a better fit for them, right? Baby Bay's on the chamber, Jogama's on the Neon.
Absolutely. Baby Bay on that chamber, historically on the G2 team. I think you would argue that's when he's been at his best. It's either that or the Vice.
Yep.
The chamber is the agent where he's had those real takeover games, though, opping.
We'd be remiss, though, if we didn't highlight Cryo as someone once again to watch on this map. The Cypher's been
oh
immense.
My God!
BabyBay just happened to have the crosshair right where it needed to be.
He might be getting that aura back. Right on the chamber, man.
Right on time, too. Tripwire here for Cryo. Plenty of info for him. Bora would peter in, look for something. Shock dart, cute, but no real purchase. So now we've got Boba control, and BabyBay's found yet another one with the Headhunter. Cryo has stayed well and truly out of the conflict for the time being, but he will have to commit something now. Body on the line, and is not able to check for Valen, who was waiting for him. Hunter Thieves walk straight in. G2's pistols have been bloody good this series. It's what comes after them that we have to question. So far, though, a good start to their map pick.
The double stack on the wall is crazy. A cool pistol round strat, though, and a strat that's repeatable that you'll see from the Sage teams on this map using, where you can go for that market split, but because of the wall, cut off the spawn, rotate, and completely encircle any B-side anchor. It's a really cool way to use that Sage.
Now, Cry got info about the market presence, but walked into a site that was already stacked. Good opener for BabyBay. It's afforded him this outlaw in round 2.
And you know, in a way, if there's any player that you want to see on G2 when they're looking down and out, start to give them momentum, start having some sick multi-kill rounds, it is BabyBay, because he is going to be that guy, historically has been that guy, who will stand up and get everybody else excited.
Look at him, 30 years old and still the first one through the door. You'd love to see it. Pressure now will come from Arsenal, though, and BabyBay's likely to have a double space to deal with.
It's a great timing.
And Leaf is the one that's really probing here. The one player getting most active for G2. Arsenal's going to walk straight into this now, and this is going to raise some alarm bells. Jaw as well, holding things down over on the A side of the map now. Who knows where G2 could come from? But this is still tight. Cryo's got that outlaw to hand.
Uncomfortable territory for Trent, who is not at full armor. One shot by Cryo, but so ready for that.
Jeez, that kill had weight to it, didn't it? Clear to see G2 are not getting ahead of themselves here. Still moments of audacity from their Hunter Thieves challenges in that round. Arsenal leaping and bounding up and taking that fight against BabyBay surprised him.
Like you said, in this series, G2, no problem winning the pistol rounds. This is where the challenge began against Hunter Thieves on Breeze. Bonus round win here would mean so much to them. Not just in terms of the round win, but feeling the momentum of that emotionally.
Arsenal gets himself one step closer to a run it back. To making some noise here inside B, maybe not fully committed. Even the fast lane thrown in here, but they're still interested about what they could glean in mid. I mean, a really passive positioning for Valen on that A side.
Just wanted to see if there was some util to be drawn out, close trip to be broken. But really the way that Cypher plays on the map after the last change is kind of passive for info. But here's Timo down mid. Leaf doesn't intend on challenging.
Denying access to tiles is big here for G2. This is going to put Arsenal very quickly on that A side, though. Still no commitment. Jaw finally getting some util teased out of 100 Thieves, though. Oh, tough to beat that, isn't it? Held line there for Timo. Takes the Sage out of the equation. Now the post plant gets a bit trickier for G2. Cryo waiting for this one. It's a one-way that G2 would sooner forget. Spaghetti everywhere. BabyBay's got 5 paltry points of health left to work with. And Purse slips as he knows he needs to try and get out of here alive. And that is a tall order. And there it is. 100 Thieves. As soon as they get those guns to hand, their fortunes flip. And Cry just has the standard one-way set up in market. Ruins them.
Even without the trips, just does not need it. form has not eased up on Sunset. Great little transfer onto Trent.
Yeah, I'm feeling like the Terminator, bro, just standing in the middle of the open mid.
That is where Timo thrives, though. He has been a first blood menace in this series.
That first blood came like 70, 80 seconds into the round, though. G2 look indecisive, unsure of themselves. They're dithering.
How far does Timo want to push this off the drone moving forward?
Enemy mark.
Getting that information. Gets the ping. Doesn't want to challenge haphazardly.
This looks more decisive from G2. Look at them get into mid here.
Again, this is one of those executes you can go for. Something on offer because of the Sage Wall being relevant in your comp. The full split onto B. But much like when this happened on the pistol, Cryo had the awareness to get into B main and control that part of the map. Asuna almost with the catch. Unable to get anything without run it back.
Fine. No overcommitment though, of course, in that ultimate. Baby Bay has to rendezvous out. And actually puts him bottom mid. Such a weird spot for him to end up back in. And Vora's not ready for it. Flash in for Cryo! He'll still spray for it. Ends up being a one and done. Bang is pretty deep now. Jaw! Golden opportunity! Goes begging! And all of a sudden, 100 Thieves have got the players now to work with. Bang on the corner, Lee's going to be able to sniff him out, snuff him out, but there's a spike loose. That needs to be addressed. 25 seconds and he silently scoops it up. Baby Bay covering him here in theory from B main, and Arsenal is low. But as a flash, doesn't need it! Oh, the smooth moves around the corner, slides into action, and Baby Bay now is without options, without recourse, and without teammates on the map. Nothing to do but to go for it here. Gives it a tap and hopes for an exit, but buddy, this could be rough. Timo takes the gut shot, but there's no plant from G2.
That is such an awesome moment. Shades of Reyna on Icebox type activity. Just the crazy jump kills. That is his hallmark.
The only thing missing was a rope for him to be on.
You called it though. There was some more decisive maneuvering from G2 in that round. I love a mid-split like that. Cryo responds to well by getting in B main. A little unfortunate that he gets one blinded up for G2. But that really does just come down to the heroics. That is obscene from Asuna.
Jogamo, pressure, flash, Timo, always asking for more. And there's just not an answer from G2 this time.
Low on the weaponry, not a lot of options for G2. 100 Thieves would love to stabilize on a round like this, given where their money is at. Begin to build that economy up.
There's some conditioning from the previous round here. G2 smoked that top mid, drew a player off of the A side for 100 Thieves. And that's a big kill for Jaw. No stall util behind that Omen anymore, and Timo is, well, pretty obvious out here. It's telegraphed, and still it doesn't matter. You can see it coming, and he just don't care. They just got lit up with a Timotino ace.
This guy just has no fear. No fear at all.
I'm sorry.
Knows as well that in this situation, that his ult is way better than any gun anyone on G2 has. In that fight, he can just slide back and forth, hold down mouse 1. LG for 4. Just that easy.
It was telegraphed as well. Timo almost looked like he was trapped there.
Makes
had
you
to
wonder
fight his way out.
why this guy wasn't on Neon at the beginning. But hey, 100 Thieves, they figured it out right on time. It's all good. Now he's picked up, switched over to that operator. Something Dre would love to have, but can't afford.
And we're seeing this every round off rip. That one flash from Asuna disrupts a held line from a G2 player watching A.
Brother.
100 Thieves are so willing to go for these little jiggle peak fights. They're relentless with it. And in terms of the gunplay right now, it is 100 Thieves ahead, but Rez comes into play. Look at the setup from Cryo, just expecting this market pivot. Has been sitting here with a double trip.
The jungle gym 4 just needs to hold his nerve here. There's the one way.
One way again, and Leaf almost gets caught too.
The trips are still there. They are still there. And there's Timo just holding an angle in mid yet again. Wants to push.
All right, that is ridiculous, bro.
Relax for a second. We cannot be doing that. First, there's enough for y'all. That is ridiculous. Vora, post up. 4! It's back-to-back aces for 100 Thieves. Line them up and they'll knock them down. We cannot be sliding into mid with an op like that.
That was
psychic damage.
A little ridiculous. There is unbelievable, mental damage on the side of G2. The back-to-back aces, the context of this game heading into it generally. 100 Thieves couldn't be feeling better. On top of the world. On top of the world. First tournament win in years. First match in Americas. Playing like this. The confidence in all 5 of them that they got from that tournament win, it's just palpable. You're watching it in every moment. And obviously the Team Latino won maybe a little bit too much confidence, but you know what? That's okay. He gets one. He gets one, but I think in this G2 timeout, MBS, honestly, great time to tell them to relax.
Exactly.
Listen, we're playing great. Chill. This is how you throw a game away when you go for the slide off.
And obviously, I think Paris changed how the world saw 100 Thieves. But I think beating their high school bully, the nemesis for Americas, might change how they see themselves well and truly. That's a level of self-belief that doesn't dissipate. 19 years of age and absolutely tearing them to shreds. What a birthday ace, we'd love to see it.
Go back to Breeze. There was a moment where Josh called a timeout pretty early on a round where G2 had a lower buy and some ultimates to work with, and they did opt into using a couple of them to try to get that round on the board.
Spent 2 of them.
Similar again, it was an overdrive in that instance too.
And a Cosmic Divide.
Almost done.
This time, yeah. The aforementioned overdrive, somehow Jaw gets out of that one scot-free. Hunter's Fury committed by Vore. Is there anything to glean here? Okay, some big damage.
A hell of a lot of damage. G2, funny enough, they do have the double healer comp, so they can get the health back.
Timo's going to be anchoring this ace height with an AWP, of all things.
Oh, these are the moments that Baby Bay has been finding with consistency on attack.
And the pistol, 2 kills.
Yeah, catching those rotates, really nice.
I've got your trail.
Timo's on the creep up here, knows that his Seekers are a bit of an issue. Can he get across behind him? Surely not! He swings on it! Another would have been too ridiculous. Jordo is low, Vora stunned up entirely. The flash really did him in, and Bang's got far too much to shoot at. Cryo, can he right the wrongs?
Spike planted.
Trent's gotten the op to hand now, a 1 versus 3 for your EWC MVP. Not enough.
Nice catch on that rotate we talked about with Baby Bay, but honestly, it kind of felt like a moment again where Timo was trying to get a lot accomplished in that situation. Getting Seekered while he has the AWP, commits to the fight. It's nuts that he almost got a lineup to 2K. He was so close to it. But then he's sliding out to try to get the AWP kill again. It is kind of crazy. You might be doing a little bit too much. You don't want to give G2 any inroads.
But here's the situation that when G2 do make the call to use some of those ultimates on a Thrifty and turn it into a round win.
What? Arsenal killed Baby Bay with the Molly in B main. Was there some
caught in a relay bolt
as well?
Caught in a relay bolt.
Oh, wow.
Yep, just stunned up by that. Insane util combo.
And that was Baby Bay bringing that op in from the last round, ready to use that. You know he loves opping on attack. That was honestly a big reason for so much G2 success since he joined the roster.
Get us off angle. Oh. Just playing contact at the extremities with an op. That's where Timo's been trying to be the last couple of rounds, and this time he's not trapped. He's low, yes, but he's got 21 more points of health than he really needs. Okay, also trying to flash himself out there.
Yeah, wants to take a timing. Support from the team not really there to be able to flood, but this is just everything. For Bang, he gets spotted, but it doesn't matter! How is he allowed to get 2? How? Ridiculous.
It took too long to come together for G2, and 100 Thieves already had that mid-control, allowing for a quick flank.
When I saw Asuna going in there a little bit early, couldn't get help from Timo realistically. He has that AWP. Oh no. Yeah, that is tough. That's just unlucky.
Oh, and he gave them a shot at it as well. Leaf was watching him, just
Can't
not
be
quick
getting away
enough.
with that.
2 rounds is the gap now.
Look at
G2
this.
tried to fight back with that ult round.
Wow, just cobbled together by them. All right, Dre wants to play with a bit of a vengeance after the way he went down in the last round. Time to get involved.
Bang! Looking for another multi-kill, but it doesn't pan out.
The kind of anchoring positions he thrives in. Wow, the flash doesn't connect. Vora can tuck backside, wait for help. Teemo fast to get there.
Patience, patience, Vora. Here's the walkout. Vora doesn't quite have that backup there. The Sage Wall also is going to break this up to a degree. The fast lane's an interesting quirk here, though. Okay, Teemo. Vora getting the most done with very little health, and now it's on Leaf. Can he salvage another round for G2? Spotted on the cross, pinged out. And the options are starting to run dry. The double face would have been there either way for 100 Thieves, and they've extended their lead to 3.
Anchoring from Vora there was super nice. That paranoia that came in
He's
from
ahead
G2,
of it? Yeah, because
he was just a bit out of the way, and that made all the difference. Yeah, he sees it coming, kind of sidesteps it a little bit by going forward, gets that first, and then just being able to tuck back sight. Such a nuisance to try to root a player out of that position, and it just gives the time for the rotates to come in from his teammates.
I want to see what the early round looks like for 100 Thieves on A, because Arsenal throwing a flash around that corner is getting read into now. The tiles push is really dangerous here from G2 because Vora got an ace from this exact spot.
An angle that Vora is dominating on. I think Teemo dominated someone on earlier as well. Realistically.
The Cypher util's on the B side.
Who 100 Thieves do you want to go up against right now? Absolutely no one.
Running back time, Arsenal has one of his own. Pops it. Big pings though in mid, and Vora maybe just gets a bit ahead of it. Still contact op inside market, could get at least a kill.
Oh, these guys are fearless. Asuna fighting around the wall.
The lurk up is crazy from Bang.
And Bang takes that space, finds the kill. Asuna's just... Oh my god, he's just not giving up.
Plays wall to heal and to obscure his position. Bang will be the solo player. The one way he was utilizing is now expired. He does not have info about this cut noise rotation. And he's given himself
30
away.
seconds left.
One and done, methinks.
One enemy remaining.
Well, always gets more than he bargained for. That's 3 on the round for Bang. More than enough. Trent's has got to make something happen here. Some flashy footwork gets it the better of Arsenal. But he's short on time and now on health.
10 seconds left.
We're thinking garden variety swing here off this relay bolt from both the remaining 100 Thieves players. And Trent has to line them up, and oh to God, it's his day. Apparently not.
Just can't deal with Cryo in that situation. 2 rounds back to back, it's like the exact same ending. Try to swing out. Cryo was right there on the angle, and he is never going to give you an easy kill. It's just this lack of fear from 100 Thieves. And then they push you into an anchoring Bang. And anchoring, in my mind, has just always been that part of his arsenal that's at the very top.
But at the same time, that's the second round where he finds a mid-round lurk that gets a crucial kill. So he's not just sitting in a corner. We've seen 11 rounds of play so far, and 100 Thieves have been far and above the better team. G2 have won 0 gun rounds.
You want to play? Let's
Just
play.
feels like this newfound confidence is exactly what 100 Thieves have always needed. And they've got it with this roster. Oh, Baby Bay, he's finding these openings. But the team just hasn't been able to fully capitalize off them just yet.
Here's the Seekers and Trailblazer. An indication of the desire to accelerate for G2. So we'll get them into this B site. See, Cryo's really hoping to play off the trips he's got in market, but no one's given him that opportunity.
Breaks the wall. Asna's ready to fight backside. He's all the way in playing off the wall of his own to get him that space.
This could be quick. They're deep in the side already. Oh, okay, Valen. Good backstab timing there, and that should be enough. Bang with a great 3K in the previous round, but in a 1v4, it's tough.
Just all about Baby Bay. He is turning up on this map for real. Finding first bloods, it's this attack chamber op. It's just an aspect of his game that he thrives with. G2, a team that always needed an AWPer historically. He's filled that role and filled it so well.
You know what they needed? They needed someone to bring the fire to G2 without burning their house down. And it feels like BabyBay's been the vocal leader, the fearless, and first into the site, bringing that emotional energy. And they've continued to ask for more and more and more from this guy. He's been delivering.
Takes point again, has to get out, but Leaf is a little bit isolated.
Ends up being a trade. Let's have a listen in here. What's the plan?
Hey, dog and just look for it through short smoke. It's gonna expire. He's short. One short. Behind smoke.
And flank. Short and flank.
Got flank. Dre has flank. Hey, spawn. Sova flank.
I'm planning safe, guys. I'm
elbow on me?
No.
Yo,
Short and flank.
Run after champ. Call it.
He jumped away. We're good. Can we move? Can we double spawn hold?
Yeah, go.
You guys are good. Short's kind of a gap.
I'll take this, okay?
Okay.
Yep, short.
It's like gap. Turn around. Yep.
You can flash short to buffer for Alex's play. Flash at 3, go. Dude, I think they...
He's on site.
Tap.
Tap.
I don't see it.
One enemy
Could be on.
remaining.
Alex gets first. Oh, nice!
Go on, Alex. Nice 4K.
Come on, let's go.
Hey, good shit. Go.
What a great call from Leaf. You can flash here to buffer for Jorgamo's play off short. Nicely put together there. And finally, G2. That's a gun round. Important one for them.
Keeps them in the game when we get to this second half. So much credit to BabyBay. Consistently putting up crucial kills, catching some rotators, getting first bloods. I think he's the MVP of this half, no doubt, for G2 to keep them in the game. And a sick round from Jaw at the end. Little cherry on top. They put two together, desperately needed. Maybe that's just enough confidence to carry over in this second half.
The pistols have been good so far from G2. Another one would be very timely, coming back into our second half of Sunset. The G2 map pick, and so far, they're still in it, if just barely.
If you guys are like me and you're trying to go from being a one-trick Reyna to a one-trick Phoenix, you might want to take a look at what Asuna has been doing recently, because Asuna, you look incredible on Phoenix. So how much should we be expecting of you playing Phoenix this stage?
As long as he doesn't get nerfed or really any changes, probably a lot, honestly. And just spamming that agent because he's very strong right now, and you can snowball pretty hard with him. And yeah, just a really good agent.
At what point did you realize it? Was it towards the end of stage 1 or what we got to see with you in EWC?
I think it was more at the end of stage 1 we realized, and then we were trying to implement it, so we were still like figuring out our identity going into the qualification matches for London. So afterwards, we kind of like realized, and then it made it really easy for EWC going forward. But yeah, we kind of realized right before playoffs, and it's just hard to switch, like a day or two before, the most important matches for the year. But yeah, I'm just happy that we made the switch for EWC, and it worked out really well.
Absolutely. I mean, more than just well, congratulations for that, and thank you.
G2 in their map pick of Sunset go back to at least an agent assignment that looks a bit more like them. BabyBay on a Sentinel. Chamber in this case. Jaw turns up on the Neon. Seeing Trent have big impact as well. These late round flashes now off this Sky. But now to turn some fights into G2's favor, but they still trail by 2 rounds. They've had a flawless pistol round record so far in this series though. And that's how they need to start.
BabyBay finishing that half with 7 first kills on the attack chamber. Outrageous stat. He is putting in the work for this G2 team. It's been a tumultuous last month or so. They want to bounce back.
be quick. Leaf, though, has the wall as a reaction, at least to give himself an alcove to play from. The relay bot might force him a bit wider from it than he would otherwise like, and a paranoia is going to make it hard to fight back. He just has util dumped on him.
Cryo looking for that backstab lurk timing, working out mid. We'll have to break the trip. G2 don't want to give any time for 100 Thieves to even get this spike down.
Jaw breaks in. Nice to see a little bit of impulse from him, and it's going to be on Cryo again with a late flank, but maybe a little too late. Gets the trip trigger, and Jaw's able to slide that corner. See Cryo now coming. Four from 4 pistol rounds looking more likely than not at this stage. And it will be what catapults G2 back to an even scoreline potentially. Trent on site dealt with. Still plenty of time. 35 seconds for Cryo to string something magical together.
30 seconds
Babybay
left.
spotted. I think he also sees the Cypher coming. A double swing! It's Babybay yet another up to 14.
Crazy little peek from Jaw. G2 get a really nice timing to flood back into that site. I think they got the little cue that Cryo walked into the trip. They realized there's a late flank guy, so the best opportunity is now. An even numbers fight on the site together. So they just pop flash out with that Sky. Play together as a unit. Do a great job handling 100 Thieves, and yet another pistol round.
You can see how much every one of these rounds means. There are no inconsequential wins right now for G2.
That's the kind of energy you want to see from the other G2 players. That excitement from Valen.
Babybay's been the one to bring that up, but he's been quietly determined right now just to frag out. Can he get animated? Or is he too focused on the performance? The wall gets broken up, but Leaf doesn't really see anything else behind it. Can't even intuit how many players were there. Babyway has the Outlaw, but is right now rotating out of mid to a very defensive position. Smoke top mid makes him feel like that might have been a justified move. Timo's going to try and sell something here.
Yeah, just break that door, relay bolt, making a lot of noise, and look, it is trying to rotate off A.
Not convinced though. Rightly so! Nice little three-piece. It's going to knock the wind out of 100 Thieves' sails. And all of a sudden the focus shifts to Timo in terms of making some sort of inroads in this round. And he'll get pushed on. Gotta have some respect. 19 years versus 30. And Trent gets us out of round 14.
See, Dre just wants to keep that momentum going, hunt for another kill, take a little bit of economic damage on account of it. Maybe an opportunity for Jaw to get swarmed if he doesn't get it. First good shot off with the Guardian, they close the distance. Honestly, that's one of the weapons you kind of love to run into if you can with the pack sometimes, but it doesn't work out there.
So we've got an even game. Bonus round here for G2, where they still have this Outlaw, unfortunately. All armor for 100 Thieves. So Babybay's going to have to get a bit more creative or click some damn heads.
Oh, just double slow straight off the jump.
We're crept up in mid. Close enough to still use that rendezvous to get back to safety and market. Babybay always asking for a little more. This gets dangerous at some point. Back to safety he goes. Bang down to 10.
Not unlikely hero for G2 this year, Babybay. He really has been playing so well for them. I think defying expectations, especially this late in his career, taking the break, coming back. He has been a standout for this team. In my mind this year, it has been him and Trent.
Yeah, yeah, Babybay sort of showing that a career doesn't have an expiration date. Timo showing that success doesn't have to wait. Two ends of that spectrum here, both with the same goal in this match. Prevail.
100 Thieves are perfectly fine with trying to get back to this A site late, work off the space the Cryo was taken, but G2 well aware. Look at the rotations on the minimap. They need a fast trade on to VALORANT, but that additional damage is really nice.
The molly is huge as well. Look at how slow 100 Thieves are now trying to get out of this position. Short's already been picked up by Jaw. There's 2 players, or 1 at least, back over towards that spawn side, and Bang has to get busy. He's too low though. Took that shot from Baby Bay early in the round, rendered him pretty ineffective in that fight, and that's 2v1. It's on Baby Bay yet again. 1 shot, where are they at? Arsenal has one of his own.
Arsenal shows up in a crucial moment for 100 Thieves. Molly was a little bit awkward, but able to run through it, crack open that site. Critical kill catching Leaf. Really important round. It's the longest standing member of this team, 6 years with 100 Thieves. 3 trophies that he's brought them in that time.
Nice!
He's another player defying the expectations this late into his VALORANT career. Not a lot of guys who get to play 6 years on any team, let alone the same one.
Yeah. Slow start in the round here for 100 Thieves. The money for both sides, interesting. Oh, I spoke too soon. Because Timo is the one that starts the fire.
Those are the kind of moments that Timo excels at. He wants fast bursts of finding entry.
Arsenal gets to fight on these off timings because of his kit into market.
Spike planted.
Now what is the move from G2? Look at their economy. They've got nothing left. Do they go for a risk? Do they try to find an opening? It doesn't look like it. They just want to play for this next round. Ensure that they have a few guns, especially considering that Jaw has that overdrive, so he could throw the gun elsewhere, just play around that ult instead.
The down swing of that little exchange, though, is that you've given 100 Thieves' economy a chance to stabilize now.
Yeah, all that damage made a little bit less relevant from the prior round.
Yep,
for sure.
Gives them a buffer, 2 rounds and also 2 rounds of straight buys. I think it's an exchange that both teams have to be happy with. The 100 Thieves take another big stride forward. And that kind of round, really, it's a matter of Timo and Asuna just creating some chaos. It's bursts of pace from both of these young duelists that G2 are not ready for.
Trying to hold that B site on Sunset is really tough, man. Playing those entrenched anchoring positions, especially against the Neon Phoenix, you are getting ran down. It is one of the harder sites to anchor in all of VALORANT.
Especially now with the sort of changes that you can't just put tripwires up there and be safe.
Injection of pace for G2. Classic tiles crunch attempt, but 100 Thieves are in the attacker's spawn.
That's crazy, bro. I just read this.
They're happy to just start the round with a little bit less time. Just begin at 120.
They hear the overdrive getting ripped, right? So it's not as if they have to read G2's mind. And now they can begin their round, 50 seconds in. Don't be fooled, though. They don't play at this pace the whole time.
Look, that early play, though, has benefited 100 Thieves in that they've extracted a lot of valuable util pieces out of G2. You're not looking at Paranoia. You're not looking at a relay bolt later in this round. And Jaw used his ultimate, so he's just sitting on the pistol.
The recon bolt, though, invalidates the one-way. That gets him in on A. This thrust up here through mid from Timo. Dangerous spot to be in, but he's fairly low. So just wants to make sure he uses his whole kit here. Trent on the side. Could have a chance here to spring forth. Vora might not be ready for it. Flash himself in there as well. Just be disruptive. That was Timo, the low health player in fairness. Vora's going to try and dig him out, but now he's going to be surrounded as well, and Cryo's late lurk this time falls flat. Baby Bay waits for him in mid. Vora and Bang get something done, but it's Trent with a quietly confident 3-piece.
G2 fighting together on site in a really nice way there. It's Trent supplementing them with the flashes. The swing timings together were great. And I think that G2 played around Timatino having inserted himself into the link really well. They dealt with him with ease. That might have been one of the serious issues for them. And they've had a beat on these cryo lurks. When he went for a long lurk in the pistol round, they just ignored it. It wasn't relevant. And there, Baby is just 100% confident that it's coming. Gets a free pick. The level of aggression from G2 does continue forth into this round. Obviously not as crazy as it started in the last, but you know, Baby is always going to be happy to apply that early pressure and keep 100 Thieves fearing that he can be pressed up.
Timo's already working some conditioning that he could be top mid at any point. 2 consecutive rounds of that Neon showing her face up there. G2 playing off that top mid spot entirely. No smoke either from 100 Thieves. So this is all unbeknownst to G2 until the Seekers come out.
Maybe a little discomfort in the silence provokes them.
Baby here. Having to dance away from those relay bolts. Timo realizing all of G2 are set up here behind B, but there's no time to call a cancel. They're going to be committed. Jordan's going to get on in there and found 3 already. And that might be enough. Trent here, Losey is ready to fight that left side of the pillar. Bang pushes up though, caught by the paranoia, but not denied the kill. It's on Vora with the shorty. He'll get what value he can out of this round before bowing out. But G2 have found an important back-to-back wound rim.
The flood is great. Pacey. Jaw has just surged up to 20 kills. Being assisted by that flash coming through from Trent. Round where him and Baby collect all 5 together. The 2 of them having a serious performance on Sunset. I think you can see the work that they've been putting into this map. Very decisive on this defense. And great at fighting as a team on the sites.
And 100 Thieves, I mean, they took wins against both NRG and Nongshim on this very map at EWC. Those are really significant results to take. G2 still picked it into this series, feeling like they put that work in, they prepared it. Now that we get to a weird inflection point in this second half where we've seen G2 go for some of these aggressive pops early in the round. In fairness, in the Thrifty, it was another overdrive, right? We've often seen G2 pop a couple of ultimates on those Thrifties, try and take it back. And then they wait at the back of the B side, where Timo overextends into 4 players and Jaw is finally able to get aggressive.
You know, as we're getting deeper onto this map, as we're watching G2 take control, Haven is beginning to loom in the back of my mind as not one in the top of the pool for 100 Thieves, but I think more importantly than that, a map where historically G2 have loved to keep Baby on that chamber. And the way he's playing, it'd be really dangerous for 100 Thieves. They want to close this out right now. On this round though, definitely not the weapons to do it. Should be G2 getting the lead.
Yeah, standard swoop into mid there from Jaw. Pretty heavy B main presence from G2 though.
See pings on the map from 100 Thieves. They want to split up through market ideally.
This is a great answer to heavy B main presence, but there's Jaw waiting by Boba's side. Ends up being a 1-for-1. 100 Thieves pretty telegraphed though in this position. And Vora struggling to fight through the superior weaponry. Maybe they would like to pat the stats a little bit. Thank you very much. I'll take 4. Okay, some animation.
Just an acute awareness of the 100 Thieves positioning from Baby. Always catching players, silently walking somewhere, trying to get into a cheeky little position. He's been ready every time.
One enemy remaining.
Right place, right time for the boy.
20 bombs for Dre and Jogamo.
This is what the G2 system is designed to do, in fairness. Then we've moved back to a model that at least it looks like it fits them more.
You want to play? Let's play.
But they're not out of the woods yet.
Cage triggered.
Heavy tiles presence from 100 Thieves. Look at them push up and decisively stake their claim to mid. Timo, he's in. He took big damage. There's got to be something more behind this though, because he's so low. 7 health. He's still fighting for it. He's got G2 scurrying though back towards spawn side. He's definitely done his job in getting heads turned his way. But he's low. He's going to be caught out here. Flooded with util at some point, but 100 Thieves are in and onto this B side. There's big pressure on Trent right now. You need to wait.
At least serving as a distraction so a real flood can't be activated. The floods are where G2 have been finding a lot of success. Now we're into a straight up retake situation and Cryo is coming to life.
They're choking them out. Cryo! The Anaconda grip! 3 kills for the Sentinel puts Valen in a pretty dubious position. A captain's moment might be in order here, and Vora gives him the opportunity. Bang! He's mowed down! Gotta feel good for G2. Finally some vindication for Captain and Caller. Puts him within striking distance of a map win.
100 Thieves just thinking surely he has to be working through the site right now, trying to clear those positions out to get towards the spike, try to tap it, maybe bait someone out. It feels like Valen just knows that they know that. Assumes they'll be playing for market. It's not planted, tucked.
I'm feeling timeout vibes for sure.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, he's got the read on this situation. What started as another map.
That's relief.
Firmly in the control of 100 Thieves. Slipping away.
More than anything, it looked like finally Valen was taking a breath. 100 Thieves call the timeout here. Sunset's been a pretty good arena for them lately, but G2 are starting to disrupt them pretty heavily. And for 100 Thieves, yeah, there's some uncertainty about whether they'll transition off an international title and turn that into domestic dominance. It sounds backwards, but when their first opponent is their nemesis, G2, who have owned this rivalry for 2 straight years, you have to have some level of doubt. Baby Bay here, a well-earned break for him. Once again, doing the most. And what struck me was that his performance between Stage 1 and London was still top tier. There was no real drop-off in ACS, KDA, any of that.
Yeah, when he was focused in on just playing Vice, he was a consistent threat for G2. He was playing really intelligently on that agent, and at the end of the day, it's because he's playing it everywhere. He's playing it all the time. In kickoff, they had him playing a lot of different stuff. I think he even started on the Viper, then was going to Duelist, goes to Santiago. I think there's a lot of weight on his shoulders, playing different Duelists, playing Yoru, but when he's on Chamber, when he's opping, that's where he's at his best. A tough shot there, so he's not able to connect. And on account of that, on account of needing to teleport away, B-Main has to be given up, and Asuna gets that one back.
This is a very early lurk for Cryo, all things considered.
That is crazy. He has a spam angle through the box ready for just the audio cue off the trip. Pretty sick. Cryo, maybe a little more apprehensive to lurk around later in this round.
Yep. Yeah, the Gambit in mid has sort of failed. They've also re-cleared at G2 with a Trailblazer. So they can probably start allocating resources to A if needed. It's Valen Paranoia timing. Damn, it's good. Timo's got nothing to say about it. Relay Bolt's going to force someone out of there, but he definitely TP's out. Timo almost too fast for him. Arsenal's found a timing, though, to pinch on this. Valen has to tuck onto the side, but he's going to be overwhelmed in a matter of seconds. That was just to run it back, but Valen fighting for his life. Fighting
30 seconds left.
to grab a glory again. Eventually falls. It's a sight for 100 Thieves. They committed heavily to it. They've been rewarded.
Oh my God.
Joe almost had a moment there, but it's on Baby Bay again, as it always seems to be. Got to work onto this site, but a double face looks imminent.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, gets the 1v1 versus Vora, but he's no idea where Bang is and gets caught out. 100 Thieves playing catch up and making it proper close.
Almost succumb to the 2v1 loss again. But they close it out. Not without their economy being sent into a terrible position. But they close it out. They set up that little 3-man swing off the flash. Just keep fighting at Link. Thought it was going to slip away the way that Valen was anchoring on the site. How did he get away with so much? Found Cryo.
He used
did
all
a
his
hell of a lot
TPs,
of damage to Vora. It was crazy. He's starting to flow in the game, starting to heat up.
Yeah, it's about time.
You know, we know he's one of those IGLs that can put up numbers. We haven't seen it to the same extent recently as we did in kickoff, where he was out of control. He was the third highest rated player in America's kickoff. But he can kick it into that gear. He is that good.
We might be due for a captain's map from Valen here to get G2 ahead on Sunset. Door's not going to have anywhere to hide here. That wall's cleared. Our drone is going to know him, but he peers in and finds a kill pretty quickly. Relay Bolt to cover his implied retreat, but he is still in that same corner.
All the while, that A side of the map, silent if you're on the Baby Bay point of view. He's just locked down that angle, and it's allowed G2 to be fully concerned with where 100 Thieves really are at. That's mid and B.
This is how defenders reduce their workload. Get a contact angle on an extremity, and there's Timo. Blows Leaf's extremity into the stratosphere. What was that? Now he's got himself into Boba. Valen a little bit late on this rotation in. Gives Timo a chance to set up on a passive line, and he catches the captain out. Trent's going to push up, but it feels like a forlorn hope as Baby Bay, who's quite happy, sipping a mimosa on the other side of the map. Might have to get some skin in the game. Big Brother's always watching.
Economy is going to be in a rough spot for G2 this next round. Timotino on these entries. That is just his best attribute as a player. It is uncanny, the consistency that he gets the hard entries as well. Like, it's not against players that are just stunned up and flashed all the time. No, he has this sense for when the timing is right to get in on someone.
And that's the context that's always missing from his stats, which look really quite good. But then when you add the fact that he's digging people out, he's going in alone, creating opportunities, and still has such a good record, it's like, okay, that really changes the texture of those numbers.
Yeah, when you're watching, it's just the eye test. He is crazy in those moments. Such a high impact player.
Smart move.
And in a way, that point you're making about him with the stats, I think it kind of extends to 100 Thieves as a whole. Like, yes, Cryo was definitely the MVP for them at EWC, but across the board, they were all contributing. It wasn't some crazy, outsized, one-player star performance bringing them that trophy. It is everyone on the team contributing.
Someone who you're often looking towards in G2 when, you know, Valen calls around and it doesn't quite pan out that way is Leaf. For me, he's been the one that's bailed them out of some really tough circumstances in the past. Today hasn't found his footing just yet. Not necessarily in roles where he gets to lurk with impunity, right? He's not the chamber player on this team anymore. On the Sage on this particular map, but he has struggled to get in across both Breeze and Sunset.
Yeah, it feels peculiar as well because Sage is actually the agent that he's been putting the best stats up on recently. It's very out of character, obviously, for Leaf, one of the top players in Americas. But the way that Jaw and Baby Bear are playing right now, they're making up for it. He's allowed to take a map off if these guys can bring them over the finish line anyway because they're putting up 48 kills together.
That is
ridiculous.
Both in their own ways, but both getting active early in these rounds. They might both do it at the same time now. Look at this mid setup.
Cage triggered.
Oh, look at this walk up into tires.
My eyes are down.
Walk up with the op, but it's a great position because you can get that teleport right back to top mid.
Go, go, go.
Safely out of view of anyone.
100 Thieves have the inkling that a lot of the map may have been taken. And a round like this, you can't afford any risks. G2's economy may be broken, but they've had great success on thrifty rounds in this entire series.
And Jaw is calling G2 over. Cage, drone, here's all that sound. Are they going to try to flood, though? Just doesn't feel like they're in position for it. Is there going to be a pop flash from Trent? They're gathering up back in Boba. You can feel that they want to fight.
They've got to. The weaponry's not good for a retake, though. Baby Bay sitting on an op. They're going to be screened off the side by these smokes.
I'm just waiting for the paranoia to come through from VALORANT. It's comboed up with a relay bolt and a great entry for Jaw.
Good catch. They're going to go for it. Hammer and tongs throw themselves at the side, and Bang is very low here. Baby just creeping up. Glacial pace as he's trying to get to the side, but Headhunter finds Purchase. That is a big kill. Arsenal quickly retorts. Oh, now's a couple of pistols facing him down. It doesn't matter. Yet another low bought round for G2 goes their way.
Really has been the difference maker that they've been able to capitalize on a couple of these rounds, finding a little advantage with the worst weaponry and making it feel completely irrelevant. Their pops out of this backside on B have been so good. No answers from 100 Thieves. The sequencing of the utility there is great. It's kind of that initial pressure from Trent. They're not able to go off the back of that, but they're gathered up. Combo the relay bolt, combo the paranoia, slide out from Jaw. It's just perfect to break right back into B.
Overtime on the cards now. 100 Thieves still able to buy into this round reasonably. It's half armors, but we'll see if that ends up being an issue. Maybe I would like to walk tiles again, I think, Wyatt. This time, though, some more resistance will be offered. Oh, buddy! Be forgiven for thinking he had that in the bag.
Risk to take, but can't blame him the way he's been playing. And he just has that feeling of wanting to take his team over the finish line.
It's a good wall timing. Neural theft here, a little bit of info. Artist Fury to play off that nice little combo. Oh, dangerous there for Trent. He is out of the picture.
That is so sick.
Arsenal whips around the corner now, knows that the round is his to lose. And gets that info when VALORANT is set up. 100 Thieves have to spend heavy here, but hey, it's the last round of regulation. Get those ults out.
Making the absolute most of them. That was such a cool play. That is not a combo you see every day.
Often talk about Zowie just looking for a ping off something.
Yeah, just anything.
That's a pretty good one. All right, here we go. Arsenal puts a period on the sentence with a 4K. And round 24, we are headed to a well-deserved, folks, overtime.
That sick combo play gets 100 Thieves into this position. It's been a struggle on this map. They're going to feel a level of frustration that they get. We're losing those anti-thrifty rounds. That's what gave G2 the edge. But I do feel like 100 Thieves are showing some resiliency here.
I mean, they had to against NRG in that EWC final. They were down 9-3 in that last map. And at 10-12, Arsenal gets 2 back-to-back 3K rounds to force overtime and allow 100 Thieves to win the series there. A guy heats up in the clutch.
If you're G2, you cannot let this performance from Jaw, from Baby Bay, go to waste. 51 kills combined in 24 rounds of play.
Enemy tag. The fact that that might not be enough should tell you everything you need to know about where 100 Thieves are at now.
I would say in recent times, people have been trying to figure out where they need to point the blame. Where should the scrutiny go for G2? And Jaw has been the recipient of a lot of it, but he is absolutely defying that narrative on this map. He is willing G2 to Haven.
Jaw gets in onto this B site. 100 Thieves a little uncertain about how they want to anchor it now midway through this. They've pulled their Cypher Cryo back out to market, just in case there's a late reflank through mid, but that will be later than he would have expected. Flash on Jaw, but he's safe tucked behind the box. Vora was very much on his own there.
Yeah, so isolated. No one on 100 Thieves ready to help, but they're going off this timing.
The paranoia, Arsenal getting flicky with it. One's going to have to be enough for the time being, but his numbers for G2 are looking good. Cryo is again too late to the party to have an impact.
I feel like you can see a difference in the team play level there, honestly. Compare that fight back in on B from 100 Thieves to what G2 were doing in that same situation. Very big difference in the execution.
Oh, those floods out of Boba? Yeah, they've been insane.
One enemy remaining.
And when you're so good at doing it, you're pretty good at setting up and how to deny it as well. G2 just have the right swing timings, playing anti-flash, Asuna popping out there, really no relevance with them, right?
And so?
It felt like as well, it was that positioning from Vora, just getting caught backside, not getting out. It's making things awkward. Guys are really not on the same page there.
I mean, yeah, Cryo has second thoughts about a late reflank through mid because BabyBay has been doing that. But he has trips there to play off of. He has trips there for early warning. He still wants to go and attend them personally. And there's no crossfire for Vora. There's no trade architecture whatsoever. Now G2, their floods onto the B side have been phenomenal. They can give that side up and fight back in. And so far, Hunter Thieves haven't had an answer for it. So that's something you need to look for on a round like this. They're anchoring at A, whether it's been Valorant or Trent has been really solid. G2 might be taking us to a decider here.
Jogamo just 1 kill away from dropping 30, a map that G2 need to win to stay in this series, but on a level would also just love to win. They've been fighting so hard to get any map wins, match wins in this last month. The competition has been tough, and they just want to get a taste of victory again.
Just probing for 100 Thieves with the smoke top mid. Already pulling the spike back over towards A, but again, they need something just to shake BabyBay off this line. In the past, it's just been an Asuna flash to force the rendezvous. One-way setup. BabyBay might want to hang around here. Oh man, lead a little bit too long. Didn't have his walking cane to hand. And I did some 100 Thieves. They don't commit to this A side. They pull players out of mid. Now they can start to work the map in the last 50 seconds.
I think if you're G2 on some level, you got to be thinking they could be going towards B. The wall is still up right now, but they can just round the world, go get Asuna his ult.
The wall itself will dissipate, but they're going to have to blow it out. All right, here it is. Run it back. The slowdown is a problem, but Leaf can't hold this angle, so you just walk in through that slow field.
I'm looking to see where the other two G2 players head towards, because at least right now, we're not looking at that Boba pop-out. Good trade onto Valen from Cryo.
Flash here. Cryo completely done in by it. But Vora was there to watch Jaw come on in. Trent likely to disrespect this smoke, gets on inside of it, will flash himself out. It is just him though, solo endeavor. And he doesn't have a shot. Asuna ready and waiting. There was a nice paranoia there from Bang. And Leaf here feels impossible. It's so hard from that spot. 100 Thieves are going to keep the good times coming. We're stuck on Sunset for the time being.
Definitely some regrets from BabyBay for sticking around so long early into this round. The height on the drone is crazy. Just didn't know where to put his crosshair to break it. And that distraction just kept him in that position for 1 second too long, and it's a real cascading effect from there. Asuna gets the kill. He gets one orb. He gets the second orb. It gets them a pretty free B site with the man advantage.
But the last thing G2 can afford is for BabyBay to start getting passive, start second guessing this.
Absolutely, yeah. I'd rather they lose with him being aggressive than with him beginning to play passive and giving up some of these angles. When it's been his op aggression that has gotten them to this point in the first place.
Mid-round look here with this Owl drone. This is a big variation for Cryo. We have not seen this setup much at all. Heavy trips on the A side.
Cover going out.
Are G2 going to walk into this? Cryo and Vora will have the tools to fight against larger numbers successfully.
And Timo, top mid. He'll be able to get over to Link's side very fast, though. He's drifting towards B. What can these anchors do? What can the trips do for Cryo and Vora?
So G2 see the Cypher camera and they're unperturbed. Flash, paranoia hits Cryo. Vora unaffected, has to fight into the smoke, and Leaf gets the better of him. Now you're uncomfortable as heck! All alone is Cryo. Timo's able to find a quick shot. Oh my goodness! That's a big one. Spike yet to be planted. Asuna always looking for an angle. Shorty in hand. But so far has been kept at bay. Paranoia onto the site now as Timo looking for it, but he's low. Leaf, surely there's a trade there from Arsenal, but Leaf notches up his 4th. We mentioned how important he is in the late rounds, the salvage situations. Leaf has done it here. And now, big ace for Leaf. Vindication and an opportunity to get on your damn feet.
Holds it down in that post plant and gets that surge of confidence as well. He was starting slow. It was a rough map for him. You had John Baby picking up the slack, but he's going to give them an ace in OT to try to get it over the finish line. Down, but never out. Leaf is just that good. Can G2 close it out here? 15-13. Take 100 Thieves to Haven. Will 100C have the answer? Putting emphasis on still getting Austin to these OT orbs. Pushing for the ults.
Okay. Cry's been trying to force a bit of action in some of these early rounds now. Not content to be late to the party with these belated rotates. Oh, Trent. God, takes a perfect chance to peer into a chaotic mid situation. These entries, dude. Clean as they come. They want to fight for it! And Shaw just slides into a hail of bullets. Timo's asking for his next victim to step up.
Timo's had Jaw's number in this OT. Last 2 rounds, denying the slide kill. 3 versus 2, 100 Thieves.
Dirty spike plant location, this one wide.
Will they stay alive? Cryo on low HP.
Flash him in. You better believe it, Timo. Okay. Ends up being a trade. That'll favor 100 Thieves here.
Austin just needs to duck away so Cryo can get in trade position.
Gotta watch those corners, Dre. I suggest finasteride.
We're not. That's crazy. We're not done just yet. Timo is the MVP of that round for 100 Thieves. Has a real Timo moment up top mid, just being able to find a nice opening kill. Get 100 Thieves in the round.
Man, this is delivering. Both of these teams kind of evolving in this overtime now. Jaw does hit that 30 mark. But Arsenal has come alive. Ooh, dangerous for Timo. He actually gets out of behind his fast lane. Ridiculous. And finds a kill off the backside. Bang, caught lingering out in the open. Timo does not want to move, but this is... Oh! What? You're not supposed to be able to still do that!
The accuracy has been nerfed, well, like 2-3 times.
Not enough. Do it again.
Oh, that ping. Oh, he's going to push it to the limit. Timotino is just never afraid to swing. He does not fear any player on the other team, but Leap still hot in this OT.
Ooh, okay, that was a little wayward.
Another chance for G2. Will they close it out? 100 Thieves backs against the wall this entire OT.
Never a dull moment, huh? This is opener. This is very chaotic in fairness. Very flashy.
The refight was great from G2.
One enemy remaining.
Timo's just playing with unwavering confidence. It's easy to forget that this is his first year in Americas.
Like I said, bro did not wait for permission to step into this arena. He broke down the door and found his place very quickly. And it's moments like that, yeah, so he goes for the overdrive, doesn't pay off. He's going to do the same thing next round. Yeah, that's not going to shake his confidence.
It's kind of funny to think about last year when he was playing with Vora. MBS was the coach, TSM in Challengers. You're looking at Timo, he was one of those guys where he had all the raw skill, but a little rough around the edges. Would go for plays like that, but maybe not always at the right time. But the more that they've been able to hone his talent this year, but still allow him to maintain that flair. He is just continuing to rise the ranks of the best duelists that we've got.
And normally you just don't get that level of disproportionate confidence without being 35 and having a podcast, but something about this guy is a little different. That true self-belief, obviously coming off the back of an insane performance in Paris. This guy knows he's him, and he's not afraid to show it.
Let me show you how the boss does it.
Stay with me, Wyatt. Stay with me, brother.
Yeah, you killed me with that one. Locking in, it's OT, out of the timeout. 100 Thieves have had the answers. They haven't felt the pressure of this OT, with G2 just always getting that first round win, always being on match point.
Contact angle.
Glass cannon. Baby Bay, last time that drone just threw him off completely and he got deleted. Yeah, he's not gonna mess around this time. He is just out of there.
Can't take the risk. He's just not well armored enough. But Timo has gotten into the site. This gets harder and harder now to get this op value.
Yeah, we are just setting up for a full 5-on-5 retake. G2 players not close enough to go for any fast attempt to deny the spike. That would never be in the cards. Looks like 100 Thieves want to push the aggression though. Take it to G2 before they can set up for a big retake.
A lot of heals here for G2 in fairness, but these Baby Bay angles keep getting defeated one after another. How does he get involved in this round with his glass cannon? Leaf's going to show some leg here. Baby Bay just walked up into it. G2 have not been able to maneuver their star in a position to impact. But VALORANT chimes in. Bora playing from a bit of an uncomfortable spot here. Does he look for a timing through this smoke? And Asuna gets some heads turned away from him. Looks like a 1-for-1, and here come G2. Some uncertainty about the timing here, but they get the job done. It's not just a map win, but a reminder. They maintain their claim to this region, and we're headed to a decider.
Talked about him a lot, can't talk about him enough. Jaw and Baby Bay put the team on their back throughout a lot of that game to just keep them in it. But as things developed, we began to see some great defensive play from G2. The retakes over towards that B side, especially 100 Thieves could not find the answers. We were beginning to see like some real G2 gameplay, that level of team play they've developed over the years together. It was coming to fruition.
We get a Leaf ace in overtime. Jaw and Baby Bay with great performances, but VALORANT starting to step up and get a little bit more animated. It seems right back where they took glory, G2 might be about to find themselves. It hinges on Haven. A blockbuster decided to this series just around the corner.
What are some of your hopes for this stage 2?
I really want MIBR to do well because I've been following Zekin since he was in XSET, so I just want him to do well.
You know, I am really excited to see the games. I think that the MIBR, NRG, they're all looking amazing, so I really want to see them make it really far, but I think Leviatán is going to pull over at the top of them, so.
I hope everybody has fun, but I also hope 100 Thieves steal it all!
I hope Zelsis does well, and I hope Cloud9 wins a lot of matches.
Well, my hope is for Thieves to go 5-0 and win playoffs. Yeah.
It's for 100 Thieves and Sen to make it to playoffs, and then hopefully make it to champs, but if not, either one to make it to champs.
This is dangerous 2v2. The op is something you've got to respect, but Trent is unbothered.
They're going to try to push this to make sure none of these guns can be recovered. Nicely done. Timotino gets a lot of damage down.
What a map 2 we just witnessed between G2 Esports and 100 Thieves. And it was these guys right here, G2, managing to force this series to map 3 after some heroics in overtime. But let's not forget that 100 Thieves, they are taking the task to G2 Esports in a way that we, frankly, have not really seen from this team before. Mel, you talked about right ahead of the match, you said there's like an aura, there's an energy about this 100 Thieves team that's a little bit different. And I think you're still seeing it in these games. Like map 1, they thrive 13-4, and then they take them to the limit on Sunset.
Yeah, even on G2's map pick on Sunset, where I think G2 looks so much more comfortable when they have Baby Bay on that chamber and Jogamo on that Neon. And even on a map where I think the roles make a lot of sense for G2, 100 Thieves still taking it to the very limit. Genuinely, that game could have gone either way.
I was going to say, no tea, no shade to the other players on G2, but Jogamo belongs on that Neon. Like, no one else should be playing that. He needs to be on that.
Yeah, and look, I mean, actually it does a segue right into the player who was playing Neon in map 1, Baby Bay, who this time around we were seeing him on a little bit more of a comfort pick here. He was on that chamber, what we've seen him thrive on before, Alexis, so he does quite well for himself. But yeah, there certainly was a different plan that they had in map 1 that I think they figured out in map 2.
Yeah, I don't know what changed. I'm actually really impressed by their ability to bounce back, because not only was Breeze a tough game, they got back-to-back aced on and were able to come into this map with a fresh mind. Baby Bay and Jaw coming out just super, super strong. I love when Baby Bay has this op in his hands. He always seems to get one at least.
Ever since Baby Bay has been a part of G2 in some capacity, whether he was subbing for them last year or when he's fully incorporated into the roster this year, the chamber just looks different on him. I have a lot of respect for him on the chamber and the Vice. He makes that role look so easy, and also props to G2 and their coaching staff to really bring him into that system.
Yeah, it also just makes me wonder too, right? Like when it came down to Breeze specifically, maybe there was like something that they just wanted to try out or whatever, but regardless of the fact, what you're seeing here from G2 Esports is more or less like what we had praised him for years prior, that resiliency to be able to hang on in these games and pick up those wins. One big player in that was Trent. He had a couple huge moments, Alexis, in that game, and it's good to be talking about Trent because we haven't really mentioned him in a little while. He's a guy who kind of rides under the radar, but when he does get activated, you take notice.
Yeah, he was looking clean, especially in that second half. And Sky is kind of an unorthodox pick on Sunset. We saw it, earlier when the map came out, but usually people play, Sova, Fade on this map, and he made the Sky look really impressive.
Yeah, what do you think about the Sky in this in particular? Do you think that it did, in fact, I mean, they won, but you want to see more of that?
Yeah, I mean, going into the map, I was not sold by the Sky whatsoever. I'm more of a Sky believer when you're throwing in like a Viper and a Harbor, something kind of like a la Loud 2022, 2023. But he's making me have some hope. I think the Sky, I still have some room to believe, but when it's in Trent's hands, he's a special player, really.
Yeah, and of course, even though things did not necessarily fare out well, as we had mentioned in map 1, it's just good to see that kind of consistency from Trent, just supporting in that role exactly as need be, and supporting one of the players who really needed to get things going on Sunset. That was Jogamo, who exactly what we were talking about right at the start, Mel. He gets on that Neon. He's a guy who just likes to just run around, run roughshod all over his opponents. Neon's a perfect agent for him.
Yeah, I mean, we talked to Temet before this map, and
he was shocked.
I mean, he was like, yeah, I really want to see, Jogamo and Neon, and he has a lot of respect for that. And I think we got to see why Neon is so good on Sunset, right? Temet mentioned that's his best map, so that's her best map. So it's nice to see Jogamo kind of entering a form that we haven't seen in a bit, honestly.
I think Wyatt was mentioning it in the cast, but he's also getting the most difficult entries you've ever seen. Just the most unsupported entries on, people who aren't even expecting him to be running around the corner. So I'm really impressed by his gameplay.
Yeah, I look at that though, and I'm like, hey, this is exciting, right? Great output from him. But I still think about, what is that support that's looking like for Jogamo? Because that's kind of been a point of conversation multiple times throughout the season. Like, hey, Jogamo's going in there for the entry, but he's kind of not getting a lot of support there, Alexis. He's kind of falling flat. But this time around, it seemed to have worked out perfectly for them, but it came off of him just being Jogamo.
Yeah, of course. course. Not to say that his team is doing a poor job of supporting him. I just think that it's not necessarily a playstyle to be like, okay, we have to set up Jaw. He's very self-sufficient and is able to get those entries on his own without the support of the team. It just shows how good of a player he is.
Yeah, and of course on Neon, right, you have just so much flexibility to be able to do so much with that particular agent. But now we're going to map 3, and it had to end like this for 100 Thieves versus G2. It couldn't be any other way, and we're going to be taking a trip over to Haven. A great map, Mel, to settle the score between these two teams. Curious what we're going to get here as far as compositions go.
Yeah, I think we could definitely see Neon again. We keep talking about her, and she is, you know, still meta even after the nerfs. Maybe not as dominantly as before, but as a Haven IGL, just one of my favorite maps to call. And we're going to see the battle of two great minds in the scene, Vora and Valen. This is going to be really exciting to watch.
Oh yeah, great way to close out our first match here on a Saturday. Can 100 Thieves score their first win over G2 Esports in 2 whole freaking years? Let's find out. Haven is up next.
Sunset saw us return to something from G2 that was a bit more memorable, a bit more recognizable. Baby Bay was on the chamber, Jaw was on the Neon. Everything felt like it was clicking. The pistol rounds were still being won by G2, and they were winning some key thrifties. It was a hell of a battle, though. They come out on top in overtime, more than 30 rounds of Valorant, and now we're off to our decider.
We are on Haven, and G2 are back to similar to their kickoff look. At the time they had the Yoru with the Phoenix, but now it's the Neon, and now it's a Baby Bay on that roll. Perhaps the confidence being invigorated by an insane performance on Sunset. He can turn it around here because the Breeze Neon, it left a lot to be desired. Now, I definitely have my eyes on Jogmo though, because his best performances, objectively, he was putting up crazy stats when he was playing that secondary duelist Phoenix, had a lot of autonomy, and the timings he was taking, the flashes he was throwing out, being aggressive on this map in particular. He was at his best in kickoff, at his best in Santiago on this role. And the way he's playing today, you got to expect him to be the guy that can take G2 to the win in this 2-1.
And a G2 who still hold the keys to the city, going up against the third team from Americas to win a global tournament since G2 lost in overtime in Bangkok. That was their chance. Since then, they've not come close, and they're here to remind 100 Thieves who Daddy still is.
But they've never lost that hunger. But they've only got one chance this year to fulfill that dream that Valen has had, that the team has had for years. They've been excruciatingly close. Day one of their journey to champions right now. Leaf trying to lock down this backside. The flash isn't good, but it doesn't matter. Asuna still claims that first blood. G2 fast in on the flood, but denied immediately.
Yeah, paranoia into the smoke, and nothing that G2 have to say about it.
And there's that cryo lurk. Gets one in the first round, juxtaposed to Sunset, where on the first round he got caught on that lurk, was made irrelevant by a trip. Breeze, he was all over the place. He was in the walls. He was catching every rotator off. Highest impact player on that map, and if he gets going, G2 are going to struggle.
Yep. Just felt like maybe he wasn't able to intuit effective timings often enough on Sunset. That was a good start though, and also a bit of an ill omen for G2, is that they've been perfect in pistols. They get flawless in the first round of Haven.
Smoke at window can definitely indicate to 100 Thieves that push down mid is the play from G2. Cryo is ready. Gets the first and a good adjustment for the second.
It's the Ghost player as well, getting a lot of value in the round. Don't mind G2 throwing caution to the wind and pushing up and around like this, but 100 Thieves showed us the same on Sunset. Sitting back, playing out of their own spawn. Leaf able to find two. Gonna be more. Cryo, the flash is turned, but all of a sudden this round is uncertain.
Bit of danger, but 100 Thieves still have the advantage in terms of the weaponry. Cryo just had that ghost. Not worth recovering. G2 going to have to hit some serious shots with these pistols.
That is important damage there. Trent knocked to 30. Jaw trying to dig him out. Arsena needs to stay safe, and Bang finds the timing.
Look at the HP.
Yep, heal off the blaze
could be good.
No, Arsena's able to heal up anyway. And there he is. Bulldog chimes in. G2, okay, showing a little bit of proactivity here in the map on a thrifty round.
Yeah, a lot of fight, and there's Leaf with a nice little 2K. If you're calling on someone on G2, you want them to win, you want someone to get involved, it's going to be him.
One enemy remaining.
One of the best players in Americas, one of the most flexible.
Nice!
And one that can take over games on just any role we have ever seen him play.
Yeah, true super flex. Okay.
Due to that damage, this bonus round buy for 100 Thieves, not as deadly on paper as it could be, and with two players being hit for over 100 damage, you got to expect that G2 can take this one.
Running back from Arsena though, can he rattle the cage a little bit? Some value here? No. He's going to be paranoid out entirely. Valen's able to shut him down easily enough now, playing from hell. An extension of the demon himself. Baby patient here, real patient. That is an audacious TP forward there from Bang, and all of a sudden might have been an opportunity, but again, Leaf is the foil to Chaos. Cryo doesn't have the luxury of finding a lurk timing here.
Oh my God.
Yeah, the way this match has gone, he still believed him in that moment.
Absolutely. Well done from Jaw to close out the round, and Leaf late on the rotate because he was cross-map, but gets there right on time to swing from heaven. Valen really important on that anchoring effort, just having the right paranoia timing to counter that aggression out, counter that early run it back that Arsena had. Can't be too upset at that result, though, if you're 100 Thieves. Look at what it's caused G2 to buy.
Yeah.
Yes,
so much damage done.
They're finding a really good outlaw round now, the Thieves.
On Sunset, though, G2 did win a few rounds with a buy just like this. And that was really a difference maker in them being able to win that map out.
And look at how they've just taken over the A side of the map entirely. That is a no-go zone for 100 Thieves. Bora did get that ping on Leaf. This allows Arsena into the side. He's desperately looking for a challenge. He himself gets revealed. A paranoia actually doesn't quite clip him. Cryo low health, but he's in the site, ready to contribute. Baby Bay got chunked.
Site has G2 players all over it, but Timo shot in the back, and Vora takes advantage of the better weaponry, playing at long range to get an additional.
Timing doesn't favor either of the players. I like the little dead stop there for 100 Thieves. After getting a player up on the site, they wait for a flood.
Yeah, I love to see the IGL getting involved for a kind of an underrated shooter, if you ask me. He gets a really important one with that kill back plat. Arsena cleans things up. It's a little closer to his second run it back of the game.
Some real push and pull in that round. G2 decisive on that A side early. They have to try and flood into this C side with many guns trained on them.
Yeah, they get that nice first catch on the player who's isolated in default. It's a good flood back in, but ultimately the lack of good weaponry, the lack of being able to play at range is just exploited by 100 Thieves on that hesitation, purposeful slowdown.
We are deep into sewer very early. Canis Fury also spots Trent, reveals him, gives Timo a chance to try and spam him down.
Oh my God, how is he alive, man?
Arsena with a paranoia. That's nicely done from Valen, but it's still not going to be enough to slow down this train. Jaw got himself 3. Make it 4. Now it's on Leaf, who has been the glass you break in case of emergency for G2.
I have the spike.
Up against Vora. A rising star, young caller, finds the edge in the round.
Just sixth sense for Leaf's positioning there, how he'd be walking out of the choke, playing off that recon. Just as it expires, Little P catches him. For the standout early days here for 100 Thieves on Haven. Back-to-back, two very important rounds. Jaw just trying his best to lock down this site. BabyBay with the slide in just gave Jaw additional time and space to work with to keep that streak of kills going. So good support from BabyBay, but ultimately it's not enough. G2 back onto an eco.
Yep, Smig mode so far for BabyBay hasn't yielded great success on this map. There's plenty of Valorant still to play.
Timo loves to pick up this Outlaw on attack. When the opposing team's economy is just low enough, he'll always take advantage of it.
Get up early if you're going to catch Valen slipping here. Patience from the young duelist. Trent, no info on that clear. Here we go into the B site with Timo. He's sold enough apparently now. That run it back over towards A. Both Phoenixes going to pop them, in fact. Tripwire's going to be the way there for Arsenal. This could undo him. He's able to back away and cause some spacing here with that molly thrown at BabyBay's feet. Does he have time to get in and get a kill? He'll have to settle for a little bit of damage. No full commitment yet for 100 Thieves. They can call a cancel at any time.
There's so much time left on the clock. We have seen this consistently from G2. That's a great pick from Jaw. He'll go for a lot of timings like that out B. Is that going to be enough? The rotates are coming in his direction. Oh my God, decapitated.
No way! He's done it again! Bursts through the flames and gives Valen a shocking reception. Post up on this corner. Timing doesn't favor him there, but Leaf walks up into him. Not bad from BabyBay, but he has to give up his position to do so. And Trent so far yet to frag. Has to belatedly enter the back of the seaside with a Sheriff.
The action just picked up very quick, and Trent, there is that first kill. There's a real opportunity, but Austin not pinged up by the recon, able to shut him down. No, it's these rounds, though, where G2 are on the low buys, and, you know, in some cases, it is one of the reasons that they are winning these thrifties. But they are so willing to let those duelist ults go. Every time they have had an overdrive on an eco round, they've sent it out, regardless of what the buy is around it. There, they use the run it back as well. They're so willing to try to use those ults to convert those rounds.
That does leave them with limited options now. Leaf might try and find like a lurk kill and turn that into a renewal theft opportunity. Trent could hunt his fury into that, like we saw in the previous map.
Pings are plenty, but no one on G2 in position to get the spam kill off. Are 100 Thieves expecting an off in this situation? I mean, they know that the money would, of course, be good enough. And BabyBay is willing to op on the Neon, though much less in comparison to Sunset when he was on Chamber.
They're certainly wary about Sewer. Cryer doesn't have the util to clear corners here, though, so this is a raw peek into a contact angle. Not the player you really want conducting that kind of operation. Crisscrossing fast lanes, though, into this A side. Timo's gotten quite deep, but a little bit too late to have found that kill on BabyBay. The op gets value twice over. And he's just going to start hunting for kills up on that corner. Vora spared, and Trent backs up BabyBay. Vora can't salvage another round. G2 get their second.
A good hold that's really fueled, by BabyBay getting that op in his hands. Crucial first kill that allows the team to focus all of their attention towards long. That is insane. And for a second, it looked like Bang maybe getting himself into a position to turn around back in their favor. He TP's up in heaven. You can see BabyBay was like, wait, did he just go to hell? He didn't know where to look, but Bang couldn't find the timing, just had to drop out of heaven and, met his end. 100 Thieves now, they're the ones on the eco.
Timo just playing as fast as always. Hardest Fury employed here. G2 don't want to let the volatility of 100 Thieves on this Thrifty get the better of them, but Boris gotten into that B site.
That was a disgusting shot, and he's just all-out aggro.
Got himself a weapon upgrade. Hunter's Fury also, which could be nice. He'll pass the Phantom over to Asuna now.
And look at Vora, he's trying to get out of dodge. Back towards grass where there's an opportunity to use that Hunter's Fury.
Altron gets shot going into B. There's no foothold here for G2 yet. They've got to find one themselves, and they've got to do it quick. Cryo refuses to be dug out of that corner. He crosses during the paranoia. This is all time by. Vora needs a ping for a Hunter's Fury. Might let it go anyway. There's Asuna though, locks it down. That Phantom getting passed around like the Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants, and it's done its job. Just Trent up on the side, and we are looking at a bona fide USDA grade prime 50 round from 100 Thieves, man. What a showing.
Thrifty.
Leaf was the critical player there for G2, needing to get that swing out so he could kill Vora. But he just wasn't able to. Too many eyes on that door. 100 Thieves know the win con that they're playing to on the G2 side, and they deny him.
Oh.
Vora just going insane.
He got a rifle
What
off
a
that.
shot.
Gives it to Asuna.
And he pushes through forward for the second. It's crazy.
There's no time. Everybody wait!
That should tell you everything you need to know about the headspace of 100 Thieves right now. They should be pleased. They managed to thrifty G2 right back and keep a 4-round lead here.
Not only do they thrifty them back, they recover a bunch of guns. Their economy is going to be crazy. They're in position to have another dominant half, much like that first one on Breeze.
G2 are a team, the team in this region that always have the answer. They allow for their opponents to throw them curveballs, ask the question. VALORANT now needs to prove that these guys who have been the benchmark, the standard for structured, strategic play, are still the front runners in this region, despite it feels like every other team from America is getting the spotlight before they can.
For 2 years, they have exemplified that against 100 Thieves. That was just the stat I was about to mention. 2 years ago to the day was the first time G2 beat 100 Thieves in this 5-0 streak against them. And it might be broken on that same day if 100 Thieves keep up this great performance on Haven.
If you're a sucker for a story, this game is a dream. G2 here, they've got the hero rifle for Trent, pushed well up. And one way on this C extremity.
This truly is a test of just how resilient this G2 team can be. I think the past month or so has been the toughest in their entire run that they've had over the last couple years. We've seen them make so many comebacks in the past, but this is beyond that, what they need to accomplish.
Oh, this timing from Asuna is
Just
huge.
another run it back. Does spot out one. Valen.
He turned his back! Valen turned his back on C-Long because of the distraction effect of Asuna. Bang is simply the immovable object. The G2 Stinger, not quite enough this time.
Overdrive has not been able to be enough for them either. Using it again on a low buy round, trying to get something accomplished. Not the case.
Oh. Put down. One enemy remaining.
It's got to be said, that round is so well called from 100 Thieves. Getting Asuna into Garage, getting Valen's head turned, it's everything they needed.
You just have that confidence that we saw on Breeze completely flowing with 100 Thieves on this map again.
Okay, we're seeing the G2 push up. This time not on a thrifty though.
It's a nice little passive cam just to ensure that G2 haven't worked their way too deep down mid.
Thieves have barely gotten off the starter's mark in terms of map position in this round. 1 minute left. And a smoke A as Timo again is trying to sell ice to a polar bear over there.
Trips. One up. One went down. And if he's not committing to any site just yet, oh, that's crazy.
I think they
running
thought
away
about,
that last bullet.
They thought about pinging back, but they can't really get across is the issue.
Things are getting awkward as G2 are trying to rotate around the map properly. Players being caught on either side, rotations being denied. Phoenix on Phoenix, yeah. Asuna not going down, not getting tagged up. And now it's 2 versus 2 on 8. I mean, G2, they could try to commit to this.
How does Asuna become relevant in this roundup? He's so far from the action.
He's so scared of Jongmo still. He's going to need to pick up the pace.
Okay, Bang's been revealed up on site. They don't know about Timo in that corner, though. Here comes the sewer push-up here. It's too good on Asuna. Where are you? Bang's going to have to do it on his own.
I know exactly.
Oh, the neural theft as well. All that time Asuna spent trying to come from an inventive location. All of his plans are laid bare. And I'm going to give it the jaw there, bro. He keeps Asuna out of that fight.
That wrap just came a little bit too late. A few seconds earlier when Bang was still engaged with those players playing from hell. And that might have been the round locked up for 100 Thieves. But this decision for proactivity from G2 in the mid-round is what gets them an advantage. It's what throws 100 Thieves off. It's what keeps Asuna stuck in this weird position, unable to rotate back because they're just applying so much pressure onto them.
I mean, the plan changes for those teams like 3 times each.
Yeah, exactly.
Timo was supposed to sell the fake, and they actually try to go to that A side.
They're like unable to be decisive because of the way that G2 are playing that.
TP back C site from Bang.
100 Thieves just making it look like they want to take that A long control quickly, and then a fast pivot to fight towards Garage.
Baby Bay being safe. Going to get a crossfire set up with Leaf.
Just plays to live, and that's definitely the right decision. Those are the kind of angles where we've seen Timotino get plenty of opening kills.
And this time it's 100 Thieves who are way more proactive in this mid-round. G2 have adopted the role of just sitting back, jiggling these corners, drawing some shots in util. Might be a poke here though from Baby Bay, getting a little bit uncomfortable. Cryo has that greater level of patience. Now fast lane into the A side, it's going to be a real acceleration here from 100 Thieves, but the Tripwires are a bit of a wrinkle in that plan. 1 for 1, Trent going to avoid the paranoia that would have come his way from Sewer, but he cannot hold his own against Asuna, who is firing on all cylinders, and Jaws' ult is down.
Guardian just not the weapon for the job. G2 only hope is to take the timing to try to get through this smoke, but Asuna too vigilant.
Leaf's got to save. There's just no money for him. Asuna checks that corner, knows there's a cam. And there's plenty of money, conversely, for 100 Thieves to start throwing hand over fist.
Yeah, Asuna, even in death there, happy to just get another orb. They've got enough money, and it's not like they're going to take an eco. We're almost done with the half, so might as well just get that one no matter what.
It's frustrating round for Leaf. It felt like he was just a half second too late to impact the round. That Omen smoke coming down and connect it.
I really feel like so much of this series from beginning to end has come down to the dynamic of the lurkers. Cryo on Breeze, Baby Bay on Sunset, both of them showing up proficiency at being able to cut off rotators, find timing, suppress for space, catch someone off guard, get an opening kill, and now we're back to Cryo being able to do that. And does a 2 Baby Bay, who was such a pain when he was on the chamber back on Sunset.
You've got to admire 100 Thieves' ability to really change gears twice in that round. First, it's the slowdown in that mid-round, looking for opportunities, and then Cryo just stops in front of Garage. Then it's the acceleration onto A. 2 mode shifts, gives 3 different looks.
It's a nice spot.
A lot of A main control though here for G2.
Go, go, go.
Timo doesn't know what's around that corner, but he's willing to find out.
It's a trap play for G2, but it doesn't net the value they would have wished for when they send out that paranoia stun combo.
Yeah, it's still an exchange of util. A fair bit has to be used by 100 Thieves there.
But they feel more than happy to just quickly pivot towards this C site. It allows them to get the orb. They're going to get that execute off. Arsenal running it down. Not able to convert on the jaw, but the trade is there from Timo.
Yeah, Timo gets there, and that's a real kill that he gets. Arsenal was just ulting. Timo eventually falls, but he'll take the one. Leak from the back of the side. They're looking pretty hard to shift. Bang now getting active. Here's that mid-round lurk, but VALORANT is waiting for him. And Asuna doesn't really have any way to obscure his movements, but BabyBay hope for a double swing.
30 seconds left.
Arsenal was hoping to top himself up a little bit with this wall. Flash through, but VALORANT's going to be hard to shake. VALORANT, patient, patient! The grizzled veteran gets his 3.
Too many angles for Arsenal to be concerned about getting back in there. The wall helps him move forward, but it does allow VALORANT an option to drift back towards that default box. Great hold by Leaf. Definitely called upon in that moment when you have 100 Thieves just going for the full exec into C. After they draw out that A util, realize there's a trap there, a lot of players. Leaf needed to lock that down, and he does.
15-6 for Arsenal coming into half. 100 Thieves with a 4-round lead here on Haven. It's a scoreline that promises a competitive second half, so don't go too far. This is the decider between G2 and 100 Thieves. Six years on 100 Thieves for Arsenal, and finally it feels like he's no longer playing under the weight of what this team has failed to accomplish. It's a long wait. There were tournament wins, sure, but maybe none of this magnitude. And the expectation never lessened on this player. He's stuck with his team. He has a big result. Now it's about the domestic greatness.
Always lauded by his teammates, managers, coaches as being so excellent to work with, so communicative, just all around great teammate. And at various times when his performance dipped, which will happen in a 6-year career, there were people who felt like he didn't have a place in the league anymore, but so late into it, with this 2026 iteration of 100 Thieves, he has proved more than his worth.
Leaf asking for a punish here on a player that's pushed up, and you can hear him. Didn't get it done himself, apparently, as Arsenal was chomping at the bit.
It's a good rotate from 100 Thieves. Good understanding of where G2 are headed.
Aura could be set up for a late wrap here. Bang, though, takes contact, and he's found 2. That's massive. Relay bolt also going to be definitely dodged away from it. VALORANT out in the open gets wrecked. All of a sudden, the spark that Leak created in the early round is quenched.
A stunner from Bang. That paranoia, perfect timing, free first kill. I say free, but even still, the movement was hard for him to deal with, despite BabyBay not being able to see. Talking about it on some of the earlier maps, but Bang is one of the last players you want to run into holding a site. Anchoring is his element.
But if you don't test his anchor, he'll lurk on you late in the round. That's the double threat he's always brought.
Look at the G2 buy. This is reminiscent of old G2, the Stinger G2, the always force G2.
Yeah, that round 2, 5 Stinger corrode buy. So like kickoff was really highlighted by that. Paranoia here affecting Cryo, but he's safe for now inside this cyber cage. He's going to hear it all though. He knows what's coming his way! And the Spectre sings a discordant tune maybe to G2, but they're fighting for this C site. And Baby Bay, that's a huge win.
Look at the HP though on G2.
Arsenal has to spray and pray here.
Just nothing between them to work with. They could tie to a wall.
Trent's able to get off of it. He's ready for it, but Leaf is so low, barely alive. Arsenal got to heal as well. Here comes Trent. Considering a way around that corner, but the Aldrone late in the round is pretty enlightening, and it's easy to set these crossfires up. A cracking start to the second half here for 100 Thieves.
So close, but oh man, hope just ran out when you saw how much damage those players took. And I really like how Vor and Arsenal are able to play that. They know that a garage rewrap towards spawn is a possibility, but they also know everyone is so weak, so they're able to use the drone in that position. Austin is able to cover Vora because if a player swings from anywhere, it's just such an easy kill. That drone baits him out.
And now that gap has opened up to 6 rounds. G2 going for a force on that previous one. They've squandered an opportunity to develop an economy, so they're on to the Bandits and Armor.
On one hand, you want to think that that's confidence from G2, knowing that that's their kind of buy. They've won so many rounds like that over the past couple years. But on the other, you could call it desperation. Given the scoreline, given how good 100 Thieves are on this map, feeling like we just need something. Something to ignite this comeback.
Cage trick.
Steady start here for G2. Checking for a trap up A long. Getting an insert outside of the B site here. Not the typical bonus for 100 Thieves. They are still trying to stack this A site just in case. There's no reason to stay. Timo in the smoke, almost a sus as Colonel Mustard in the kitchen with the candlestick. And an easy pickup.
30
It's a
seconds
clue
left.
reference.
I got that.
Okay, just checking.
G2 working their way towards this A side, but 100 Thieves are just fast to rotate, fast to deny it, counter utility, smokes go down. Timo just wants to go hunting. This win
Enemy remaining.
right within their grasp at this point, up 11-4.
G2's gambit on those stingers in the previous round has really left them without an answer here. Leaf is done. No spike to perish to, no chance.
Oh, no, they're just not even going to bother.
Yep.
Brutal. Brutal. He has 2,800 into this round.
He can't even get the sweet release of death, bro. All right, timeout here for G2.
Josh has to get involved. It's 100 Thieves on the precipice of match point, and then doing what they haven't been able to do for 2 years, beat G2, make a statement in this league.
Enemy remaining.
What is this guy doing, bro? You can't save your deagle.
In his defense, he was not trying to. He was not trying to. There is no chasm to simply fling yourself off of here on Haven. Imagine some sort of G2 would like that.
No giant doors to stand under.
Exactly. Yeah, I felt that. All right, so the big red button has been hit inside the G2 coach's dugout. They get a chance to craft something around this buy round, which may be one of their last. Hard not to highlight Arsenal, who's about to hit 20 kills in this game.
And it was those Stage 1 playoffs where they made the switch. Neon all throughout the regular stage, and then he started playing that Phoenix. He ran it on Breeze, looked so good, and the light bulb just went off that, yeah, this guy should probably just be playing Phoenix all the time. Yep. They make that swap, and since then, it's just been better and better. Obviously, they felt the sting from those Stage 1 playoffs of being just one spot away from qualifying. Being denied by teams like G2, by NRG. And then they were able to beat NRG in the finals to win EWC, and upon returning to Americas, they're 2 rounds away from beating G2 as well. the teams that have always stood in their path from success in our region, they would be making a statement here.
BabyB just trying to will himself into an aggressive mindset there. Does own himself some real estate in sewer. Can't step much further forward. Foul drone sees nothing in B.
Perfect timing from Valen.
Gets a sick lurk up there. Opens up the C side, and yet Timo doesn't instantly want to move away. Unfortunately, realizes he's kind of pinned in here now. Spotted out by Valen here with the paranoia, and it's going to be a backstab here in a moment, but Valen gets that kill. And this is all off the game sense of G2's captain.
Timo just knows that crunch was coming eventually. Go forward, go backward. Someone on G2 is ready to face him.
G2 have remediated their weaponry issues. Still a shaky economy. Yeah, hate to see those. Yeah, Bang gets some garage control back, but here's Valen. We've been asking for a captain's round. We might be about to get it. Still money here for 100 Thieves, so Bang gonna have a crack at it anyway. Denies the ace. Emotional damage.
Great stuff from Valen. Have needed him to get involved. Started to on Sunset, had some flashy moments. But when you're watching G2 on attack, it's far beyond wanting Valen to be able to get kills. It's about the prowess that he has as the in-game leader that he's had for years. That's what has maintained maybe the most critical factor that has maintained G2 as the consistent #1 in Americas. Why in this region they have remained unbeatable.
So a monumental gap in the defenses for 100 Thieves is maliciously exploited. But they're still 6 rounds behind.
G2, one of those teams that are just so regimented on attack. Whenever we would listen to their comms in the mid-round, they are just thinking about everything. Every consideration of where someone could be. It's always a 3-2-1 peak. Everyone's always doing something together. That aspect of the game is going to have to be picture perfect here to beat 100 Thieves, to make this comeback a reality. They can't afford any mistakes.
It's like a standard C split here. The Crier pulled well and truly out of garage. Couldn't play off his trip either. But he finds his way into the side ahead of those backside smokes. None of these are ready for this. Look, they've got multiple players watching the push out of garage as well. And BabyB starting to clear the trips. Bang back in the corner. BabyB knows he has to be the one to go. First in. And Arsenal's run it back is dealt with. BabyB is low.
First in, and he slips out. They're going to leave Leaf as this contingency over on the other side of the map as they work into B. You know, as is Trent. Potential backstabs that can be activated.
Bang and Vora have to put this together. They need to get towards B, but that run it back is a problem. They've got to give Jaw some space now. Vora caught out entirely. And Cryo couldn't find a trade. This is squeaky clean.
How nice is that from G2? Just having the ult from Jaw, that run it back, forces the players on 100 Thieves routed into that C site, and they'd never expect that you'd have Trent just waiting in Cubby as a second late backstab. So he gets that really free kill onto Vora. It's a great round.
Oh Lord, he coming. He coming!
It's tough to tuck in that corner. The barrel is just always revealed.
So Cryo really gives up garage there, right? He plays way back towards his spawn, even though previously he was set up to play off the trip. That's the opening that gets exploited.
I feel like that's a round where we were just talking about Valen having to go beyond just getting kills to win them around. It's about his IGLing, his leadership. And in that round, yeah, it is this push towards C and an excellent pivot towards the B side, but then having those additional layers to close out the round that they left behind from the initial effort on C. It's just great all around from mid-round to end.
100 Thieves call the timeout here. Still 5 rounds to the good bit. NBS is seeing some issues that have to be rectified. Some nice IGL rounds back-to-back, though, from Valen. Feels like when he's got the keys, G2 can turn uncertainty into inevitability. He's got some credibility to earn back, I think, in the eyes of the fans. The London performance, obviously tough, and really punctuated for me by that loss against XLG. A team that, up until this point, G2 have had no issue with. In general, a lot of the Americas teams have been confident in those matchups against China, so that, I think, exemplifies a slip in level from this team. This is the kind of game, though, where you can really start to build it back, build that confidence back. It might have to be a win in overtime of that.
NBS just wants to ensure that no comeback is going to happen. Remove any ideas in 100 Thieves' mind to, you know, maybe start playing a little more passive, play without that confidence. The metaphorical park the bus, you know, playing not to lose type style.
How did that go?
Not well for anyone.
He did not come home. Again, we've seen these thrifties, though. 100 Thieves have managed to spin gold out of them. So far, they're not really throwing caution to the wind, and it's just a walk up into Timo, and G2 say, you know what? We're not going to take any risks here. You're at 11 rounds. Happy to commit a neural theft now.
And even happier to know that there is one Sova on the site that they can just cook right into the deep fryer.
Turn into a ballistics dummy. All right, some stat padding goes a long way. The time and place for it, and Leaf gets his 4. I'm fragging.
Now this is that round in the game where if G2 win, you start to believe. Before this, you're waiting to see if they get to this point in the game. This is the believer round. If they take it here, this comeback is legit.
It's an inflection point. Timo's gotten himself the op, though. Just holding in sewer. But did 100 Thieves get value out of that NBS timeout? Jeez, he doesn't want to hold a passive line, does he?
Timing was almost there, but not quite. G2 had just thrown out all of your standard early round stuff to pressure towards A. But it's back to that slow mid-round pace.
Waiting for 100 Thieves player to get nervous! Damn, Jaw, that is cold. Headshot there on Bang is a big one. That starts to open a path 3 here through the middle of the map.
The Molly from Austin, at least for a moment, stopped any further pressure towards Garage, but it is made irrelevant.
True entry fragging from Jaw.
Yeah, he's picking up some ridiculous kills. Vora unable to convert. IGL versus IGL goes to Valen.
The Cryo do here very much a position that's known and noted. And he's taken wallbang through Garage at that.
They are starting to make me a believer now. Not just because they won this round, but it's the fashion in which they've won the last couple. They are dialed in right now. It's that perfect, regimented style from G2.
And then Jaw jumps out of mid-window and just wins a duel.
Yeah. You have that
That's
on top of it.
supposed to be
you have that on top of it.
the combination that gets G2 that success. It's the structure versus that raw talent of Jaw in concert, which at times felt discordant, like it was a bit of a push and pull. But I think the real masterstroke of building this G2 team is making them work in concert.
Timo 2 times had the op, couldn't find value, tries to save, can't save either. G2 relentless.
Now it's getting serious. The economy for 100 Thieves at a bit of a shaky spot. This might be the kind of round that they want to supplement with an overdrive of their own, something. Oh, okay.
That is ridiculous. Second kill was so nice as well.
Vor is not even hit with that paranoia, but Valen's still able to convert.
Second timeout being called from 100 Thieves. Had both of them in the talk late in this game because they were so dominant early. NBS didn't need to get involved. And as you were saying, these were the rounds with the ults like this we're seeing on 100 Thieves, with the overdrive. The G2 were just happy and willing to throw them out with some kind of set piece, early round aggression, hope that they could catch some players. Wasn't always working out. We'll see if 100 Thieves opt for something similar or just try to save them for later.
from this point on, both coaches are going to have to keep a white-knuckle grip on the reins because there will not be any further opportunities to chime in and address their players. From here on out, it's on the captains, it's on the callers to do the work. And scenarios like this, perhaps if you're Josh, you're saying, hey, you're speaking more to the emotion, to the more the mental side. Nothing too specific. What we're doing right now is working. That is 4 rounds in a row. Stay sharp, trust each other, complete this comeback.
Can't imagine the amount of times that MBS has been in a situation like this in his 6-year coaching career. Across regions, across different teams, so much success.
My camera is destroyed.
Knows what it takes to get his team over the finish line. But can 100 Thieves do it against G2? One of the most resilient teams, if not the most, in our region. They've been down in Americas, but never out. They always bounce back. They always get that win.
They've had to be. Losing in overtime, in Masters final in Bangkok, and being dominant in their home region 4 times, stage champions, and still missing that garnish at the international events. They've got to keep putting the work in. And this is the team that stayed together and ascended as a unit when they could have been picked apart, that guard core, right? They believed in each other. That's what it's going to take to win 4 rounds here.
The danger feels real with Leaf getting caught jumping out of window. What could have happened to Jaw last round happens to Leaf here, but I'm looking at that 100 Thieves HP. You're looking at the weaponry, and you have to imagine that G2, they'll be able to close this out. Oh my god, danger, but Valorant gets it.
Yeah, first shot, not there for Timo. No paranoia was there for Valorant. He's still able to prevail. BabyBay in trouble though. Caught in that corner. Here comes Arden's Fury. Not again. 100 Thieves, surely. Valorant has to be the antidote to the chaos. He's got to control it and not participate in it. TP across the way. Timing though does not favor him. And there's 100 Thieves. A thrifty to set up match point.
They've really given G2 a taste of their own medicine. That was the G2 type round to get them the sunset win.
How many thrifties are we going to see from these guys, man?
Hunter's Fury from Fora was so good. Massive impact. And then immediately into that drone for them to play off of. Austin hears that Valen TP, has the read on where he was going. Immediate swing out, gets that kill.
No chance for a timeout here. No icing of the kicker. G2 have to hold on. Still got the money. They've been able to build up an economic buffer. 100 Thieves, they can taste victory. They can taste the breaking of a 2-year-long curse. 5 consecutive losses to G2. What a way to start this Stage 2 campaign. A win would be.
All it takes is just one more round. G2 a couple ultimates to stay alive. Slowing things down again in this mid-round. That is the G2 way.
Amidst all this, Timo has been active, drifting back and forth between B and Garage. With Bang to play off him left on B as an insert. Now with the smoke coming in, Timo finds a timing to get ahead of it. Bang, hop, skip, jump away, avoiding Valen. He's hoping to find something here, but he gets the side at least. There's the plant. Here comes the overdrive now. You can feel G2, they know how thin their margins are. And BabyBay's gonna pop the ult.
That ult about to expire. 100 Thieves biding their time for that to be the case as they make this re-entry. Timo into the site.
Here.
Arsenal could be huge here. Fighting out a Garage and getting a flank opportunity in this post plan would be everything, but there's Valentine in the corner. It's going to be a trade. Arsenal found one, but that's it. Hunter's Fury now from Trent to try and slow this on down. He caught Cryo, and he leaves Bang all alone. Still got the neural theft, so good information for Bang to work with now, but it's just tough to fight out of. Another tap. Shoulder peek from Trent, sees everything he needs to, and he knows that Bang ain't on the spike. In fact, he's out of there.
G2 work together outside that B site. They get the space in it. That overdrive offers a lot of delay. And then you see that hurried 100 Thieves just trying to get their way back in. But beyond getting into the site, in that situation, you need to fight out of it. You need to go all the way down yard. They have windows smoked. They know that they need to kill so many players, but the crossfires that G2 were able to set up there, you're not going to be able to deal with that.
And
3
so,
opportunities.
That economic buffer all of a sudden completely undermined. 100 Thieves with an awkward one, a half by Artsena, though, hero rifle and run it back at his disposal.
Throws out the flash, goes for the peek, but does not spot a soul. Immediate run it back. Or can't convert. Spam comes through from Baby Bay.
Keep it going, why not? That's 2 kills, unanswered.
Bang recovers that lone rifle that 100 Thieves have on offer for the team. Tries to play around that anchor smoke. Look at this pressure though, the stun, the util.
Oh, they've got this side dead to rights here. 100 Thieves just haven't really had an appropriate retort. They haven't had the weapons to hold their ground. And frankly, the Phoenix ult from Jaw was very well apportioned. Cryo again left as a loose end. It eventually snipped off.
The kind of round where you're happy to get that Phoenix ult involved just to ensure that you close out that anti-thrifty.
It's pretty fundamental stuff here. Baby Bay ready to play off of Jaw. The 2 duelists again, working in harmony. 2 more rounds for G2 to take us again to overtime.
Emphasis towards C. Cryo, the lone anchor. Try to maybe cross to get out, but not with this barrage of utility.
Cryo spotted out in the corner, has to move. Arsenal charges forward, but Jaw is just going to spray him down through the blaze walls. He himself is a little low though. And G2 have pulled back off this C side. What an interesting syncopation.
They know they can't hard force it in that moment. 100 Thieves will have rotated too many players. There was too much delay on account of Arsena's ult.
But they're just going to stop dead. Yeah, refight for it. Okay, Cryo finds a great timing here.
Such a great isolation onto Baby Bay, exploiting him stuck in garage. They pounce on the opportunity.
Cryo's ready for this. He knows players are coming from. Can he buy time? Stay alive as long as he possibly can. Valen swings out, but gets the better of him, and Arsena chimes back in. Blaze wall up, obscures his positioning, and it's down to Trent to save the day. And 100 Thieves brimming with confidence. A trophy under their arm and a chip on their shoulder. A moments away from settling the score. Grouped up together, no spike plant, and the champions in Paris return home. Break a curse that has spanned for 2 whole years and set themselves up as the team to beat in stage 2.
That trophy lift in Paris, it came with 100 Thieves wanting to prove that it was a new them, that they changed. And so far, that's what they've shown us. This victory over G2, they haven't been able to accomplish this in Americas, always so far away, yet so close at the same time from being able to qualify for those global tournaments. But with a performance like this today, they're more than in the conversation. Your EWC winners starting 1-0, defeating the team that has won 4 stages in America's VCT. What a win for 100 Thieves, what a moment for Arsena as well. Played so well on that last map. His Phoenix has just been stunning.
And now any doubt lingering in the back of your mind as 100 Thieves, or as 100 Thieves fans, should be dispelled. Pulled off the heist in Paris, but the one vault that remained close to them was the G2 one, and they'd been holding the keys for quite some time. Vindication and a reminder that Paris was not just a fever dream. And instead, if you'll excuse the pun, perhaps it was a changing of the guard.
This team is the real deal. We have seen all 5 players across that run, and now today have their moments. Everyone had a moment to shine when they needed them. The Arsena Phoenix, the Teemo entries, Vora early on Haven was a monster. That round, the thrifty win with the Sheriff shot, into the aggression with the rifle he picked up. That was a crucial one for 100 Thieves to build on that momentum. Everyone had their part. Cryo on Breeze was just insane. The bang anchoring, they all had their moments.
It does feel, though, like less of a sharp decline for G2 and more of a rise to prominence for 100 Thieves. G2 feels like they're still in the conversation. They've got a buffer of championship points. And sure, maybe they're going to be looking a little bit more scrappy, a little bit more rough around the edges, but stage 2 will offer a chance for them to refine their style and to, most importantly, find themselves again.
Yeah, that is, I think, the key, finding themselves again. It does feel like to me we are watching 100 Thieves that figured out what works for them, what works for the personnel on the team, and G2 a little bit in flux. They need to still really identify what their identity will be in this current meta, as they have just been bouncing around to different roles.
Let's send it down to the stage with Dryad for the Verizon post-match interview with your EWC MVP, the one and only Cryo.
That's right, it is the start of the moment, Cryo, after 100 Thieves get that win over G2. And guys, behind me, can I hear it for 100 Thieves and for Cryo? It was an incredible victory, Cryo. And the first thing that I want to ask you is, I heard a little bit of your speech between map 3 and 4 of that EWC Grand Final, and you really sounded like a leader. You were talking about how the team is very different from how it was at the beginning, the growth that you guys have had, but for you individually, how do you see your growth as a player with the team that has been surrounding you here?
I mean, personally, I think I've grown a lot as a player, but at the end of the day, it's a team game, and I fully trust everyone on my team. That's kind of why I gave the speech. I just need to give them like a little reminder of who they were and how hard they've worked for to get where we got to, you know? After that map 3, we had a shaky map 3, so it's always good to just give your teammates a reminder on what they've done good.
Especially for this opening matchup of stage 2, because you were playing against a G2 that the last 5 times that you played them, G2 has gotten the win. And this one, it didn't feel like it was a revenge. It didn't feel like it was about them. It was about you guys and showing the progress that you've had. But going into it, how much was it of understanding what are some of the things that you can punish for G2, knowing that Doombros has constantly talked about countering, and how much was it just, let's keep playing, let's keep doing what we were doing in AWC?
Yeah, I mean, with the amount of time that we were given after we landed back in LA, like 2 days. So we're just focusing on our own game. And I mean, at the end of the day, like, we have like a better grasp on the meta, I feel like, than other teams in this region. So super confident.
Also, what is the secret for the Cypher? It just feels like we've had so many great Cyphers throughout the years, but nobody's as consistent as you have been in the past few months. So what is it? How are you doing it?
I have no idea. I just kind of try to set my team up. I'm holding the gaps, you know, I'm holding all the lurks. I'm just letting them all deal with all the chaos.
Well, it has been looking amazing. Cryo, thank you so much. This is everything that we have for the Verizon post-match interview, but when we come back, we have NRG against MIBR.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
My single backs. chilling at my box.
I thought you were close stuck left, and I was like, I thought you were hiding there.
GG's, brother.
No, there's overtime.
I thought that was it. Yeah, that's it.
That's it? Oh,
yeah. I also don't know the rules, so.
From the outside looking in at MIBR, definitely have a lot of talent on that team.
Ele entendeu, bora Zequinha, já sabe, bora moleque, é ele contra o Bora,
And with that sometimes comes role issues. It is kind of like a puzzle, fitting together pieces on a team, so you might have all the firepower, but sometimes it's hard to make it work.
From NRG, from the start of the year, have like evolved a lot. They changed how they see the meta, and it has been working for them. We have evolved too. It's gonna be a fun match.
Welcome back, everyone, to Stage 2 of VCT Americas and our final match of the week. It's going to be a good one. NRG versus MIBR. Oh, baby.
Banger.
Golden Boy here alongside Mel and Alexis. I'm excited for this matchup because these are two teams that I'm genuinely curious what we're going to get out of this based on what we saw in London and Paris and all that stuff. So it's going to be exciting here. But here's the deal. After winning champs last year, NRG, they very consistently, in fact, they actually play so consistently, they maintain themselves in third place for quite a bit here in these last 3 events. As you can see, Stage 1 Masters 1 and Kickoff, third place across the board. So the consistency is certainly there. You love to see it, but I'm sure for our world champions or defending world champions, these guys are going to want to see some ones up there soon.
Oh, 100%. I'm sure that they're not content with the third places, but it does show some consistency. Like, they're not going out 7th, 8th, they're not getting grouped. They're still making deep runs, so yeah. I'm excited to see where they place.
Think they still have what it takes to make a Shanghai run here, Mel?
I mean, if we're looking at their form last year and we use some sort of pattern recognition, we're going to see that they really ramped up towards the end of the year, right? NRG was still finding their footing in the first half, but this would be the time to do it. And honestly, you're looking at the placements. You would think if you take away the team names that this should be a pretty easy game, all things considered, for NRG, but you cannot count MIBR out, no matter what the stats show.
100%. But of course, for this NRG team who have tasted success, who have managed to do some pretty incredible things in this game, they know that coming into this one, right, this stage in particular, it's going to be so tough. Let's not forget that the team that 100 Thieves playing in Paris for that final was NRG. So they were the ones grinding it out. We also saw them in London too. I know that Ethan, I saw a couple interviews, Ethan was talking about burnout, talking about not feeling like they're going to be, you know, like ready to go in certain instances. That could maybe be a problem here. What do you think, Alexis?
Being a world-class team and qualifying for all of these events has its pros and cons. So a con for them is they're constantly traveling, constantly going to these events, constantly having to ante the other team, go through a lower bracket, upper bracket. Like, it's a lot.
Yeah, and you think about the amount of officials that you are playing, and Mel, the amount of tape that is available to you. It's like NRG's going to constantly have to reinvent the wheel, it feels like.
And while all that was happening, MIBR was lurking in the shadows, just grinding. They're hungry for this. They're sitting there like, oh, we want our get back, right? Even though they were also at Paris, but I think it's going to be a crazy matchup just because of that.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be really fun. We'll talk about MIBR in a second here, but for more on their opponents, NRG, let's send it over to Dan Dryad. Here from the IGL of NRG, here's Ethan.
It's been a little bit of a Euro summer for NRG, and Ethan, I know that you guys, you were competing in London and then in Paris, and you had a little bit of a break in between those two. Do you feel like those small breaks are enough to make sure that the team is not getting burned out?
Yeah, I think they're really good for anyone who plays a lot. I think a mental reset is always needed.
And also, can we talk about the Neon?
Yeah, it was fun, but we'll see if it keeps going.
I really want to see it. I'm just going to say it. Thank you so much.
And the way Ethan's talking about playing Neon is the way that I talk about, like, I don't know, going to the beach with, like, my grandma or something like that. Yeah, you know, it was fun. You know, like, that was I'm curious how that plays out, of course. Because here's the deal, right? Mata's duelist, right, is known to be the linchpin for this team. He's known to be, as I always like to say, the tip of the spear. But now he's playing things like Harbor. He's changing it up. That's a little concerning if I'm being real here, Mel.
Yeah, you know what? In my experience working with duelist players, after a certain point of playing duelist, I swear to God, they just get bored. They genuinely get bored playing the duelist role, and they want to challenge themselves and prove their worth on other roles for some reason. I don't get it.
I kind of understand, because like playing Flex, you're used to playing a bunch of different stuff, but when you're on Duelist, you kind of get sick of running it down and getting traded. You kind of want
dropping 30,
yeah, just
team.
a casual 30.
Woe is
Okay,
me. Woe is me.
I can empathize a little bit with them. You know, if I was playing one role forever, I'd be like, dang, can I play some more?
We could tell the one who plays Duelist a lot versus the one who doesn't play Duelist a lot in this conversation here, but you love to see. But yeah, I mean, Mata, it has the talent to be able to have him do whatever he needs to do for this team, right? Like, that's just how good this guy is. So I think, like, you know, NRG clearly have something cooking. We got to see what's going on over there. Thankfully, we have just a gal to check it out. It's Dan Dryad. She's going to check in with the opposition, as a matter of fact.
In case you guys missed it, MIBR has a new IGL. Mazino, you posted on Twitter that since playoffs for Stage 1, you were taking a little bit more of that IGLing role. How has that been for you?
And of course, at the start was really tough because of timing wise and etc. It has like really speed up. But yeah, it's something that I always wanted to like be an IGL. So yeah, it has been fun and I'm learning a lot.
What do you think is the biggest challenge of IGLing?
Of course, like getting the sense of the game every time, right? And being a good leader, I would say.
I want to see that IGLing. Thank you so much.
Well, look, they're going to need to get a good sense of the game because there's no sugarcoat in this one, folks. Kickoff Stage 1 did not end the way that MIBR would have wanted it to end. And I guess the question is, right, is this team capable, and I think, you know, again, looking at the players, more than capable, but can they correct the ship, making their way to champs? Because time is running out.
This was supposed to be a super team.
Yeah.
When the roster dropped, this was supposed to be a super team. So I'm wondering if the shift in the IGLing will bring them to that, you know, super team level that we've been expecting them to be this entire time, or if it's just going to cause more commotion, more confusion. I'm excited to see where it's going to go.
Listen, I know there's a lot of MIBR fans out there that are worried about this. They see the IGL role kind of get tossed around like a hot potato, but listen, okay? Listen to me. I'm a huge fan of MIBR too, and I think there is a chance for this to work out. I think Verno played incredibly when he wasn't on IGL. Like, when you IGL, naturally you're going to take a stats, you know, downgrade, and I think we did see that with Verno. He's not immune to it either, and I think putting him on that secondary, more mid-rounding role and having him have the ability to take over games like he used to, putting Mazino on that spot could really benefit them.
Yeah, and you know, it feels like the crux of it is going to be like Mazino just kind of getting that early feel for the game, as he had noted himself. So there's still room there, right, for them to kind of continue to do what they have been doing here. But following MIBR's exit from playoff, Aspas actually caught a lot of heat for his agent pool. He had a little bit to say about that as well. He had a chance to catch up with our friend Bruno Povoleri. So sorry, Bruno, I messed up the last name. Don't be mad at me. Check it out.
E em contexto geral, não tem como dizer em específico o porquê que a gente não conseguiu classificar até agora, mas toda certeza, se eu puder dar um fator chave na minha visão, é que a falta de liderança dentro e fora do server tá tendo um peso muito grande em relação a isso. E eu sei que muitas pessoas esperam que por eu já ter ganho a Champions ou ter o peso de nome que eu tenho, que eu seja esse líder. Mas infelizmente não é assim que funciona.
Yeah, and there's a big conversation about what's going on over there and what's the leadership looking at. By the way, I want to give a shout out there to Bruno once again. Check him out over at the Spike BR if you want to check that out on YouTube. But yeah, let's discuss this because we just heard from the IGL, Alexis. Mazzino now is not Bruno, it's Mazzino now who's taking over that role. This is going to be tough for him. I mean, look, regardless of how you want to cut it, like they are kind of going to be starting from behind here a little bit because the IGL still got to catch up and everyone else is already moving ahead.
Yeah, swapping leadership is very difficult. Having two IGLs with different visions of the game, going between them is very difficult. And I also think that not every team, their IGL has to be the emotional leader. Like someone else can pick that up. If Mazzino is better at the strat, maybe Verno can pick up more of the emotional leading, or someone like Zekin can pick up the hype and bring everyone, lift everyone up.
I think in this case, I will want to see it from Mazzino because Verno seems more the stoic type. And honestly, I want to give a shout out to Ospas. I think he's like a man that doesn't really give a lot of information of how he's feeling outwardly. He's mentioned that before in the past. And for him to give such an insightful interview is great. I think for me, leadership and building that team culture, it's really important that everyone buys in. You can't just have Mazzino or Verno.
It's important to do something if you're doing it all together.
Correct, exactly. Like back on SRG, like me and Lexi, we had that duo ship where it was like, it wasn't always just me bringing the hype. Lexi was always there as my backbone because people start to expect it from the IGL. And when they expect it from someone else on the team, it hits that much harder.
Yeah, and also too, you got to give credit for the vulnerability there of Ospas to just be like, hey, listen, this isn't my jam. This isn't what I particularly do. But I think that having that honesty is certainly going to be very helpful for this team. And if they're having those honest conversations, perhaps this could bode well for the team. But with this new patch and a meta shift, the question is, where does this leave the teams? Because we've been seeing some crazy stuff, like Ethan on Neon. Now, Kiko playing Duelist, that one, we've seen that before. But Ethan on Neon, I want to bring it back to that because what? That threw me off when I saw that on BLR.
We've seen Ethan on Duelist before, right? He used to play Yoru on Pearl, but playing Neon is a completely different kind of Duelist.
Like Yoru's like a hybrid, you know?
Yes, it's like a Phoenix. It's got flashes. Like you're used to that when you play roles like KO. But playing Neon, a movement Duelist, entering is so much different.
It's weird to think that NRG on paper now has 3 different Duelist players, and I think that would catch a lot of people off guard if you told them that last year. It's going to be Kiko, Mata, and Ethan, although I'm not entirely convinced Ethan's going to be on Neon today. That interview, I don't know, it was very halfsies.
It didn't make me feel all that confident, but if you do see Ethan on the Neon, are you worried, Alexis?
A little bit.
Just a smidge, you too?
Yeah, I mean, listen, and that's no shade to him. It's just such a difficult role to play on IGL. I think NRG hopes it works because they have such a vocal team.
Yeah, that's going to be the hope, of course. This is going to be a great matchup here. 2 phenomenal teams who have been through the ringer. For NRG, it's a chance to begin the campaign to get their 2nd Champions Trophy. And for MIBR, they're just trying to hold on to make it to Shanghai to begin with. Let's go ahead and kick the action off and send it over to the stage.
Riot Games Arena, make some noise, façam muito barulho para o MIBR!
This team has had high hopes the entire year, but maybe 3rd time is a charm. They take the stage in stage 2 after a turbulent kickoff, after a rough stage 1. But this could be the beginning of their journey back up to Shanghai. I think they can do it. They've been looking fresh. I think if they can address their role issues and their compositions and get on the same page about getting behind Mazzino as the IGL, finding that emotional leader that we're looking at in the cams, I think they've got a good shot here.
I know you said if they could just adjust their role issues, if they could just adjust their compositions, but that is also a lot to ask here. They're going to need to figure this stuff out here and now because you best believe that their opponents, Coach Bonkar definitely has as well. Thankfully for MIBR, they have Coach Fraud. They have some great minds over there to try and bring them success. Now let's see whether or not that is going to be the case.
And on the other side, make some noise for NRG!
NRG, the world champions, back again to show MIBR what a real super team looks like. I know we've been talking a lot about the rookies, but this was the rookie team, the original rookie team that changed it all last year. I'm super interested to see if they're able to continue this momentum they have, since they still need some points here to be able to make it to Shanghai.
That's right. Remember, folks, these guys, they just came off of Paris, second place at that event. So you know that they've just been putting in that work, even though things did not work out the way they would have liked to in London. What matters is the here and the now, and NRG is the type of team, just like MIBR is. That's why we're excited for this game. Two teams, great coaching staff, great players, great ideas, but the question is who wants it more on this Saturday afternoon, Mel? And one has to wonder if the world champions can find that second gear just like they did back last year. Now let's look at these maps. Sunset, Breeze, and if necessary, we're going to Summit.
Finally, okay, we've seen teams floating it, but both teams in the second ban phase have been like, nah, psych, we're gonna ban it. But we're actually seeing it come out as the third map here. Earlier this weekend, we saw Cloud9 play it first map, so this is gonna be a treat to watch.
Oh man, Sunset, Breeze, Sunset to open things up here. We're definitely going to see some Neon. I have no doubt with that, right? With one of these compositions,
Absolutely.
more than likely.
Yeah, it's definitely Neon's best map, like Temet was saying. You can do a lot with the Neon on Sunset, a lot of bait plays, a lot of top mid action. There's a lot of different options. There's also a lot of different ways the comps could go on Sunset. You could play the double duelist that we've been seeing. We've also been seeing a lot of Sage and Deadlock for teams that lean more towards the double Senti. So I'm excited to see what MIBR has to play.
I think it really comes down to like which teams are buying into the Sage and which teams are buying into the double duelist. Phoenix seems to be a mainstay so far on this map. I think he can do a lot by himself. We talk about how self-sufficient of an agent he is, and I think I might have just got a peek of Zachary Patron Zekin on the Phoenix, and I think that is such a good role for him.
The pride of New Jersey is going to look to heat up the server on Phoenix. We'll see how that works out, as we'll be waiting for the agent select here to lock everything in. What is that guy going to be doing there? That's the other one. But first, let's check out MIBR. And we got Aspas on the Neon.
I used to pray for days like this.
Whoa, okay. Traditionally doesn't really like playing the Neon, but now on that agent.
Listen, I'm not just looking at the Neon, that's a big one, but I'm also looking at like the Sova, because sometimes they play Sky on maps like Fracture. And for me, I think it's a big mismatch, but this is exactly what I want to see from MIBR. And we're seeing Ethan on the Phoenix.
Okay, I like that a little bit more than the Neon.
I like that more. That leans more into like a Yoru playstyle like that he's used to versus like the movement duelist of Neon. I feel like this actually fits his playstyle a lot. I wonder if it would be any hindrance to his calling to be on that duelist role, or if it's pretty natural for him and he feels comfortable with it.
All right, this is it. We're ending week one with a banger. And who better to call the action? These guys are stoked because England got third place today. Third place, isn't that right, fellas? Here's Brennan's sideshow.
Listen, buddy, bronze medal's better than nothing. But hey, listen, a matchup here, NRG, MIBR, reigning world champions versus the quote-unquote super team that we've been alluding to. But there's an interesting twist to this tale with this game today, because you have two teams as well that have been struggling with identity issues in terms of compositions they want to play, what roles they want to play, what IGL they want to run in some instances.
Well, we just watched a game which I think was defined by one team, 100 Thieves, having their identity, knowing exactly what they want to do, and the other team struggling to still come up with answers to that. So I am so interested in both of these squads to see who's ahead of it. We're seeing NRG change around what roles, what agents they want to play from a week-to-week basis. They've just come back from a tournament where Ethan was playing Neon. The desk have been talking about it, and they're already swapping it up. But I like the comps. I do think these make sense.
We'll see it now. Bit of a high-low now. The smoke is going to be blooming. Cuts it away, and it's on either side here, but there's a lot of damage done from the Sheriffs. Ethan immediately. Cheeky little two-piece and looking to gear up as well. Take it a little bit one step further. Matter forwards. Raring to go. Plenty of confidence. Burno going to be shutting him down, though. And now, game of that timing once more. Tex immediately answered back here. It's a 1v2 now that Verno's left into, and not enough health to really do the job.
It's Kiko and Scuba, last alive for NRG, closing things out. And that's the weirdest part to me of all of these compositions. I can get on board with Ethan playing the Phoenix, but seeing Kiko come out here on the Cypher is unusual to me. And having Scuba be picking up the Omen instead, there is a huge amount of flexibility on both of these teams, honestly. But finding the right pieces in the right spots is going to be a puzzle that they figure out. And our general topics in these early week 1 games, Brent, have been, you know, it's a marathon, not a sprint.
Sure.
These teams are going to slowly be leveling up and trying to get towards play-ins or playoffs, whatever. But actually, for these two teams, especially, champs points matter.
Yeah, for NRG especially. I mean, they're currently 3rd leading, I believe, in Americas.
Yeah, they've got 11, I believe.
And so it gives you the possibility of skipping play-ins, playoffs, whatever it might be.
Yeah.
Or if it just goes poorly, right? So not necessarily skipping, you will have to play in it.
Yeah, but if NRG can start racking up these wins, it matters a ton. For MIBR, a bit less so. There are chances that they could still make it through on champs points, but they're going to have to play, by the look of it, another one of those qualification games, which have been a nightmare for them.
Yeah, they have the high-pressure matches MIBR just struggled with all year long.
Credit to them for getting to those spots, but yeah, their actual results in them have been lackluster.
Yeah, weren't able to bring it over the line here. Pretty standard round so far from MIBR. Looking to take this one forwards. It's clean shooting, really. Target-rich environment for Mada. Thriving off the back of it. To see them all topple and fall. Lovely show of form from Mada.
And NRG are going to have guns to be able to work with. I don't expect to see the most elaborate set strats coming out from NRG, because we know that they've only just come up with this version of the composition that they want to run.
Yeah.
These people in these exact roles. But if they were going to show something, it would probably be on a defensive bonus like this, and they've got the experience. See if MIBR give them the respect.
They're aware of the outlaw, so full armor. No one really trying to min-max in terms of that economy. A little bit of a peek there. Mada. Here's a lot of damage, isn't it? Onto 2 critical targets, Aspas and Zekken. Knocked down as a result of it. John's going to be used pretty early on here. Brock looking to see if he can clean up the picture of how the round is developing.
Zekken's going to heal, but that still puts him liable to get picked off by the outlaw.
Yeah. There's danger lurking here, but B main space from Prior. Rest of the pack now going to be grouping up behind it. Just Tech showing presence. Doesn't give away the game just yet. A one-way though. Bit of a peek. Kiko unaware really of whether or not the cross has happened. And he could be swiftly overwhelmed here as the Uto is going to be flying forwards. That's a bit of a misstep, but still. Paranoia is going to be sweeping forwards into the back of the side. Kiko unaffected. He's buying time now, stalling this one out, but together the fight's taken. MIBR finding it, and Mada finding it difficult to really target Prio. It's MIBR filling up that feed. Spike in the hands of Verno, eventually scattering back, and it's a good planned spot to be in. Scuba and Ethan now. 2 left to stand against 4. Paranoia of their own alongside that Molly.
Good Molly.
Mazzino, yeah, it is lovely work. He's going to have to respect it. But still, it's going to be difficult to overcome this here. Massive player advantage for MIBR, and again, all on the same page, making a call to try and take the fight onto the right side of the pillar. Works out in their favor massively.
Considering how much damage was done at the very beginning by the Outlaw, MIBR navigated that round pretty wonderfully.
Yeah.
Managed to keep a lot of guns up, going to keep their economy in a great spot too. But Mada's going to make the upgrade over to the op. So the danger has only just started for this attack side. It is great seeing Aspas come out on the Neon. If they were going to run the Neon on any of the maps, the desk were talking about it, of course you would be looking to run it here. I was just looking, the last game that Aspas played on Sunset was when he was at Champs 2025, and he was lighting the world on fire playing Neon here.
Yeah. No slouch on it.
His form at that tournament that NRG won was absurd. If you could get a glimmer of that, my God, it would make a difference, because Aspas has been quite quiet this year.
Maybe I would love to catch that lightning in a bottle, wouldn't they? Maybe they'll have a chance to do it, though. Scuba is going to be hearing this. A lot of util flying forwards alongside that flash, but he will be forced to respect the space, concede most of it.
Yeah, the Paranoia doesn't really get done there the job that he was hoping for. MIBR still move forward, still clear that spot, still create the question mark on the map.
Yep.
And because of that, Mada's actually pulled away from the B line. He was looking towards B main, which is where Tex is slowly edging towards.
It's good calling from Mazzino. Stepping into the role for the team here, the push and pull. Like you said, he's weakened up the B site now for it.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of teams focus too much on mid on Sunset, but this pressure on the outside of the maps works beautifully.
And running back second is going to be leading a charge for this one here. Kiko's job really just to pull back all the way. Ethan's going to be using one of his own app. It is clearing up most of mid, understandably so. Just a spray and hail of the bullets there onto the site. No connections. MIBR might be looking to fight this one step further forwards. There's still backside controllers there, fighting forwards. They need to contain over towards that one extremity. Mada going to be leaving these backside players.
Mada with the ult, Mada with the wall. Lots of good tools here for NRG to get back in on the retake.
Absolutely is here. Stun's going to be ricocheting alongside that dart now, moving forwards to the overdrive. Past and forwards. Mazzino at least hits a cracking shot before the trade attack, but it's that bait and switch. Aspas! Straight in there, but now brings it into that 1v1. Kiko versus Tex. The Cyphers against each other here. Health advantage here to Kiko. Takes a tap, takes a fight forwards, but Tex! Incredible work. Magnetic straight to the dome.
That is a big shot from Tex. Under pressure, less HP. You need to see moments like that coming out from Tex. He's been under the microscope. Lots of scrutiny over the course of this year. The whole of MIBR have. But I think he in particular, if he can come out with more big moments like that, he's going to silence the people doubting.
Looking crispy there, buddy. Looking crispy.
Ever the showman. Love that. The addition of the big red button is
it's good.
It's great.
It's a lot of comedy value.
What a good bit.
It is.
What
it's
a good
great bit.
I'd like alarms to go off.
Yeah.
Some kind of strobing red light in the back as well.
Cannons going off, maybe. Do we have the budget for that?
Yeah. If they push a button on the other side, one of the players drops through a trapdoor.
Yeah, that sort of stuff here. Timeout's being taken pretty early, though. Round 5 for NRG. Something to correct. They obviously losing most of these rounds where they have the guns, so...
Well, I think there's a real obvious macro problem here, which is... Yeah, well, A main as well, actually.
Right.
Just the mains of the map in general. Because as soon as the pressure came in that round over towards A main, Scuba throws one paranoia and there's never any ability to go and re-clear that or grab info of any kind. You know, not a drone really being used, no player looking to contact re-clear or flash re-clear it. They just gave up the space and gave up all the info. Never knew where the hit was coming.
Yeah.
That's poor macro for NRG, and they got punished for it. But like you said, it's good. It's good from Mazzino.
Yeah, it is.
We didn't realize at the time that he was IGLing for those 2 playoff games that they lost.
And this one is going to be an immense amount of pressure. One of these shots just coming straight through the wall here. Aspas dropped down to 20 HP, but still going to be leading it fiercely in. There it is, against the eco that players just topple.
Prioritizing
that.
Prioritizing the plant there onto Zekken. Halfway up to the next ult.
Very good as well. Long term. Thinking about how they're going to be generating the ultimates for the rounds that really matter too when NRG get those guns in their hands. It's nice by Verno, just containing and plugging up the flank.
Deploying drone.
This is MIBR's map pick. They're looking comfortable on it at the moment. Got a nice idea of how they want to make this comp work. Also, as I said earlier, I think the composition makes a ton of sense for the meta and for the players. You can just imagine Aspas having big games, being able to op on the Neon as well is going to be fantastic for him on the defense side. Zekken can absolutely carry on Phoenix. That's something that we'll see.
Potentially solves a lot of the issues that we were seeing from MIBR as well when they were just kind of out of sync, weren't they, I think?
Yeah.
Zekken a lot of the times was sending it. There wasn't too many players behind him.
Yeah,
reversed the roles a little bit.
Big mismatch there in terms of tempo, pace.
Yeah.
You had a couple of players who like to play fast and aggressive. I tend to think of that being Zekken and Mazzino.
Sure.
And then a couple of players who like to play their life and they're a bit more cautious, and they just couldn't quite get it in sync at that stage.
Nice boys.
And yet the talent on this team is so good, they were still making it deep.
Right, yeah. Into those matches where they could potentially qualify here. A lot of you two are going to be offloaded nice and early, but this is all an attempt to see if they can squeeze the players out through mids. Mada sent straight down through the gut of the map, all the way forwards. Now it's a lot of space to be gained, but it's an instant reaction of MIBR. Straight into the side now, but they're going to clear these backside players. Scuba! Tai, what is a shot? One bullet just connects straight away, and Verno! Hell of an opportunity, and he does just at least stand up to the challenge. Kiko, look to see if he can do a little bit more here, but he is just in that 1v4. Very little opportunity to do much.
Couple of moments of individual brilliance here from MIBR, and they put another big round on the board. NRG making changes, but coming out of the tag timeout, MIBR one step ahead. All the adjustments that Bonkar will have been talking to them about haven't really happened because MIBR have gone from playing a slow defaulty rounds to just sending it on A.
Ah, there it is.
And Kiko hunted down, dealt with, no gun kept over, but they still will be able to buy. Zekken, though, one away from being able to get his ultimate online.
Doing a very good job of just generating. Getting plants in. Ult orbs as well, even though Zekken is only on 2 kills.
Yeah. This 2K here is deadly good from Verno.
That'll be good. All right, 4-2 here. NRG have got to see if they can turn things around soon. Timeout was taken, but it hasn't worked out just yet. Now mid looks to be name of the game here for MIBR.
They're anticipating the NRG fighting over the ult orbs. Zekken's one away, so the obvious thing would be for Mazino to go over towards A. Scuba steals it.
Yeah.
There's still a B ult orb that they could play for, but MIBR are trying to be a bit unusual here.
Keep your eyes, man. I'm going to be taking a swing off that one. The George is not quite tagging him, but he's just colliding into the wall there. Aspas will capitalize. And he's straight in there now. An exchange of weaponry. Picks up the big stick now. Look at it. Let's see what he can do with it.
Does he think about Scuba,
Jumps for that. He connected.
Oh, that's more. That is wild.
Straight through the box. Ethan. So throw down a bit of util just to heal all the way back up. And now they're going to be leaving him as that bit of an insert. Hunter's Fury. Out of nowhere. Trying to push players potentially into the sight line. And he does connect it well. If Ethan didn't heal up prior, he would have been gone.
Aspas has not thought about Scuba, surely.
It's a slide off angle as well from Scuba. Smoke in the face. Cause a bit of concern there. We're in the 40-second mark of the round. It needs to be a bit of a goal and an end in sight here for MIBR. They are gearing up towards A.
Again, NRG can never re-clear over towards A, but thankfully Kiko's taken space on the other side of the map.
Yeah, it makes it easy for him. NRG can stack players, 3 of them over towards A now. They're ready to respond in kind. 20 seconds left. Ethan, as low as anything now. You're in an abundance of the util once more, being chucked over towards the site. Fast lane, walking up through it. Verno's already there, but already that's going to be traded. In, through, and out. These kills found. MIBR. Incredible form. We're seeing once more. Kiko left to just pick up the pieces. Do whatever he can with them, but it's an unwinnable scenario.
It's another spot where he should probably just go and save. And that is brutal. I love the confidence coming out from Tex again in that position. It's another spot where he's in a 1v1 and he could tuck, he could play his life, but instead he goes for the swing on a timing, shuts the player down from NRG, defends the rest of his team and keeps them alive in a 3v1.
It's looking a lot better from MIBR.
It really is.
Gotta say, they're all on the same page. Not seeing the same disconnect that we were prior.
No, it absolutely feels like the machine is working.
Yeah.
Prior to this, I think it would have been quite reasonable to call MIBR a group of good players rather than a great team. Even though they were getting deep in these tournaments, even though they were a match away from qualifying the global events multiple times.
Yeah.
But the system didn't necessarily work. It's early days. We still have to see them on defense. We still have to see them on maps that they haven't specifically picked. But all the early signs are good.
Adjustments again here to the setup. Kiko. Just wondering where to potentially play.
Cage trigger.
A lot of that util thrown out. Early cage. It's been a pretty standard affair here for MIBR. Slowly trying to take that B main control. Looks like the idea from NRG is potentially a punish. Gearing up for it. They're holding util. Ethan potentially with the flash. But it's just matter with the judge. He wasn't really able to play off this. And look at Tex. He's already just found that gap. Now timing all the way in. Matter doesn't have the right weapon for this one here. Now we're going to see the runner back send flying forwards here. Anything to see if they can entry into this. The dart is good. It delays for just a second.
That's the spike.
One flash through. Spike going to be dropped down toward the back of the side. It's a good kill to be claimed. And already MIBR playing off the back of the space. The wall dividing up most of the site here. But as it fades away still, it's a curtain that drops and it's not in the favor of NRG. They are crumbling underneath it. Once more, Kiko. Left wondering where's it gone wrong. Why are they avoiding my sights? Not able to get involved.
And Aspas is all over them like a rash. He is truly taking control in rounds like that. 15-3, this is the guy. If you've only started becoming a fan of Valorant this year, you might be thinking, why is everyone talking about this dude? Yeah. He's fine, but he's been nothing amazing. But if you've been watching for longer than 1 year, like at all,
you know the peaks.
You know what this guy, not just the peaks, the consistency.
Yeah.
It's been every year. He's been incredible, both in terms of his impact and his ability to get teams deep in tournaments. Well, right now he is taking over. As soon as the system works, he's there.
This is panic time for NRG, isn't it? It's the second time I'm going to be called in the first half. We're only in round 9.
Yeah, this is where, if they had the other button, you'd be dropping their assistant coach through the trapdoor or something. Into the pit of crocodiles.
Yeah. Trying to make somebody the scapegoat here.
Did you come up with that defensive setup?
Yeah, what was that? But NRG so far only able to get a pistol and a follow-up in this map so far. It's been 6 rounds straight.
They've been getting outplayed in the macro as well, which is such an unusual thing to see from NRG's perspective. MIBR don't have to do anything too complicated, but they are getting B main for free every round by just having Tex walk in there. And MIBR, because they pressure A and then return back to B, NRG have got no answers for it.
Getting handed some very easy execs onto the B side. Got to try and fight over it. This time, Mada does have the rifle. Looks like he is trying to square up into that B main direction to ensure that Tex just can't really play in there.
Yeah, you don't have to fight over it at a barrier drop. You could run a trap play as well. Make Tex a bit scared of taking that space for free.
And breaking the cam, finally. It's been getting away with murder. Very slow. MIBR just willing to wait, absorb if there is any off-the-rip aggression out of the timeout.
And this time, Recon being used over towards A main. So that allows Scuba to get on a deeper line. They invest the drone now to take B main instead of just having Tex walk up on it. And that's better because it gives NRG an understanding of when the timing is being taken in B. You can see that informs the defensive rotates, but it also pulls Scuba out of his position. He goes walking further down and gets caught.
He's just completely unaware. All over the place here. As soon as Scuba goes down, Mada's just trying to fill the gaps.
He's walking backwards in there, though.
Yeah, Neural Theft now is going to be revealing all the players' positions here. NRG are really getting squeezed, out-called, which is crazy to say.
Yeah, it's crazy how lost they look, actually, on their defense.
Currently, already, it's just Kiko. He's going to be running down into the side. Anything to see if he can alternate this one, but again, presence of mind. Spike handed up. The second up. Like hot potato, pass the spike around so you can get it into the hands of Verno.
Is it time to start talking about how difficult it is to call from Duelist? I mean, there is a very good reason why most teams don't do it. But at the same time, you don't normally rely on your IGL on defense as much. A lot of different teams have either the Senti or the Duelist. You know, maybe sometimes your Oppa calls a defense round based on where they want to play. Sometimes your Cypher says, hey, I want to swap over to the other side of the map. Like, it's not always the case that your IGL tells you exactly what defensive setup to be running.
Micromanaging everything.
Yeah, but the proactivity, the protocols for being able to gather information back are really missing.
It's just nothing going right now for NRG. Struggle City. And Brock is going to be just dismissed. Wave of a hand there. Few stray shots from Aspas. Flawless for MIBR. They are dominating in this map.
7 rounds in a row, and none of them particularly close. NRG getting worked by the slow rounds. Then when they took attack timeout, MIBR increased the pace. Then after a while, just go back to the slow stuff, and Ethan's brain is having to work overtime to keep up with what's going on. They've not been able to come up with any kind of solution here. And the MIBR fans are eating.
Yeah, enough buffer with the money. NRG. Half armor and stingers. Gamble from them. 4 players over towards A, just hoping that somebody might walk in. See them slowly take that space, including the orb. It's been a heavy priority for MIBR. Clearly trying to build around the ultimates. Deep drone as well, but it has always been cautious so far from MIBR.
Trap play here, Paranoia and Flash.
I'm going to see it now. Double flashes potentially off of Mada's contact, and there it is. It's going to be triggering it all the way forwards for that high ground ankle, Mazzino! Great contingencies in the back of the minds of MIBR. Mazzino the one to put a stop and stunting the play. Completely dissolving it. Any chance at all? Lights out.
That's beautiful. Absolutely textbook stuff from MIBR. Mazzino was up there the entire round, knows exactly what his job is. He's the guy playing anti-flash, and he cleans it up. Everything that NRG try, MIBR have got an answer. They've used their time off really, really well, at least on this map. There's a reason why it's, you know, the first map that they pick instantly here. Question is going to be, as we go towards Breeze and Summit, how deep does this go? Especially Summit, that's such a weird map.
It's a question mark. Yeah, that's for sure.
It's also crazy because NRG have just played a tournament where it wasn't even in the map pool.
No, but still, it's available, and it was ready to be picked. This is off the rip. Run it back, used by Ethan. Trying to push this back in a way. He's at least going to be clearing up some pieces of the util, but...
Again, the response from MIBR is perfect. They give away the space, but Mada gets on a deep line because of this. Verno still has drone.
Brook also going to be clearing up towards mid here. The drone not seeing much. Again, B main control. A lot of noise being made. Shock dart's going to be sailing. A bit closer though as the trips. Slowly getting broken, but not the one into B main. And Tech's now crossing up onto a bit of a deeper line. Don't believe he has a cage to get out of here. Hunter's Fury. That's going to be clearing him. Okay. Presence of mind for it! There's no shot. Tex!
He's out!
How the hell is he surviving? No possibility at all, but Scuba potentially going to be that dangerous player. Tex again! Just leading it for them. Lit up though there by the Tart. Mana looking to see if he can play over the back of it alongside Brook. A bit of pace now, exactly what NRG ordered.
It's a better round in the end. It's also the first rifle round that NRG have been able to put together. I was worried there that Tex was about to pull a rabbit out of a hat on them.
Yeah.
But NRG come away with it in the end. They had a much better idea this time that the hit was going to come through on B. That early Phoenix ultimate also helped them get more information in the round. But they are not going to have that to work with again. It's also the final round of the half. They're already 5 rounds down.
One enemy remaining.
Tough going. But if NRG can get one more, it's always a chance. We're seeing that stack of bodies. 3 players over towards this elbow angle. Flash did not connect, but it glides! Oh my! Sliding to the side, Aspas, this guy unleashed, twisting and turning away from the flash. The reaction times off the bloody chart. And the fight just gets taken as a bloodbath in through elbow. Bodies falling. Blue crosses on the minimap.
The turn of that flash was phenomenal. And again, MIBR just have the perfect reaction. Verno's ult is great. The way the duelists are playing together is great.
Spike planted.
Tag as well spells out the remaining 2 players. In terms of positioning, Scuba crossed up into CT here. Jump spot Zekin looking for that extra information now. That's a bit of spam, okay. Fortune potentially going to be favoring NRG here in a spot. You're going to need it, I think, to try and win a round like this already. Norafef going to be pointing out the positions into that anchor spot. Zekin just trying to play his life and already swinging out wide. This is shots in the dark there from Tex into that elbow angle and all that damage. Bullets spraying them all down here. 9 rounds for MIBR. Pure excellency.
A phenomenal approach to the attack side of Sunset. Their map pick, but everything working beautifully together. Aspas and Zekin playing off each other. The players know what to do if flashes come through, if aggression comes through. Mazzino owned the macro, out IGL in Ethan. Beautiful beginnings.
Nice, boy. Let's go. Let's go, boys.
And 9-3, they're going to be happy with that one here. MIBR in a dominant position to potentially close out the map.
So when you come to the Riot Games Arena, you not only get to watch Valorant, but you also get to play Valorant. I have a lot of people right behind me that get to play some deathmatch, that get to hang out with friends in between maps, or even if you get to get here a little bit earlier. And also right behind me is the monitor. So yeah, you might be a little late, you're trying to finish out that match, but you still get to catch the games.
Let's get started then here. NRG going to have to dig deep into the hidden reserves, I think, to try and pull this one back, because they're sitting at a 9-3 scoreline to MIBR, currently in the lead. It has been pure brilliance, really. Aspas is sitting at the top of the scoreboard. He's 19-5.
That's a pretty good half.
It's not bad.
That is a pretty good half. More than 1.5 KPR. Pretty exceptional stuff.
NRG just throwing everything at this here. Pistol round, 4 sheriffs in their hands. See what they can do. Mid being the priority.
Well, they've already got a trap play in B main. Kiko's going to be under pressure if he tries to do the same thing that Tex was up to.
Verno is a bit exposed here onto this angle, potential to be punished. He's missed a bit of a timing because players are lurking up now, and as that face, oh my, the Sheriff though just rips his way through them, yet Kiko's there. Nasty shot and return of the fire. Zekin's not able to get that trade online. Good control here for NRG. Calling for a bit of a pause here, looking for the next reaction.
Tex is walking out of A main.
A lot of space here. Look at the classic though, he's got to be careful, especially now. Dropped down to 49 health, but wants to take it one step further. Forwards. On top of it, there's going to be plenty more players where that came from. Slips the net. Finds one straight to the dome onto Brock.
It's good info. The problem is there's nobody to be able to play off it.
Yeah,
both of the defenders are on this side of the map.
Kiko hears it as well. Sound cues, takes the peek, but he was low enough that right click from range will do it. Picking up the Sheriff now, brings it into that 2v2. Plant still needs to go down. Paranoia, they want to try and play this one fast, so the Plant is going down to disrupt it all. Paranoia though, sweeps onto it. Zekin now left in that 1v2. Does have the Ghost. And the Plant still not down here. Time pressure on the side of NRG. Trying to find a position to play a bit safer. Scuba to reposition into elbow. Matter with a safe Plant. Tucked behind the Jenny. Jump spot, Zekin swinging wide, and a couple of rattling of bullets out of the Ghost. Not enough to finish off Scuba.
NRG needed that one. Absolute desperate for a pistol round there. They've got to hope that their attacking ideas can be a lot better than what they showed on defense. Opted into a massive Sheriff purchase. Kiko gets away with murder on this one. Found a timing just as Zekin was putting away his flash. Doing a moonwalk after every kill there.
Oh, we got the pistols at least. I mean, come on.
You gotta look at the positives.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
If you get double pistol and you end up getting owned in this map, though, that is not a positive.
Yeah, it's not a great sign. Still, NRG, it's not over till it's over. There's no team that understands that better than them. Deep cam is not going to be broken early, but eventually now. MIBR scattering a little bit. Had a heavy stack of players over towards B. Believe they made a lot of noise. They're trying to force a potential rotation, but now walking back towards it.
Yeah, it's only Aspas on this side of the map, but he is also the only one with a Sheriff. And if we've seen anything from Aspas today,
Crazy
it's
angle.
that he is hitting.
Yeah, and he's gone for the peak here, but it's being held. Watched for here by Mada, and he's got that Marshall. I think it's slightly now, and there it is. Good movement there from Ethan, dodging a lot of the potential danger. Call for the pause now, waiting for the util, and it's going to be sweeping its way forwards. Clears out most of the A site, just for good measure.
And the drone there from Brock gives them immense peace of mind. They don't put the plant onto Ethan, so they're not doing as good of a job here, NRG, at trying to maximize the really important attack side ults that they have. Triple flank. A little bit of danger to deal with.
Yeah, MIBR making a lot of noise. Presence is known. I've seen it now, already just facing past it. Ethan with that rifle, that blind, not ideal.
He was playing Neon a week ago.
Yep. He's having to do quite a lot from his position, but here we are, Tex. Onto the high ground, they are going to be clearing him up.
One enemy
rest of NRG as well, just going to be following suit in terms of just trying to clean up the rest of these players. Second goes down, it's not the end of the world. It's halfway to another runner back.
Meanwhile, Ethan somehow, after winning the pistol and the follow-up, is actually further behind than Zekin is. So they've not particularly done a good job of building up some kind of snowball here. NRG, it looks like, still working with the fundamentals of their sunset theory rather than trying to hone the details.
Very nice, very nice. Give me some. Oh, am I dead?
Just keeping it casual.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
You're all good.
It's over.
Mada's going to pull out the attack side outlaw here.
Yeah. See this one for their bonus idea. It's very healthy here for NRG. converting this round cleanly could be the right path to see if they can get it in back into the map. Almost going to be picked up. Holding a bit, some pieces of the util. It's the Blaze Wall, cuts its way, and it does break the trip. That was, I think, a lineup specifically for it.
Yeah, nice idea.
Yeah, getting nerdy with it here. Mada! There's one shot there, just not enough to claim the kill. He needed to be precise as anything. 10 HP though, Verno immediately retreating.
That's now 2 players that have died to the Outlaw because Aspas has light armor. Ethan stayed in this position over towards B.
Potential for him to call the Packer players back, but for now, all grouped up.
There's not going to be much time for them to all come back.
See a bit of a presence here. The Paranoia gets sent flying forwards here from MIBR. Both teams left guessing in terms of player positions. Kiko trying to get a lurk timing right now, but hasn't been enough noise pressure. He feels uncertain about it. 30 seconds left. You've got to make a move now. And okay, as the door bursts open, they're going to be making moves over towards this side. Mazzino, though, holding his ground towards the back of the side. He needs shoulder to Tex. Stun, dodged. Cage now going to be deaded, and that gives a bit of cover. Anything to play around here, while Zekken is also just lighting them up from afar. Flashes through. This is really awkward now for NRG, finding it difficult to get anything going. Damage done. Plant needs to go down, and it will do just that. Brook finally committing towards it, but Mada caught into a corner. Brook! Tasty little two-piece, but it is just up to Kiko now. Sharp shooting, aim on point. Verno miles away, and a damage done to Zekken. This is incredibly winnable.
He's
hearing the footsteps.
Verno.
Yeah, he does. Sound cues. Already there. Dart. Dodge for now. Diffuse, half. Zekken's already on it, but his position, he's going to run back just to heal back up. Crazy usage and now sticking potentially. There it is. What a play to make.
That's outrageous. If Kiko had had anything with high penetration, a Guardian or a Sheriff, he would have been able to wallbang that spot as well. I just couldn't find the angle on the guy.
It's crazy.
It was incredibly winnable. There's the Blaze Wall.
Yeah.
And Scuba tried to take that timing. Aimed to take the jump onto Zekken, who had a round 3 Phoenix ultimate, despite losing the pistol, which is crazy stuff.
Heavy prioritization and trying to build it up. We saw it on the attack. They're doing it on the defense.
Yeah.
Swapping around at the guns. Oh, barely getting the weapon in time. Finally gets the Guardian though.
4-player stack from MIBR. Start of the round. Dominate A main.
Yeah.
Get Zekken another ult orb.
Drone through into mid. Crosses up though as it taking a lot of damage in the process. It does give away the game here. NRG taking that mid control.
A lot of pressure on Tex, who's only got a Guardian.
This is the pack of MIBR. They want to try and fight this though with a flash. Sliding towards the side here, but it's unorthodox in terms of the fight being taken, and it's not really put together well enough. NRG, they battle back. Pushing them away here. Tex trying to take a timing now that they're at that massive player disadvantage. And he hears it now as a rumble of the footsteps in through B main, but he's still worried about mid. Drone forwards. He'll look to try and take a fight here. There's no reason not to. Got to try for it. Bit of spam. Hold on. Plant committed. He's low enough that it could be spam. Tex doesn't go for it though. He's gearing up to see if he can take a fight forwards. That dart. Hold on. That's hidden inside the cage that they did it. Tex is right there. Stun has to be dissipated and dodged. He's barely around the corner in time.
He got the gun upgrade.
Trying to buy time as well for Verno to get involved, but already he will be falling. Now Verno's left into a dodgy spot. Still claims the life of Ethan. 2 players into main. Dart's going to be rebounding. Took too tight into the corner, but broken anyway. Shock Dart. He's got the angles right. Tell you that much. Rebound now. You're going to be sidestepping most of it, but time pressure on the side of NRG. They can play this one nicely. First contact taken by Mada. He knows now. With that wide swing and that wide face. Great little kill. Mada, 3 in a round for him.
The Des were talking about how Mada's going to be a key player for NRG, that he needs to step up, that his form wasn't good enough, was the implication in London. Well, he's playing well at the moment. It's no Aspas. I think that's an unfair comparison to make. But in terms of what you need and want a Neon to be doing, Mada's been there.
Nice, guys. Nice job. Nice job,
utilizing the scope weapons when it's required. Top of the scoreboard, positive KD, going in, clutching up towards the end there as well.
Yeah.
Big impact, good multi-round.
You can never count this NRG team out. If there's one thing they've got, it's experience. They're going to know how to drag it back 1 round at a time. Shocked out. Where was that one going? Stack of bodies, though, for the eco of MIBR. Nobody home on B. NRG are going to have open access to this one. Let's see if they want to prioritize the ult again into the hands of Ethan.
I mean, they haven't been doing it the whole time.
Brock's got his ult already.
Yep.
Tiny details just going missing here for NRG that might make the difference really in the long term.
Yeah, there's a strong chance that Zek can actually laps Ethan in terms of ult generation in this half.
Jump spot here. MIBR going to be aiming to see if they can just go down to the spike. They don't want to generate Ethan's ult. Verno happy to die though. It means he gets his own ult online, but they are just going to play this as about as standard as you can. Verno might just start to square up now, gearing up to take a fight. The players are flooding in. I think they're potentially hearing the sound cues here. They're making this difficult. Hold on, trying to make a go for things onto the spike, keeping them trapped in, locked in. The defuse denied. Long range with the shockies. It's cheeky stuff, really.
And they do take a gun away, 2 guns away, 3 guns away. Scuba walked back into the spike. What are you up to there?
It's not ideal.
What's he doing?
Yeah, it's not ideal, is it?
I don't think it's going to matter in terms of what they can buy, because Mada has his ult, but it's still not going to be great.
Yeah.
And that was way more expensive than they wanted it to.
It's a cheeky idea for the eco. I mean, MIBR, instead of trying to go down to the spike, just causing chaos by going for the last-ditch defuse.
And Brent, your concern was it might build up Ethan's ultimate. Well, I'd like to inform you
There's 2 missing.
That, don't worry, didn't happen at all.
Yeah. In the midst of all of it.
Your fears were misplaced.
Triple walk down mid here for MIBR. Different take of the direction. Kiko's made noise. He's made noise. Here's the perfect timing here. Aspas hands it up onto a platter. Tex, though, isolated. He's alone here up onto the side. Still gets to 1, though. It's good work. Backside control, though, trying to flip the map ever so slightly, but this is disjointed. Ethan is very much alone here. Walking forwards and accounted for. Zekin sets his sight on him. Hunter's Fury pushed him back. Plan committed onto the absolute other side of the map here. All the way onto A. It's Carnage. Broad just trying to peel them all the way back, and time pressure really is all Scuba's counting on. The time it's going to take them to rotate all the way to A.
It's also just so much missing information. They have no idea where Scuba could have repositioned to.
That's the advantage he's got to work with. He doesn't have the health, but he's got the gun for it. TP. It's an ult committed by Mazzino just to clear sections of this map. Deep Tide as well coming online for this one. Smoke's going to be covering this. A bit of spam. Scuba needs to get lucky. 1 bullet finds it. TP though, but there's going to be a player right behind him in a second. Sealing it up.
It's an important round for MIBR to be able to put together. Stop some of that momentum that NRG built up. Prove that you can stop a B exec from coming through. And Zekin has lapped Ethan in terms of ult generation in this half. This is now Zekin's 2nd Phoenix ult that he has available here, compared to Ethan's first that they both got up at the same time in the same round. We've been talking about it, but the details are definitely off for NRG. This looks like a map that they haven't been able to put as much time and thought into, which makes sense. I mean, we knew that they were changing comp.
Yeah, it also makes sense as well. They've been hard-pressed. They were talking about burnout heading into London, the amount of matches they've had to play, and they ended up opting into quite a few more as well. We're seeing them sending it flying forwards now. A bit of a squeeze through tiles and through a main, but right reaction from NRG. Sending it flying forwards over towards the B side, as much as they can possibly gain with the ground.
A bit unusual in the sense that there's nobody here whatsoever. Ult comes through from Ethan, though. Clearing this up, getting rid of the trips.
MIBR just so constant now, the pressure being applied despite the stack of players. Tex being potentially burned, 2 cinders, but he gets out of there alive. Zekin, when the back popped off. And then NRG again, they're running to the other side of the map.
Mazzino's going to be able to head them off.
There's a mad dash here. Mazzino is going to be able to hear all of it, like you said. And now plenty of footsteps following up with it. Nah, the smoke. Drop down, he's looking for the right timing onto this one, and all the sides turn around. Doesn't have a TP to get past this.
No, he's missed it a little bit there.
But still, he can cause chaos and carnage. Off to the side, Kiko watches it. Critical is the kill, vital at that. Pressing forwards, though, the advantage for Aspas! And the shot's in the dark, straight through the box. At least, kill traded out. Zekin, composure now as he just holds his ground onto the angle, isolating. Running away as well, a game of timings. Up through, silent hop up, and Broad potentially with the footsteps. But he misses it. Just that mark. 18 seconds left. It is a scramble, isn't it? Back and forth we go. Amount of ground being covered. The door's going to be closed up, and Brock will get open access to this B site.
10 seconds left.
That also gives him the knowledge. Space not taken up as Zekin is rapidly approaching. Now with that knife out, he's already there. Players spotting each other out. It comes down to the reaction times. Zekin finds a target. puts Brook straight into the ground.
And sends a little wave across the stage. What a wild round. NRG pivoting all over the place.
Kilometers covered.
Yeah, and they're also not going back to a lurk player. They are just full pivoting, deathballing around the map. You know, if they had thought ahead, then maybe they would have Kiko holding some space elsewhere, or maybe even Scuba in a lurk position. But no, it's mass migrations, like wildebeest on the plains. They go east and west.
You're insane, bro. Let's go, brother.
Mazzino had his own chance of being able to deliver the impact in the round, but it was Zekken who ended up getting it done towards the end.
One round.
5 in a row that NRG would need.
They do. Just to keep it all the way to OT. Not broken in time. It's dangerous here for Verno. Will be punished because of it. And the shot dart, I think that was intended for a trip, but Tech's going to be taking the ire of it. Up onto the box. That's Kiko! Oh! What a time to activate. Announced himself up through mid, but Mazzino happy to reciprocate at least.
And here they go again.
Another dash over towards A. Mazzino trying to take a timing off the back of this one, and A are aware of it. MIBR.
Well, this time, though, Kiko is down. So that means no trip.
Mazzino, here's it with the footsteps. That Paranoid's gone way too wide.
Far too late.
Tex forced to retreat. Doesn't like his chances in a 1v4. Or does he? Wait a minute.
Right here.
Where's he going?
I'm
assuming he's trying to save because
where are NRG going?
They had open access to the A site. Why would you go over towards B?
But also, I mean, finally they prioritized getting the ult online, but it's Ethan alone over
Tex has
here.
heard this now, and he's given an opportunity to play himself into the round, but a kill not there. Potentially covered now by Mada. Forwards and Tex, okay. The intention was to save. Now he might not get the chance to do it. They are sniffing him out. Scuba ready to receive.
Perfectly optimal from NRG. Lure him in. Lure him in. This has been a really strange map.
Yeah.
It feels to me like NRG are flying by the seat of their pants a bit.
Yeah.
Like they haven't done as much theory here, and so they're still winging a lot of these moments. I say that when the opening was Tex missing the recon dart, and so Verno get left out in the lurch, but that's just a micro issue. You can see what they were going for. I don't know if the recon got tucked into some weird piece of geometry or what, but that's a strange error there from a player who is actually playing pretty well so far today.
Some timeouts taken now for MIBR. It's the first one in the map because they've been largely just, running away with it, to be honest with you.
And it's also the first time I can remember them being pushed down onto an eco round as well.
There's been a few instances. So whatever this timeout is for, adjustments being made. One of the things that is immediately notable is the mass over rotations, right?
Yeah.
Back and forth when it doesn't go NRG's way.
Yeah, and I think MIBR probably have a read that there aren't lurkers getting into deep positions.
Yeah.
They've heard and seen them making mad dashes around the map. We'll see what MIBR decide to do with that. Whether it's a walk down tiles and get people into aggressive positions, whether they themselves just don't want to over-rotate as much, but they are stopping the site hits from coming through. Still, there are 4 opportunities for MIBR to close this out.
Should be able to find this one. It's against the Eco. And you're a dangerous team.
Same trap play that we saw earlier on.
Yeah.
Aspas takes contact with the Sheriff, and then Zekken has a flash.
A couple of layers being played towards this one. Footsteps heard. Just out of range of the dart here, and there's plenty of players walking up behind it. With the paranoia as an extra element, but it's still that stun is good. Fantastic, in fact, by Mada. It's good utility just to peel them all the way back and take a little bit of the bite out of the danger potentially from the Eco. Brook committing now to drone as well for the extra side of it. Mada, a few straight bullets, just land straight to the head. So, with the classic finding it, but that corner, Brook's got to know about this, yeah.
9 HP. But I think NRG have already sussed out the danger in this round. Good anti-flash positions as well over towards B main.
Yeah.
They baited that play out pretty nicely. And Ethan was happy to put his body on the line. He's 1 away from generating up this ultimate.
Right here.
Which would be crucial for them in the next rifle round. But they've cut noise and there's still 2 players ready and waiting, but they've only got classics.
Yeah, not a lot to work with. They do have 2 players in the right place.
There really shouldn't be too much danger.
Werner's on 9 HP.
That's a funky smoke.
That's weird. And that's going to be difficult to see if he can get through. Ethan just having to put his body on the line again, leaping forwards and through, but inside that smoke, Mazzino, okay. It is spam, reciprocated, big reveal, 18 seconds left, time pressure, but there it is. With the extra bits and pieces of spam, there's only one more player left to worry about. Texas not home, so.
Yeah, he already broke a trip and now he's just jumped into another one, so yeah. They know exactly where he is. Good awareness from NRG. One of the things, when I watched them just over the last year or so, is their awareness of smokes. I think they're really, really good at optimizing the details around that, whether it be, you know, hiding inside of them, ducking into them, spraying players down off someone else's minimap contact.
Sure.
They've got a lot of the good micro protocols down in spots like that.
Tex, hello, 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 hold on. Time ticking away. Getting dicey though, getting dangerous.
I wasn't worried.
You weren't worried? I mean, there was no time. Let's be real, there wasn't any time, but it's still.
Who was it at London? It was EDG against XLG or something?
Yeah.
Where we saw a ridiculous round like that happen. Well,
good awareness in terms of the smokes where players could be.
There were 5 chances for MIBR to close this map out, and now there's only 3, but they've got rifles back and an operator for Aspas. It does look like they're headed roughly in his direction.
This is going to be holding down towards his elbow angle. Zekken was just there, I think, just to break some form of the util. In case they decide to use the drone. Really this spot, but it's just a jiggle, and now they're going to be punished for it. Fast lane. Aspas no intention, though, of evacuating. He's not going to be leaving the vicinity. Back up onto the line now. Scuba, Flash, and Molly swing around to the corner. Anything to clear them out now with the Hunter's Furies. An extra piece, though. This is used on NRG side of things just to see if it can clear away, but there's no follow-up. Nothing else alongside it. Up through mid now is the call. NRG trying to find it, but it's kill! It's a little bit labored, a little bit messy. Kiko's not able to get that one done. Run it back now from Ethan, looking to see if he can carve a path out up through Market. Yuto being held out, hold on. Another player really aware. Mazzino! Almost going down to the Molly. Peel back though there from the runner back. It is access now to the B site. Forwards though into it, and Texas given his chance to really see if he can claim a few lives. The deep peaks and a smoke as well just to play within. Flash though good. Mazzino adds an ult up onto the high ground box. Tex also activating off of it. The sound pressure, and surely this is it. Nail in the coffin for Sunset. What a way to end it. MIBR in a flawless fashion. They get it done.
It's an explosive end to an impressive map. MIBR have had a ton of scrutiny for good reason. Their roster is stacked. Their results have not been as yet, but this was a really strong showing that demonstrated a lot of potential and a lot of work that's gone in over the course of this break since we've last seen them. Yet to see, though, whether it extends across deeper into their map pool. We've got Breeze coming up next, Summit, the brand new map.
Yeah.
As a decider if we need it. There's going to be some serious tests coming up for both teams.
Big tests and big questions as well, but it's all going to be answered coming up on the other side of this one, so do not go anywhere.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. ExpressVPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
After stage 1 or Star Duelist of Americas was switching it up a little bit, as we've seen you a little bit more on that waylay. Should we expect more of that now?
Maybe it's going to happen in some maps or maybe not, but we're going to see it.
I really want to see it. Thank you.
Drop.
A 13-9 win for at the side of MIBR against NRG in Fraud. I want to ask about something that we've been talking about, and it is the IGLing. We heard that Mazino is now the IGL, but also something that is really important is making sure that the IGLs are the natural born leaders. Do you think Mazino is that?
Definitely. I mean, Mazino was someone that he really showed a lot of interest and a lot of intention behind wanting to be an IGL. So that really showed a lot of leadership qualities from the beginning, and it was something that me and Happy talked about. And Mazino is also someone that has great knowledge for the game too, so it's kind of been easy to teach him what it's like to be an IGL, but he has a lot of qualities very natural to him that make it a really natural fit.
What do you think is his biggest strength as the IGL?
Just the way that he knows how to play the game. He knows how to pass adaptions. He's a very aggressive player. He's not a very passive player by nature, so he knows how to really push buttons and get people in the right positions to get kills.
He's been looking pretty good. Thank you so much.
Well, it looks like Mazino's VCT Americas IGL debut so far has been a success. Map 1 goes to MIBR, but of course, there's still so much more to play here. You can't count out NRG, not by a long shot. But of course, one of the things we were looking out for was how this squad was going to be feeling. How are they going to be acting? How are they going to be looking out there? Were they going to be happy? Were they going to be joyful? Turns out they were. That's right, because they actually were feeling it. It seems like this team, Alexis, is actually turning the corner. We're gonna get ahead of ourselves too fast here, but what we saw in that game today, there's a lot to be excited for if you're an MIBR fan.
I agree. I feel like MIBR has definitely tapped into their team identity. It seems like they're all very comfortable. I was really happy to see Ospas farming on the Neon, and I kind of want to see NRG also tap into that team identity. It seems like they have some role things going on and stuff that I would love to see them sort out, but MIBR definitely had the upper hand in the hype department for sure.
Seeing the reaction on their faces here, you can tell they lost a few of those rounds, but keeping the smiles up, hey, I'm someone that's watch partied MIBR all year, and this is some of the most emotion I've seen out of them in one map. Great to see.
That's what we wanted to see. You know, listen, the robots needed to find life, okay? And it turns out the robots can cry. No, but seriously though, it's good to see MIBR in this position doing well, but of course for NRG, they're gonna be figuring out how they get that win back as we move forward in this series here. And we'll see, right, how things kind of shake out for them. But one thing is for certain, is that Ospas on Neon, it's kind of good. He's kind of good. This guy was, now I would say, not the biggest fan of the agent for a little while, right? We weren't seeing him use it as much. But this performance, if you give me this, you package it up every single time I'm in. Sell me this thing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to remember that first half for a while. I think he was up 15-3 at one point. Just an absolute domination on the Neon. And this is an agent we haven't even seen him pick since kickoff, right? This is not an agent that we see him use very often. And to see him on it again and to great effect, it only bodes well for MIBR.
I feel like everyone had faith in this guy to be able to learn this new agent and be able to be more flexible on Duelist. And I think I speak for all of us when I say we can probably say I told you so, right?
Definitely. I mean,
Yeah.
if you look at the stats here, the reason we're using the kickoff stats for Neon is because he didn't even play it in stage 1.
Yep.
So absolutely, you have every right to say
And
we
one
told
will
you
argue
so.
with Neon was at its absolute peak, you know,
Absolutely,
probably
yeah.
at that point in stage 1. So for him to have not played it at all, and also to have made it as far as they've made it, is a testament to their ability. But now that they got this Neon going, do they continue to build off of this here, Alexis?
I think so. I mean, when you have a Neon player as strong as that, showing up like that when he hasn't even played it since kickoff, I mean, you kind of have to keep rolling with the punches and keep pushing them.
Yeah, we'll see, of course, how this works out for them, because you have an MIBR squad that is poised to be able to walk away with a 2-0. But on the other side, NRG, the world champs, well, they have a lot to say about what's going on in Map 2. So let's send it over to Dan Dryad. Stand it by with Coach Bonkar.
Map 2 between NRG and MIBR is going to be Breeze but Bonkar. And the first one, we got to see some changes. And the one that I want to talk about the most is the two duelists and Mata and Ethan, what they were playing. So tell me why you decided to switch.
We're still feeling things out. We tested Ethan on the Neon for a little bit, and now we're going to be testing him on the Phoenix. We know that Adam can play the duelist. We're just trying to find a sweet spot for Ethan so he feels comfortable.
What about Breeze?
I mean, Breeze is bread and butter. We're going to be playing the same. We have Ethan and KO there, so we're good.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's right, Bonkar had to hit the fist bump there. Dan forgot about it. Unbelievable. Why do we pay these people? Now, of course, we have Breeze coming up here. And as you heard Coach Bonkar talk about, Mel, a lot of confidence there on this map. It's a good map for them, right? They've turned to it quite a bit. Curious to see what they decide to bust out here. But I think overall, you know, they sounded comfortable. Right?
Yeah, I mean, it makes perfect sense to have one of the world-class KOs on a pretty good KO map.
Yeah.
I mean, Lexi, that was my henchman, bro. She always had me on the KO. And honestly, I just want to pick Lexi's brain. What feels so good on KO for you playing this map?
I feel like you get so much more info on such a huge map. Having double duelist to me doesn't feel as great because I feel like there's so much info denial. But I obviously love Ethan on the KO, and I feel like this is his playground as well. Not only just on the KO, but calling. Like they are significantly better on Breeze than some of their other maps.
Yeah, this has certainly been an agent and a map, but more importantly, an agent KO for Ethan that traditionally has been pretty solid for him, as you had noted. So that's certainly going to be an advantage, or at the very least, something that they can lean on coming into this one. MIBR, though, they have to be feeling fantastic. What do you do here if you're MIBR? Because in the past, right, I think you saw like Aspas using like the Jet before, and they tried like different things. You could just keep going with the Neon here potentially, but is there room for MIBR to potentially experiment on Breeze?
This is a test of the team identity. Like Lexi was saying, I think these teams thrive when they actually commit to one, and so far I am convinced by what I saw in Sunset. Show me more of the meta double duelist comps, putting Zekin on that Phoenix, putting Aspas on that meta dive duelist. I think Jet is serviceable on this map, so it'll be pretty interesting to see if they end up going for the Neon, but I want to see more of that, and I'm also really excited to see Mazzino IGLing on Attack Breeze.
Yeah, exactly, right? You heard Coach Fraud, lots of hype for Mazzino and what he could potentially bring to the table for MIBR. Is this going to be a 2-0 for MIBR, or can we see NRG fight back, force that map 3? Brennan Sideshore going to have your back in Breeze in just a minute. Don't go anywhere.
Let's get to it then. Breeze being that staging ground between these two teams, and as Bonkar said in that coach interview, well, it is NRG's bread and butter. It's what they know what they're playing in terms of roles. We're not going to see too much experimentation, I would imagine, unless he was just absolutely lying to all of us.
Yeah, they come out and they're playing Reyna.
Yeah.
No, I think they will just lock it in. Again, we're talking about identities. Which teams have found their identity and know what they're going to be running? And I think for this map, it's very different to the first. It's NRG, they know exactly what they're doing. And all of our questions are about MIBR. Is Aspas going to be out here playing the Jet? Personally, I would like to see that, but Aspas on Neon is another option. The desk were talking about that, and they are. They're going to run Neon, Phoenix, solo Harbor, stealing the 100 Thieves comp.
Yeah, and I like the comp, honestly, the way 100 Thieves play it, they make up really well for the lack of secondary controller. Cypher Cage, the Phoenix Wall, it can fill in the gaps.
But
along
it's
with
unique.
The Neon Wall. It is unique. It takes a lot of prep work.
Yeah, it does. It takes a lot of effort to be able to execute a composition like this. And when you're, sometimes with these kind of comps that are more quirky, more unique, I tend to think the coach who came up with it probably understands a lot of the details, that if you're just watching and trying to figure it out for yourself, I think it's a lot harder to replicate sometimes. But we'll see. We'll see if MIBR have really got it down.
Yeah.
Because this follows that same theory, roughly, that they were running over on Sunset. At least the duelists are the same.
I'd love to see a strong start from NRG, though. Send us all the way to Summit, because I got so many questions about that map.
Yeah,
I really want to see it.
And also, when have NRG been prepping Summit? How is that in this pool?
They haven't had time. They barely had a break.
I thought that would be just instant, if not permaban, certainly second round ban.
But it's the third map, so I'm hoping and praying that we get there.
Yeah.
We're heading into Breeze, getting ahead of myself perhaps as well. And NRG, they are comfortable on this map.
Oh, the pressure's on for NRG as well, isn't it? They kind of scrape towards a somewhat competitive scoreline on Sunset.
That was with getting both pistols as well.
It was, yeah. It wasn't the greatest performance from them. They have more to play for in this match.
They do.
Because not only is this a battle between two teams that are trying to get to the top of their group in order to get straight to playoffs, that is one layer of this. The other layer is the champs points, which NRG are fighting for much more heavily than MIBR, in my opinion, because NRG are right up there trying to make sure that they lock in their position for champs, even if they flame out in playoffs.
Yeah. Currently, near the top of the pack in Americas when it comes to that one there, so it's that extra element that they can play for. Every win matters, especially so here for NRG, but they're currently on the back foot. Got a win here on Breeze to send it all the way to Summit. Have a chance as well to continue in this series. Time ticking down though, and we're getting into things for the pistol round. NRG, heavy grouper, that's 4 players. Early knife, looking for see if there's any connections. There's not. Mazzino absorbing a bit of the aggression. Not too sure how many players he saw, but he calls immediately for the hold. Firing squad lining up now for the potential return of the fire. And this is just a straight up showdown. High noon between them. Sheriffs in the hands on either side. And there's pot shots just raining out.
I'm so surprised that Scuba wanted to opt into that. He took a jiggle peek, saw the horde, and thought, yeah, we're good for it. Mada's just been trying to control things on the other side. There's an aspect that we haven't discussed too much yet, but this is one of the maps where Mada plays Harbor.
Yeah, it's an interesting one.
Tex has come back over here to fill up double doors. And NRG reconnect with Mada and looking to try to grab some information, but this Cove is giving them all the wrong ideas.
Yeah, makes it feel like it's leaning over towards B here. Whole squad is just hunting for answers right now. 3 players essentially shoulder to shoulder. Meanwhile, the A side, it's going to be taken up, but that's a kill. It's a great one, honestly, into the double doors angle. They're still worried about B.
Yeah, they're still.
Again, series of unknowns. They've lost control, but as soon as that plan goes down, it will clear things up ever so slightly. But there are flanks on, flanks occurring. Aspas one way, Verno on the other. And does leave a lot of pressure onto Mazzino, playing up onto this side, but it looks like the call is made. They're trying to double back! The damage is done from Prior. And Verno able to mop him up. Now just left up to Scuba for the pistol. Sense of urgency in his step, but now looking to slow it down, see if he can isolate some of these fights, some of these angles. One player spotted as well, but the reaction's not quite there. Aspas, they want to put him down. And it's a pistol round for MIBR.
Big kills from Aspas with the Sheriff. Great damage from Tex as well, so that Verno could finish those 2 off. This was another slow attack side round where Mazzino's calling puts a ton of questions in the back of Ethan's mind. They were going for a triple walk around, really trying to figure out where this was even ending.
They're lacking a lot of info.
Which they shouldn't really be with this composition in general.
Double initiator.
Yeah, this half they should be fine. It's mostly just because that was a pistol. Especially if they feel confident in being able to play for retake. And the Harbor comp should let you do that a ton.
Yeah, MIBR gonna let loose there with a high tie nice and early. Deep molly, even deeper dart. So Aspas, peace of mind over towards the back of the side, couple of bullets. Slamming into the opposition here, almost picking up a kill down to Ethan. Quick with the reaction times and stepping forwards. Passes won't matter. And now, straight into the firing line. Plenty of players left watching for this one inside the cove. Scuba trying to get cheeky with it. But everybody's going to be watching these angles. MIBR navigate that one pretty well. Just second going down, and he's one away from the ult, by the way.
Again, that prioritization of the Phoenix ultimate, an absolute key. The details being worked on and refined by MIBR.
Just one kill.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Aspas, 6-0. Carrying on his incredible performance from Sunset. It's cool that we got to see 100 Thieves play just earlier as well.
Yeah.
So you can compare like to like in terms of execution with this comp.
Well, this is where the danger lies here. NRG, they have guns. Got to put a stop to this one here, and mid-control looks to be a priority for MIBR. Good questions about how they're going to be handling it on this bonus.
I've got questions about how their calling structure works.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to get a chance to listen in soon enough as well. Let's hear in from MIBR.
Right there.
You walled up. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Be ready.
3, 2, 1.
Going left.
Deep. Out.
Half out. Silver tunnel. I'm going to go all the way backside.
Nice
Going all the way backside.
Nice, Ian.
Good job.
I'm not getting close
Nothing
anymore.
backside. If I die, I'm getting...
Oh, you're good, you're good.
I got a knife from somewhere.
I'm gonna smoke here, guys. After.
There's no need to even peek. I'm just gonna chill. Fight it.
I'm just throwing stuff.
Hitting a jump spot. I saw nothing spawn.
I'm just jiggling backside here.
I'm just hunting, brother.
Should save.
Nice fucking round, Ian. You're insane, brother.
Thank you, thank you.
Good round, Ian.
I'm going for the
Another
weapon.
boss.
Thank you, Eric Santos.
The compliments just raining out from either side, aren't they?
Oh, it's a nice team environment by the sound of things.
It is.
And honestly, I'd just like to echo what they were saying. Tex looks like a different guy.
Is a different player,
It's
man.
really impressive.
Before, he was looking like he was on a completely different page when we were looking before stage 2.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's not me being mean. He was genuinely, he was last alive often. He wasn't playing like this. But this is sound pressure being made and him immediately taking space off of it.
Yeah.
So he's got that killer instinct as a Sentinel player. That was missing.
It really was missing. I think my biggest critique of Tex in terms of earlier this year would have been that he was kind of like chasing shadows.
Yeah.
You know, it felt like there was something wrong in the comm structure where he couldn't quite tell where the threats were, and so he was worried about everything, which meant that he wasn't playing as aggressively as he could be. You look at today, and he's finding himself in the right spots, catching people out frequently. Aim looks sharp. If they can keep this version of the team going into high-stakes matches, that'll make such a difference.
I'm just going to send it. Okay, straight over towards B once more, putting the test and questions asked of Scuba. He does find the first one. The flash is even being dodged. And the dart is going to be delayed overhead. Scuba still alive here forwards, but Verno sidestepping it. That rifle in hand, Vandal. Makes Scuba pay, but still it's a player disadvantage situation here. MIBR do manage to get that plant down. The retake inside here for NRG. They've already got bodies in the right places. 4 players in for that backside position. Dodging and weaving now past the high tide. Verno looking for a bit of a pocket. Trying to see if he can just make the difference for this team. Wondering where they are holding. Nade sails overhead, clearing a bit of ladder. The close command position being played. That cove in through main, a bit of spam. They're going to be breaking and dissipating it now. And Verno looking to see if he can put the backstab in, but Brock watches for it still. Start of Tex now. We'll see if he can do it again in a spot like this at a 1v2. Kiko already laying it down. It's a deep angle. Hold on, this aim from Tex. It's just immaculate. And Brock tested. No time.
It's another incredible round from Tex at the end. Really immaculate stuff. 4-0.
There it is, all smiles from his comrades.
NRG also with opportunities to be able to pull off the retake. Mada Cove's main instead of the spike, which means that these players are just able to get rid of it so much quicker. It doesn't bait them into open angles. NRG can't punish, and they get wrecked in a 2v1 at the end.
Yeah. NRG just left guessing in terms of where the fire was coming from. Didn't give them the cover that they needed again. Seeing a bit of early work in over towards A main. Tex was doing this a lot on Sunset, onto the extremities. He wasn't getting punished for it.
Camera is destroyed.
This time though, Cam is being taken out, Kiko. Deep territory gained over towards elbow, but there is that awareness. Flash is dodged. Dash out active. Kiko just trying to get out alive. He's taking a lot of damage. Bullet tagged up, but he's alive for now.
It's a huge amount of information. Scuba's still got hold of that snake bite, so any potential push back into B would be rough. That's
Good.
Kiko just picking back up the midline after being pressured out of elbow. It's a beauty of a shot. Very long range.
Tex, seeing the jiggle, hoping for that connection. Rest of the team going to be joining him.
Much better defensive information here, though, from NRG because of Kiko, who gets flashed back into mid right now.
Getting active. It's a quirky high tide is going to be whipping his way around. It creates a bit of a unusual territory. Pocket to play in potentially now with a stun going in through the back of the site. There's still players there. The dart needs to be dealt with. Just the one reveal off the back of it. A bit of spam coming in through the outer section of it now, and a flash forward. Spam into the box. Barely there with a kill. Transfer not there. NRG find their way forwards.
It's a harbor roll coming out of Mazzino. A second layer, supposed to be aggression in the post plant. Amada shreds them. Don't know where he got that 3K from. They knew it was going to be over here, but whoa, he is
clean.
Sharp with that 3K.
It's a lovely reset.
They also get in front of the harbor ultimate. Golf claps from the coaching booth.
A lot more proactivity though from NRG is what we want to see. Not left guessing as much.
Kiko's the big player behind that. And especially if he can be empowered by Ethan's flashes.
Again, Bullet's going to be hitting a couple of players, trailing behind them. And big control being the goal here for MIBR. Mazzino, not scared, is he? Got a confidence, but these players are taking damage. Chip's going to be adding up here, and yeah, one bullet to the chest is going to do it, straight with the Vandal in hand. Kiko already claiming kills all over the place here. A lot more confidence, and it's working out. Brock, slightest of angles here. It's not going to reveal himself.
Compare this defensive aggression to what was going on Sunset, where they just sat back in really passive positions and lost all the information. Makes it a lot easier to call from.
MIBR are split up as a result. All over the place here. Aspas, it's a steady aim as well. Overwhelmed by two players. It still manages to claim the one for the traders there. Verno has caught Ethan with a deep push into A main. The spike potentially retrievable now, especially with Tex getting these kills. Hold on. It cracked open the B site. Neural theft gives good information. And Zekken just biding his time, waiting to pounce. And Flash is ready. Here it is. Tex catching all of them now. That Flash is absolutely brilliant. Damage done. And Hunter's Fury wasn't even necessary.
Oh man, that is a wild round from MIBR. There was a point there where they had a player still controlling A main, a player lurked into B, and one tucked in elbow, covering the entire map, just with individual players going and making plays, and all of their plays worked out. Tex gets the lurk on Tamada, Ethan gets shut down in A main, and then they cook up this play, flashing off to contact, with then a Hunter's Fury afterwards.
What these little micro plays cooked up on the fly.
Yeah, that one is definitely not a pre-prepared strat.
No. And that's what we were wanting to see, really, from MIBR. I think the super team difference, the ability to have the knowledge and the skill, experience to be able to pull off stuff like that. This pressure over towards B is going to be caught by the camp. Tank's going to be seeing it, but he's still standing his ground. Bladestorm, though, whips his way across here. One blade to the head. Kiko removes Tex, who has been a problem consistently at that.
Great info as well. Let's Mada get set up here.
Yeah, jump spotting here. Dakoto going to be layered down, but he's going to be swiftly overwhelmed here. Going to get a gun out! Aspas just jumps on the chance, really, to put the danger in play. Ethan off to the side. He's ahead of most of the smokes, but now revealed up, and now he's got a util out into his hands. He will be no more. Kiko pocket. Tiny little window, but now just one blade left, and he's looking for the reset. He's not going to get it. It's all Aspas. Laying claim to the backside as that wall dissipates. These players are no more. It's a four-piece to Aspas before he's finally brought down, and Scuba can only do so much.
Well, there you see the power of the Neon. He was able to accelerate and increase the pace so much. Mada was fumbling around with his weapons, just getting overwhelmed. He goes for a little jump spot because all of those players have been seen in cannon. By the time he's there, the Neon's already on top of him. Aspas is all over him.
Good shit. Nice round, boys. Nice round, boys.
11 kills in 7 rounds, by the way.
Yeah.
Putting up pretty much identical stats to the first half of Sunset, where he dominated.
It's a different Aspas to what we've seen this entire year.
Yeah, it's incredibly good.
And he's jumping on the chances to claim these kills.
Yeah, it's a real killer instinct.
Yeah. across
No,
the
it's
board.
fantastic.
This team is hitting right now, and they are putting the squeeze on the reigning champs. NRG down 6-1 on their map pick. Timeout, first one going to be used here for NRG to see if they can correct that course, but I think they were already making the right moves. Macro-wise, they were clearing up the map pretty significantly.
Yeah, it's the details where they're getting overwhelmed, I think. I mean, there was nothing necessarily wrong with the macro in that round. They're trying to set up Kiko onto aggressive positions. He goes for a peek, grabs a kill, re-peeks into cannon, sees a bunch of players. All right, so then the players that were in passive positions on A move forwards. Ethan runs towards double door, Mada runs towards A main, because you want to always have as much space around the map as you can. But the point is you've got to be able to fall back, and Mada just couldn't. They could not hold on. Well, this looks like there's going to be some pace. Remember what happened on Sunset. After attack timeout, MIBR decided to run some really fast set rounds. And I think Fraud's just come out with the same idea again.
Yeah, same style.
Don't let them breathe.
There's the danger of running into a bit of a stack against the eco, but I don't think they're too worried about it now, especially with the overdrive. This is going to be ran down. That might be taken away. No, sidestepped. It's a dodge. No suppression inside. That means Aspas is just let loose. Free reign now over towards it. Collection of kills potentially there for him as well. Runner back is fading, and that's just a knife pulled out. Tex was there to at least follow up off that space. His claim towards it. Kiko has passed it now with the door opening up. That's just staying alive for a little bit too long here. Kiko revealed and eventually pulling back.
It's great to see Tex in another really aggressive position again.
He's so eager to absorb the space that his duelists are creating. Zekin holding Prime now with a flash and takes it with the peak. Good connection over the blind, still holding down the angle. Sharp! Well honed is the aim. MIBR leading 7-1.
That post-plan aggro, even in situations where they're on an anti-eco, even in spots where a lot of teams would sit back, try to take the least risky option available. MIBR take a page out of 100 Thieves' book. Don't allow the retake to happen. Don't allow NRG to play their game. Throw them off. Always cause some level of disruption.
Putting so much pressure on the Mada.
Bro, second I said nothing yellow, I saw him here right at the end. Judgy.
Timing. All good though, they got the round win. No time to finish the Thor here because this is fast once more. Aspas up into elbow. Trying to hit that transfer, just can't quite get it though. NRG now pushing and putting the squeeze now and a hurt onto them. Still Mazzino is an instant reaction. It's going to be absorbing up towards the B site. It leaves Verno in a rough spot. He's left as the insert, but if he doesn't get cleared, this is everything! 2 kills instantly at that. The big reveal in through the box. An attempt to cancel out with a drone, but Brock is going to be tagged up as a result of it, and he needs to see if he can stand his ground, win the fight out, but he is in an awkward position. Just like that, MIBR. How do they do it? Finding themselves into these winnable positions. The retreat backwards, Mazzino trying to play time. Setting it with a bit of the util, now gets the acknowledgement. He's not quite on another tap here. Brock hunting for it, but has to commit to the reload. These shock darts from long range. It's cheeky stuff. It's chipping Brock down to the final few moments and no more time left to play with.
It's another beautiful round from MIBR. NRG are the ones that try to grab the tempo of the game back, dashing straight into A main, forcing MIBR to be the ones responding. But they do it perfectly. And Mazzino's run into B just to force a 1v1 and then winning it creates a winnable opportunity. Mada's done great in that spot, by the way.
Yeah.
And they knew that Verno was somewhere around here. They're checking around behind them. They just don't think to clear that little pocket near double doors.
He's cold with it. Zero reaction.
That's what you come to expect from Verno.
Yeah, he's locked in at all times.
Don't place blocking fire.
And here we go. It's another fast play here. This time up through the double doors angle. It's going to be the old expended here, but that's immediately no command. Rips its way through, emanates out, and that will put a stunt to it, but it's a second level to this. MIBR could take it up through mid. They pause for now, though.
There's a little bit of a pump fake just to get rid of Ethan's ultimate. It was costly, but it still kept MIBR in a decent position here. And Mazzino never committed the spike.
Verno looking to deny any information at all. Just sidestepping where the drone is.
That might give them a timing to go back over towards B.
Yeah, we'll see. Flash forwards. And Ethan is tucked here. It's a bait and switch angle. Scuba just looking to see if he can take contact. Gets the acknowledgement now, but Ethan could activate.
Meanwhile, Tex has just walked into Nest.
Take flight.
Up forwards through mid, could be exploitable now, but Brock is the one that's going to be feeling that heat. Already the blind is good as a connection onto them. The dart as well, just to peel them back and away, and with that util Howard into the back pocket. Does reveal, but at the expense of Verno's life. Mazzino forwards now, looking to see if he can jump on the chance. Brock finally dealt with, but he's done absolutely everything for them, and catching that lurk play, again, mightily important. Aspas, 1v4, 1v4, wall fading, but he is no more.
I can respect what MIBR were looking for there. Tex had got himself into an interesting position where if you can even pump fake a B hit, in theory Tex should thrive, but nobody rotated back through nest and spawn. NRG went double doors, caught a couple players in the back, and Brock did a great job anchoring from that spot at B.
Nice. Good job, guys.
NRG need rounds, stat. They really need all three of these. They got double pistol on Sunset and only put 9 together.
Anything they can get to just have some breathing room into the second half, it's essential.
This is their map pick. This is their bread and butter.
You can't be getting destroyed.
That's a weird pit.
It really is. It's going to be denying up towards that most of the B space, but the knife is well timed. Against the back wall there by Ethan. It's going to be stalling, but MIBR just walking out past this point, just looking to disrespect a lot of it. Tex with his fight out through mid, but Ethan's still going to be at least putting in and applying that hurt from earlier. Found a kill up towards main. It's not avoided though, and they have given up side control still. NRG on the backside control. Shock darts. Raining forwards, finally the plant down.
Zekken has ult.
There it is, running back going to be popped off, looking for that aggression in through the back of the site. Molly up and overhead now, and this is difficult. That is perfectly placed. Forces the issue and the fight's out wide, and really just plays directly into MIBR's hands. It's Asas and Zekken, they combine their might, and with it, spells out doom and defeat really in a round like this.
NRG have not had one opportunity to pull off an A retake. Every time they start to gather, start to get in position for it, MIBR have got some level of disruption. And the prioritization of Zekken's ultimate has reaped incredible rewards for MIBR.
Constantly getting value out of it.
Zekken isn't lighting the scoreboard up in the same way that Aspas is, but it's so fundamental the way that he's taking that space and creating that pressure, being able to go deeper.
I hard agree. Every single time he has the ultimate, it's like him and Aspas switch roles in terms of who's going to be entering.
Sure, yeah.
It's like Zekken will be the one to take points, and Aspas plays off the pressure. But when that's not the case, Aspas perfectly happy to take these fights.
Yeah, it's a great way of putting it.
Yo, you guys are insane, bro.
They are insane.
It's fun, it's fun.
Playing like it.
This team is finally working.
Yeah.
My God.
This is what we were all scared of really seeing, to be honest.
Here.
Absolute monster of a team, but it looks like it's finally coming to fruition. MIBR for the final round here, round 12. Goes without saying, NRG need it.
They're expecting NRG to get desperate. Very slow, passive, cautious default from MIBR. Not even taking space around the map apart from Tex and Elbow.
It's all mid. It's the goal here for NRG. They don't have anybody on B. And now looking to see if they can dissolve the hold that they had. Tex just weaves backwards now. He's going to be spotting a few of these players and still sprays them down. 9 bullets left remaining, but the damage surely done. No
How
way! Absolutely no shot. 2 HP, he survives, barely at that, now calling for the instant reaction, but that dart is good. Kiko, if this will reciprocate, brings it into the 4v4. Tex now alternates his position. This is going to be potentially completely unexpected. He's ADS'd up, now it just comes down to that aim, and listen, he hasn't missed a beat. Hyper active. You weren't expecting that position whatsoever. Up on top of the wall here, Zekken's position again unaccounted for. There's a flash where that came from, right into the back of the site. MIBR find themselves 10 rounds on NRG's map pick.
You could make excuses for NRG on Sunset. You could talk about how they've swapped their agents around, they're finding their identity. They've just come back from EWC, but I mean here, this is their bread and butter map. They know what they're doing here, and MIBR are dismantling them.
Just cooking.
Aspas has got to be the MVP so far. He's put together 16 kills, but can I give a most improved to Tex? Can I give he deserves some kind of award for this performance.
The puzzle piece clicking into place, really.
Guys, I one-tapped the guy not looking at me.
There it is. It's an achievement.
Yes.
MIBR are just running away with it now. Second half, let's see what is underway.
Whenever I use Zowie models, I would say I just feel my element.
Demon 1 is good.
Without Nyack, the biggest difference was the ghosting. It was a immediate change. If you see something and it's not actually there, you're gonna miss your shot. Black Equalizer and Vibrance, I can react quicker to it, I can shoot better at it.
This guy is just spectacular.
And that way I can always trust him, that I can just focus on competing. My performance will always be at the top level.
Zowie.
I've been just trying to play my best game regardless of what agent or role that I've been placed on, but I'm back to entering and running in again, and I missed it, so I'm excited to do it again.
Well, here we go. MIBR potentially on the verge of doing something that was really quite unthinkable at the beginning of the day, but they are dominating both maps, Sunset, now Breeze, potentially on the verge of taking it all. But before all that, make sure to lock in with ExpressVPN. Scan the QR code on your screens, as we are just watching an absolute masterclass.
We certainly are. There were so many things that MIBR needed to improve from stage 1. They had to find an identity that worked for them. They had to find a leader. That was one of the things that Aspas was talking about. We heard it in the interview earlier with Bruno from the Spike BR. How do you find a leader without making a roster change? Well, it seems like Mazzino stepped up to the task, trying to IGL and be more of that leadership figure for them. Have they found a system that works? Yeah, absolutely they have.
Working, man. Putting it lightly.
The Aspas Zekken combo with the Neon and the Phoenix, and just stealing this comp from 100 Thieves, it's working perfectly.
Yep, and this is what we kind of foresaw as well when MIBR announced this roster. The duo of Aspas and Zekken, too much talent really on these roles. We'll take a listen into NRG and see what they've got.
Can we just hold?
They're going to be
hold my nest.
They have no info now, boys.
Yeah, we're chilling right now.
We're playing Dart and Spam at B.
Could be pushing it now. I gave up A, man.
Probably Silva Cypher.
Yep. Yo, we're going to go 5B. And I think we're good.
Okay, no dash, boys. No dash, okay?
I'm ready to wall whenever.
Dart and 10, we should wait. I have nothing to break trips.
Yeah, it's fine. Oh, knife pillar.
Just everyone scale up, okay?
Yeah.
Dart and 3, and then we can go.
I'm ready. Guys, triple swing this for me, and I'm just going to knife pillar.
2, 1.
Darting. Cypher, probably pillar. Silva's here.
I'm scaling left. Let's go. Ladder. Cypher here, boys. Cypher here.
Backside.
Backside.
I'm walling. Care flank.
Care flank, boys. Care flank.
I'm holding flank. I'm holding flank.
Yep. Just hold flank. I'm holding.
I have flank.
Go backside.
Wait, Viper wall, yeah?
I do have Viper wall, yeah.
You just play nose go.
From B-main, I think.
Can you wall up?
Elbow. It was from elbow.
Wall up. Smoking up B-main.
They're out front side, guys. They're out backside.
I have your B-main flank.
I'm playing with you, Gio.
I'm just holding in front of the wall.
Okay, I'm holding jump
Can
up.
they be out? Can they be out? Yes, they are out. They are out.
Back up, Gio.
I'm backing.
We're good like this. I'm playing anti right here, okay?
One's backside, boys.
Full anti.
Backside 2.
Pillar 1. Pillar 1.
Pillar.
Jumping up.
Pillar. Nice. There we go, bro. Good job, us.
I'm so good at the sheriff, bro.
It's nice from NRG as well. I mean, listen, a necessary pistol around here, but I'm impressed with the communication. Again, take notes for your rank games. Don't give up when it's 10-2.
I love NRG's comms. I think they're one of the best teams in the world at that. I think it's one of the absolute pillars that they have built their success upon, is that creative communication that they have. It's very calm. They understand what's going on. You can tell their read of what was happening on the B-side defense was perfect, too. They knew which players were going to be there from MIBR. They knew how they were going to try to play it. Positioning, comms, all really clean. But they would just need so many rounds in a row here.
NRG going to be sending it flying towards the B site. Not even trying to scope out in case there was a stack of bodies. Looking to just overwhelm with brute force. And they are going to need a lot of rounds in a row, but they're still playing to win, from the sounds of that listening.
For sure.
That's what you come to expect from the reigning world champs.
They've pulled off ridiculous comebacks before.
Yeah, I'm not doubting. MIBR here. They did something cheeky on Sunset when they were on the pistol, or the follow-up after it at least, where they they ran in last minute, didn't they?
Especially with Mazzino still having the cove.
They're going to try and do it again? Not too sure, but...
It does create a lot of pressure, though. It means that NRG are going to stick around longer than they should, and they might end up dying to Spike, so...
They're doing it. Yep, they're doing it. Running straight in early, but this time NRG aware. There it is. You can farm up a couple of kills while you're at it. Got to get out of there, Matter. You do have the rifle. And he's good.
That also farmed up Ethan's ultimate. He was the one who got the plant, and then he got a couple of kills towards the end as well. He's now one away from a null command. Null command is a massive ult to have on your attack side for the bonus. It's also just such a high-cost ultimate.
Yeah.
It's pretty unlikely you have it online, but NRG have done a good job here. Weirdly enough, they've done better than they did when they were playing Phoenix. Again, a big ult up for their attack side. But if they can prio that, they could really generate a snowball here.
Taking it slow to begin with, though, and they've managed their money super well.
It's weird, because using Mada's Cove, they could just play for a free orb at B, but they've kind of wasted the Cove instantly at double door.
Cautious.
So this is going to be way harder to pick up.
Shock dart. Try and take care of any close trips here. They're going to be sending it forwards, not even waiting to see if they can build off the back of also not being built up. Bit of spam, that'll do the job. Mada's been taken out. That's a Spike hitting the deck. Kiko. Sharp aim, quick movement. Going to be sidestepping most of this one, but the underhanded flash as well. Blind as anything. Verno can't do much. Kiko! Beautiful. Just sends them all packing.
Well, if you've got a B exec like that, you don't even need the ult. Ethan didn't even bother to get the plant in the post round. He still doesn't even have the ult. It doesn't matter. NRG burst out onto the site. The knife towards Pillar as well didn't spot anyone. So they knew they didn't need to clear the close corners. Didn't need to clear Pillar. They got massive value out of that 0 point. And instead they got posted on deeper angles very quickly. Got to save some of their util. And I think it makes a lot of sense there that Frod's calling that tag timeout, because MIBR didn't have players in position to be able to defend that, and they still played the Flood. So, bit of a weird one. You can't have your cake and eat it too in that B defense. If you're playing for the retake, then just play for the retake.
Yeah.
But they ended up running into Ethan's flashes, Kiko's bullets. And this is how comebacks happen.
It is, if there was a team to do it too. NRG honed in, really. Locked in on the potential of trying to drag this one round at a time all the way forwards. There's Brock as well, stat comparison.
Yeah, he's one of the players that I was looking at London to replicate an incredible stage 1 performance, but he didn't quite manage it. It was Kiko that lit the world on fire in London, playing in front of his home crowd.
Yeah.
But the rest of NRG weren't really there, giving him the same kind of support that they had done in Americas.
I cut him some slack as well. They did directly nerf him multiple times on multiple maps. Added all sorts of metal work onto the walls to deny his Odin spam. And
yeah, he still played amazing in stage 1.
Yeah, he did.
He's got that Champs MVP in him.
There's not many players that can claim that they've directly affected the game, but
no,
in terms of the balance, he's one of them. Let's see, this time using the Cove onto the one section, but not going for the orb. I'm waiting it out, really. NRG do not want to be running into a stack of players and taking this one through mid to elbow, making sure the flank is covered.
Just trying to clear out all of these spots where danger might be lurking. Well, we can tell it's on the B site.
Yeah.
Ethan's going to get his 0 point back a little quicker. Might be able to use that for a bit of information. He's got it back in 7 seconds.
A little bit worried about this. Because it looks like they're trying to fake the A pressure with the drone and pull players away. We'll see if MIBR budge.
They didn't see anything in A main, didn't see anything close, and now players starting to coalesce on Brock's position.
Making the right moves.
And the knife should still give you some decent info.
Yeah. See it now. Pings out. Like all going to be sent flying up here. Second really the only player that can do much about it. He doesn't have the Sheriff flash forwards, but it's a difficult spot to really get anything done from.
Good anti-flash being played there by Marder.
Yeah.
Solid round. Navigated a lot of the danger.
Hands down. Wasn't Ethan again, though. He's still one away from the ult, but...
They hate charging up these ults.
Yeah, they're just not thinking about it right now. Not a priority.
Which is mad, because it's just such a simple thing when you're one away.
Working on quite a lot, though. This is shots raining down through the back of the side. Kiko going down might cause problems, especially with the fast lane. It's a weapon reclaimed. Time still ticking away here, but that is plenty more Utah where that came from. And that is a high tide that just whips his way across through main. It gives a slight pocket. Nate has to sail overhead. It's pulling out all sorts of damage and difficulties here. Verno now looking to stick this one forwards, and it's watched for. Out through it still. Aspas. Last one left, but no more time to work with. They make it expensive.
Did I say they navigated the danger well? I spoke far too soon. NRG put a round on the board, but that was expensive. Nice guys, MIBR, helping Ethan get it up to his ult. Yeah. That's a crazy one. MIBR are putting so much pressure in what should be unwinnable rounds.
NRG, it's not going to affect them too much in terms of the bank. They did manage pistol into the bonus really well with their money.
Yeah.
So they've had, honestly, just business booming, to be honest, from the get-go. Plenty of money still left to buy. It's not going to hurt them too much.
They're expecting a potential operator coming out here. This is that floating one-way to be able to swing with it, punish an op if they were going for that B main peak. This is the round, remember, that Frod took the tack timeout for. He's adjusted their positioning. Cypher now playing on the opposite side to their setup, an anti-KO ult.
Mid completely open though, and that allows them for the B split. This is going to put so much pressure on the anchoring players as Zekken pops off the runner back just for any chance at all to see if he can lay claim to this. A couple of kills potentially to go their way. These anchor players now really feeling the heat, but they make the call forwards. No hesitancy. They're still out from the side. Verno, it's going to be blinded up here, spamming and spraying away straight through the box. He will have his life taken away. All the way into the back though. This is Aspas. But Mata shuts it all down. Scuba forwards as well on that approach. Slight angle though. Mazzino slips the gap and takes that timing and brings it into the 1v2. Ethan Mata's there into his own hands. Fight taken straight up.
NRG looks so comfortable on B. Their attack rounds are decisive. They get in. They know what they're doing. They're trading off each other. They're pushing into good positions. And that's even with MIBR adjusting their positioning. That kill there, Mada onto Aspas, I think shuts down the major danger on the retake. And this comeback is now fully on.
It is.
You see the difference in response there from the coaching staff, because Frog can feel it.
It's exasperation.
Sweat dripping down the spine.
And NRG, they got a lot of confidence now. String of rounds that they're putting together. Like you said, the comeback is firmly on. MIBR unable to get anything going. Anticipating the B-pop once more, to holding Util for it. NRG though, again, not willing to rush into things.
I thought maybe that Frod would have wanted Tex to always be playing away from his Cypher setup, just to play around Ethan's knives, but that's not the case. He's moved his full Cypher setup, cam and double trips, to the A site, and they're playing a flash trap play here. You've got contact coming out from the cam and then a flash play around the corner.
It's only Zekken left to play off it though, but we'll see what happens. NRG are trying to fake presence, it looks like, with both initiators over towards B.
Does the fake pull Zekken away?
Yeah. They're not going to have anything really to clear these players out. It's a drone forward. Zekken is not moving away from this one. Has an inclination, and with the cam seeing it, there it is. Spots out these players. Flash goes through. Blaze Wall though, there's no swing in sight. Plenty of players there, and they're doing enough to stall this one out and calling for the rotation. NRG are moving away. 25 seconds left. It's going to be heard. Zekken's communist to this team, and they're not moving from B.
There is not much time here. I mean, the round already looks like MIBR have won it.
There's 15 seconds left. It's going to be Util being held out into the hands, but NRG have got to get a move on. Underhanded with a flash now moving forwards. It's Ethan. Moves forwards again, trying to dissect most of this side, but Verno still active here. There's only a few seconds remaining in this plan. Needs to go down. Defense in order. Verno not taking a peek off the back of it. Too low to make the play, and he's just going to be sitting tight towards the back of the side.
How on earth did NRG brute force their way through? Bulldozed
managed it. There was 7 seconds remaining, but they've bided their time for a moment like this. Zekken onto the flank. That wasn't expected.
Weird positions.
Or even anticipated. It is weird positions now because NRG are caught in a corner just behind the box. Zekken, he's making a lot of noise here. It's going to be heard. Sound out now. Tex found his own 1 kill there, but only the 1 player spotted out, and they're still left guessing as to where Ethan could be. Scuba again takes point. The first contact. Still a series of unknowns, and now the time pressure gives Scuba the opening he was looking for. Brilliant
Mega
work.
round. Absolute mega round from Scuba. Ethan was tucked the entire time. All right, you die whenever you like, and I'll come in. I'll come in and sweep up. And Scuba just does it all on his own. This NRG train cannot be stopped on attack. This should never have been possible.
No.
10 seconds on the clock, and they're running into B to try to get the plant down into 3 players.
Come on, Scoo!
That's a fumble from MIBR. You've got to have better crossfires, better ways of being able to block them in the choke.
It was a 10-2 half at some point. MIBR lost grip and control over the map. They have built up a lot of ults in the process, though, and the loss bonus kicking in to this extent. Tex trying to sidestep. He does dodge that with the suppression, and he's taking a very aggressive line, and here it is. Trying to spray transfer all of them down, but only getting to 1. Hunter's Fury, it's meant to supplement, trying to buy time for the rest of the team to see if they can peel their way in as well. Just trying to flood, but it's only really Mazzino onto the side. He's spraying them down. A couple of bullets in through these walls. Again, a game of timing. It's a deep cove into the back of the side. Mada, he's inserting himself forwards here. Really holding these deep positions. The spam, though, paying off here for NRG. They are really combining now. Every element working towards their favor. Walls up on walls. A fast lane to see if they can get MIBR into the back of the side. The molly even better. It is Mada finally dealt with. These players are in an awkward spot. Out towards ladder, working out with difficulty in through tunnel. Scuba, potential difference maker. And he's going to play his life in the process still. There's Kiko. Finds the kill he was looking for. And the damage done earlier. Aspas really has to just run them all the way down. But time ticking. It's getting away from him now, and with all of that damage done, here is Scuba, the kill collector, the closer to the round. He does it again.
He's been immaculate for them on the attack side, winning so many important situations. He's 15 and 10 currently, which means he's gone 10 and 1 on attack. That's incredible stuff. Across only 7 rounds.
1 enemy remaining.
And it's the bodies coming in behind the duelists, behind that first wave, and cleaning up that's just worked perfectly for NRG. Frod's going to take another timeout off the back of this. Trying to fix what's going wrong here on their defense sides. Their defense was a bit wobbly on Sunset. It wasn't their stronger side by any means, but I thought they'd be able to close this out.
Yeah, I mean, they had a huge lead, 10-2, but this is the world champ difference, really. Tenacity from NRG. You could tell immediately off the rip when we did that listening on the pistol round, they were just driven, determined. They did not sound dejected, I'll tell you that much. They were playing to win at every single point.
It matters a lot, this game, for them.
Yeah.
The champs point, the opportunity to be able to get a top seed in your group and be able to go straight through to playoffs. These are the kind of caliber of teams, judging by what we've seen earlier on in the year, that are going to be fighting for top 2 in the group. There is a serious chance that if you lose this game, it'll cascade into you being maybe in 3rd place in the group.
Yeah.
And then you have to go through play-ins. And you're unveiling more tape. You're having chances of losing. Only takes a short run of bad form for that to all go spiraling out of control there. And it starts here, week 1.
It's vitally important here. Aspas, Zekken. Aspas is the one with a hero rifle in his hands. Forwards now into elbow. 10 seconds into this round. As a high tide already going to be used. Cuts his way in through mid. Messina now just holding their ground. Waiting for the reaction. There's a lot of tension here. NRG have been pretty good at trying to sniff out where players are. Even when they run into the stacks, it hasn't really been a problem for them. Now, double face out. This is a fight to be taken. Aspas has that rifle, just the one though. Too many players really to overcome. It's a blaze wall used, and it does look like it's reclaimed in time.
Pretty good there. I thought that gun was going to be unrecoverable.
Zekken gets it back, and now the danger still there lurking. Still a 4v4.
Zekken struggled to have impact on this side of the map. He's in the right place at the right time now, though.
There is, and there's going to be questions asked of him. Can he get it done? We know what he's capable of. Eddie Estep is going to be peeling back off the line. He's going to be giving up the space. He understands it well. Nobody else on the rest of his team really ready to help out, so just want to play for the full retake. NRG are forwards here, especially with Scuba taking point. Drone overhead needs to be broken. Brock tasked at that one, but Scuba's going to be spotted out of his little spot too. The molly, it's a little bit too late here, but Zekken again with that rifle. He's forwards now, leading it with the rest of his team. Also expended Zekken already, just with the 2. And again, the rifle exchanges hands, but it might not even matter. The Sheriffs are getting it done regardless. It's Brock now, left alone. Spike at least planted for him, but he is in a dire, dismal spot. Cove already up, Tex is already on top of it all.
And Zekken with that rifle that he picked up had enormous impact there. Backed up, played his life, connected with the rest of the team, and then was able to find some really crucial kills. This Vandal, this hero Vandal that Aspas brought into the round, won it for them. 3 kills collected from that. And put the cat among the pigeons. NRG was stuck. Mazzino, feeling like it was worthwhile to invest the ult towards the end as well, had big impact. And finally, MIBR get around on the board.
They break that momentum. It could be pivotal for them. Couldn't have happened at a better time. NRG, though, still looking to set this one forwards. A bit of pace, his determination. There in their step and alongside Kiko. Oh! It's beautiful! Just the fadeaway shots, a dash and disengage away from this one. A Hunter's Fury now offloaded. He gets that first tag. Brock, his damage done. Mazzino's low and he knows it. Drop down to 30 health. Barely anything to work with now in a 2v4. MIBR picked apart here. Picked apart completely. Mazzino sidesteps it though. Now with the Cove forwards. But he turns his back towards where the danger actually lies. Kiko does not take a step forward.
That would be a crazy timing play to go for.
Perno hunting for it potentially, but he's found his way in through elbow.
I don't think they spotted him.
No. Unaware of this, but players are splitting up now. Mazzino is very low. If he's able to get anything done, could be everything. Commands being rattled off. I can hear it from across the stage. NRG trying to be decisive with this one. Spotting Mazzino out, that's where the danger really was in this. Now leaves it up to Verno, but he is going to be it's a marathon sprint really to just get involved with the action. He's left guessing. Post-plant positions. Nice try, but Kiko, that is all you.
Big reason why this is the map for NRG, why this is their bread and butter, their home territory. It's because of Kiko. You get him on the jet, and he will come out with some astonishing rounds for you. That shutdown on Aspas is exactly the kind of stuff that he's done over and over again for NRG. They've had games, I think back to the one that they played against Crew in stage 1, where he's just combined with Ethan to take over.
Now one round that MIBR got just to break up momentum. Hasn't seemed to slow down NRG. Not much here. Knife against the back wall. Just to slow it down. Stalemate chord 4 as well over towards that A main fight.
This is 2 rounds in a row where Zekken's put himself in a position where it's pretty hard to get value out of his ult. He was playing double doors in the previous round and now he's tucked into this corner. I mean, best case scenario if he wanted to use the ult, it's just like to info reclear A, which is not great value.
Interesting angle, isn't it? So fight taken. Aspas is also there with him, shoulder to shoulder, but they see signs, I think, of 2 players. A dart also. It's going to be noted by them. They realize 3 players over towards B. Time to react A. NRG looking for that timing, but they're being slowed down by this util. It's a code that's laid down ahead of time by Mazzino. Something to buy time for them, and now the high tide is pretty perfect as well in terms of that timing. Zekken has the runner back available. Sitting towards that anchor spot. Kiko is going hunting. Whole team and whole squad really trying to follow up on most of this. The blind, but it's close quarters. The spam narrowly avoided. Zekken, he's being in really in a ton of hurt. But again, it fades away. It leaves it up to Tex and Verno. Still here now. Now just Mada left alive. 1v2. Spike.
30 seconds left.
Out of reach. Out of his grasp. He's going to need mistakes to be made. That's a nasty one. Locks on and locked in right now to the round, trying to get the win. Timing taken, Tex just looping right from behind. The shot missing, but time still. It's a matter of to get this plant down. Cove up in 2 seconds. Fight taken, and the bullets go wide once more. 5 seconds, got to get this plant down here and now. There's no spamming chance. Tex doesn't have the bullets for it, but he does have a bit of util. Cam going to be layered down and still It's a game of these timings. 6 bullets remaining. Not much life to work with. Mada! Stepping out, weaving. He's still alive. Still with chances. Commits to the reload now, but still again, Tex is hunting. He's circling. Smells of blood in the water. And he's just missed a chance! Absolutely ridiculous by Mada!
It's an outrageous, astonishing clutch from Mada. The first shot is pure mechanical brilliance. The rest is edge of your seat tension. Tex had about 3 chances to close that 1v1 out. And I swear, earlier in the game, Tex is hitting shots like that. And somehow here, when the pressure's on, when the comeback's happening, when they've only won 1 round in the whole half, it's just disappeared from him.
Yeah. What a rout by Mada. Almost scripted, and now a stack of bodies. MIBR just trying to throw everything at this to stop this being hit, but you can't stop NRG.
1 enemy remaining.
Just barreling over, taking the B side by storm, brute force. It's been working for them all map long. Not stopping anytime soon.
MIBR have had absolutely no answers to this B exec. And Tex is left. The Cypher with the setup on the other side of the map to win an unwinnable 1v4.
There it is. Kill claimed. NRG find 12 rounds here on Breeze. They were down 10-2. It's absurdity, but this is why you can never count out this team.
They're not even playing for overtime. This isn't even a spot where they're looking to try to drag things deeper. They can outright win this game 13-11 after being down 10-2 at the half. A monstrous, unbelievable comeback. And just when things were looking so good for MIBR, if they had closed that out with a pistol round win in round 13 and, you know, neatly tied this one up with a bow, we'd all just be talking about how great they looked.
Yeah. Joking around about NRG's chances, but they have turned up here on Breeze. Determined to send it all the way to that map 3 of Summit.
MIBR
down.
They back it up.
Hunter's Fury is a little bit too late here, but it is going to be getting that connection. And a few more, maybe. One more burst of it. No real find of the kills, but still it is one towards them. Now the runner back going to be utilized. But there's walls on walls, and it's going to be stalling and a spam straight through them. It's Texas the one who's going to be punished. Pays for the fight to be taken. In through backside now, one way to be called for. This is carnage into the final few moments, but NRG have been finding their way through. It's Aspas on the flank now, looking for the time, the shine. Mazzino turning, Peretting, now you're going to see it with the Cove down. Tartan in the process needs to be spammed down, Kiko, but it's half earned, but still bursted down. Kiko, surely not the right click, that bullets, and now finish with the shorty. What a way to get it done, NRG taking us to Summit.
It's that champs mentality that you know and you love from NRG. How do they do it? I don't even know whether they know for sure. It's a 13-11 victory on a map where they look dead and gone. We are going to end this series on Summit.
Just electric, really is. And Summit, question marks all around. We don't know what to expect between these two teams.
Oh, we got no clue.
I'm excited for it, though.
This was supposed to be the map where we had more of an idea about NRG at the very least. And yet, MIBR were all over them in the first half.
Oh, listen. This game is living up to the hype, the expectations that we place on these two teams' shoulders. One hell of a match between them, and it's all going to be decided on Summit. Who the hell knows what's going to happen? All I know is you're not going to want to miss it.
go celebrate with my dogs. We handing out sweets like a broom. Hey, up, taking off. 247 not taking off. VDS stones ain't breaking off. All I know is win, I don't take a loss. Yo, taking off. GT3, I'm taking off. Locked in, we ain't finna play with y'all. Locked in, we ain't come up. Yeah, drop the confetti. Drop the confetti.
Welcome back, everyone. And hey, folks, looks like we're going to map 3. So you know what that means. We had to be amongst the people so we could go ahead and talk about what we just saw, because what we saw was an NRG who showed why they are world champions and why they dig deep. It all started at that second half. Alexis, they literally did not drop a round. I think it was more like 8 rounds straight or something like that.
Yeah, it was definitely a destruction of MIBR. But I will say this comp that NRG is running is notoriously very difficult on attack, or on defense, I'm sorry. So on attack, they have that slow conditioning style that they can do, and opens up a lot more options for them that I feel like MIBR just wasn't able to answer to.
I think attack is a side where you can really see the KO shine, and we talked about it going into this matchup, right? Ethan is a world-class KO, and he really showed that. One thing about NRG is you cannot count them out. We've known that since Champs, when they clawed back that BO5 against Fnatic, and we're seeing it now today.
I mean, they were hitting that B site aggressively, and you could just see MIBR struggling with any kind of answer whatsoever, Mel. And what really stood out to me was they were constantly just conceding that space. They kind of just had to. They had no other choice.
It felt like a lot of the second half was revolving around the B site. The retakes were just not going MIBR's way, and that was just off the great post-plant positioning from NRG.
Yeah, now, of course, as we look here at how this all plays out here, we're still seeing great output from Aspas on the Neon. We're still seeing some big plays be made, but Alexis, this is now where you start to see, I would imagine for a lot of MIBR fans, how much this team can be tested here, right? Because, you know, they were up 10-2. This should be a 2-0 for MIBR.
Yeah, I still really like what MIBR is doing. It makes a lot of sense that NRG was able to take this one because this is their best map, right? They're really, really good on that attack side with this slow play style that they have. So I'm excited to see what MIBR can bring out for the last map because they have to take this one.
Yeah, now, of course, we talked about Aspas earlier and what he was outputting, but we were also seeing Kiko back in familiar territory alongside that Jet doing what he does best on that agent, and he went toe-to-toe there with Aspas, but it was just both of them just kind of feeling their role, doing what they needed to do in that game, Mel.
I mean, this is what I missed on Sunset, was that Kiko on the duelist role. We were running the B-roll of his stats and his performance back in London. And yeah, the stats are neck and neck that we just saw there. I'm looking at Ospas. He has been so consistent this whole series. Can he keep it up for a map 3?
Yeah, and this has been a grueling series without a doubt as we start to get ready and look forward to that last map. And what a way to wrap things up here for that first week at VCT Americas, then to close things out on Summit. Love to see it. What the hell? I know we got a couple claps. Got a couple claps. Like to hear that. I'm excited for this one. Alexis, what should we be getting out of this?
I mean, this is a playground for both teams to experiment because there's not a set meta on this map yet, right?
Yeah.
It's up to both teams to play into their own comfort. I would really like to see Ospas still on the Neon, and I would like to see Kiko on a duelist role. But besides that, it's kind of up in the air.
You nailed it. I want to see Kiko on the duelist. That to me is where NRG plays their best. And another aspect that I find poetic about all this is, if I'm not mistaken, we started this weekend on Summit with Cloud9.
Yeah.
So are we going to see similar comps, or are we going to see something completely different?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, right? Like, you know, we have some tape, and I think it's been played internationally as well at this point.
In China, yeah.
Yeah, in China. So there has to be something out there that you can maybe extract from this, maybe something you can get a little creative with potentially if you're either of these teams, honestly, Alexis. What do you think?
I think so. They can definitely get creative. There's a lot of open space. You can play double duelist, you can play double innie, double senti. I think they're all great options. It just goes into what the team's identity is.
Well, folks, look, we're ending here with the new map Sunset to close out week 1. And I think the Riot Games Arena is pretty excited for the matchup. Ain't that right? Love to hear. We'll keep the energy going, and we are going to be right back with map 3.
Well, let's get to it then. This is map 3 between these two teams, and we did not think we were getting here, not at the beginning of that second half of map 2 of Breeze. But NRG, they've shown resolve, they've shown grit, all the terms that you would use to describe them and have been used in the past that you'd expect from the Reigning Champions. They dragged it all the way. We are here now. It's landed on Summit.
I think even earlier than that, at the beginning of the day, I couldn't possibly see a world in which we were on map 3 Summit. No. Because less than a week ago, NRG were in Paris playing an off-season tournament that had a completely different map pool, right? So that obviously it's something that their team prioritized, so they decided, let's go for that. But my point being, they cannot have put time into this map, surely.
I mean, not unless they've been breaking the space-time continuum
Yeah.
and finding somewhere to practice it. I'm not
yet
too sure.
They had their map vetoes and decided to take us here with Kiko on Brimstone.
Okay.
So going against the advice of Mel and Alexis, but it's certainly an agent that he has a huge amount of comfort on, and it prioritizes putting Mara on the Neon and Ethan on the KO. This is the first time we are seeing anybody globally play double initiator on this map.
And it makes sense that NRG be the team to do it, right?
I mean, unless I've missed a Pacific game that happened this morning or something like that, but
yeah, one might have slipped.
I've looked over a lot of these Summit games, and nobody's bringing this idea, but I love this from NRG because in my head, this map has a lot of similarities to Corrode. And they were the team to be running KO on that map, double initiator on that map. And although the Odin is in the background of Kiko's image there, a lot of Odin from Brock, which I'm interested to see if they've had any opportunity to nerd out with some theory.
Well, we're going to have even more time to talk about it, it looks like, because Verno, I don't think, can select his agent. So, yeah, that's going to be Lobby Castle. We'll be going back into that one. Yeah, I'm seeing cable switched around with the monitor.
He's leaving us in a lot of suspense.
There is a ton of... Oh, that's nice.
That's cool.
That's nice.
I like that.
Yeah.
One of my favorite pieces of, like, merch is those custom keycaps.
Yeah, loses a lot of aura if you haven't lifted the trophy in real life.
Oh, well, yeah, I'm not saying I'm going to buy one.
Right.
I'm not going to get...
just saying, it's nice, it's extra nice that it's NRG.
No, absolutely it is. Of course it is.
see it though, getting set up here. We can speculate. I have to say, big fan of Ethan not playing Duelist.
Yes, that is good to see. I also just think, even if their theory is weak right now, I do have confidence that over the course of this tournament, NRG are going to get to a good spot on Summit.
Sure.
It just feels like a map that they're going to be able to come up with good ideas on.
A lot of similarities, right, to Corrode.
Yeah.
Towards.
MIBR looked like they were opting into that style that they've been going for all day, basically, with the Neon and the Phoenix.
Yeah.
But we're seeing most people opt into Fade to combo with that. We didn't see what Age Inferno was looking to lock in. But we are, just to give you a rundown, if you haven't been able to catch this map across the other regions, we are seeing a ton of Cypher being played, a ton of Omen. The most popular initiator is Fade, although people have been dabbling with some Sova, some Tejo, some Sky. But we're mostly seeing double Duelist comps have success, some double Controller, but less. We're getting a Cypher Mirror in this game. The Brimstone is an unusual one, genuinely.
Yeah, it is.
I did not expect to see that. We've seen some teams try out double Controller with Omen Viper. Some teams even try the Harbor on this map. Some teams try Astra, but I have not seen the Brim. So the Brim, the Sova, and the KO are all really unusual meta picks for NRG, but I like it because it fits their style.
It does, yeah. I mean, NRG, I was speculating that as we drift into like 13.01, you know, the initiator changes. It's closer to the patch where they ended up lifting that trophy. And so I was hoping that we'd see a return of it. NRG, they do like their double initiator comps. They love to have a lot of that mid-round information to work off and play off. And we'll see what ideas they've had with very limited time to play Summit. The fist bumps being exchanged. That means we are getting into the action here for Summit. And that final map, that was just something else to bring us here.
If this map delivers anywhere near as much as Breeze, we are in for a treat. Champs point on the line, vastly important for NRG, and also one of those matches that could end up defining who finishes top 2 in the group. Head-to-head tiebreakers, all sorts of things further down the road could end up being decided right here on the brand new map in week 1.
Well, let's get to it then. Timer ticks to 0 and the pistol round begins. It's MIBR on the attack. No spread defaults, no messing around. They are 5 players, 1 goal in mind. That's going to be, look at the press. See what's going on over towards the B site. Shock Dart is going to be missing the trip, so that's still active towards the back, and that's going to be causing issues. Aspas immediately tied up by it. Door's going to be broken, though, and that cuts out one of the avenues. Still, there's players already in place. NRG, time has been bought, and already they're going to be gearing up to see if they can play this one, either a flood or a retake. See what they choose to do. MIBR, caution, and going for exploration in through drop once more. They do at least claim the life of Scuba, but there it is. NRG from the side, Sheriffs in hand. They are destroying the opposition, and with that face together, it gets the job done.
Well, I love that protocol from NRG on the retake. Maybe I've underestimated their control of the space-time continuum because they put a player deep into drop, then they have a player at the top of drop to play off him. That's Mada and Scuba playing off each other. And then as the drop players get pressured, the others flood out the other side to hit a backstab. Look at this. That's based off the timing of the drop players catching contact, and they are out. That looks really nice. It's simple, but it gets the job done. And shows that NRG have at least got some ideas of what they want to do here.
Yeah, pistol round. Big one early. Keeps that momentum going from Breeze.
Across the world, we are seeing this kind of positioning coming out from the defensive Sentinel players. Scuba getting anchored, bunkered down on the A site.
Double trip setup.
Yeah, double trips. It probably has a one-way cage to be able to play off. Cam for contact.
Yeah, Fort Knox over there.
Yeah. And the theory there is that B is a lot easier to retake, basically. So you want to be putting your Senti hard on A, and then as the Sentinel takes contact, if Scuba takes contact, the others can flood out into Yard.
Going up.
It's not managing the economy to get a lot of rifles online. It is NRG that invest fully off the back of the pistol. Might be similar game plans that we've seen from basically the entire series, prioritizing the orbs. Zekken is now 2 away.
Yeah. They've been great at that all day.
Hasn't really been a plan in mind to deny this one. NRG letting the seconds bleed out of the round. Looking for a bit more info now. Kiko with the peak, but it's going to be landing over towards A. One-way setup.
30 seconds left.
Door's going to be broken. Does deny one spot towards it. The dart at least going to be broken in time, but now the one-way cages. Something to play off now. Scuba looking to see if he can light them up here, but another cage as well, just a supplement. Now going to be playing shoulder to shoulder. We'll see how this one plays out. Mada is already claiming a couple of kills. Flash through and forwards. It's a good kill claimed, a lot of damage done, but Brock unaccounted for is able to seal it all up.
Brock coming in there to support Scuba. NRG with a good idea of how they want to get in. Bodies coming in through cave as well. Deciding to flood through cave rather than flooding in through the A-link. Now we get to see what MIBR's ideas are. I think when you get new maps like this, it comes down a lot to the theory.
We're insane on this map. What the hell?
All right.
I do think it's good for these teams to be getting match experience on the map early.
It does, yeah.
But
it's also quite telling that Ethan's saying that.
Yeah,
isn't
is.
it?
Yeah.
I don't think they've had much time.
Yeah, wait, hold on. We can actually play this?
Door closed early. Seen a lot of teams in China do this, and it simplifies the map defensively.
It does, yeah.
Incentivized to close off that avenue here. That only again, the bonus is not going to be as potent as it has been for NRG because they did fully invest. Well, absolutely everybody.
They're starting to come back over towards B. Zekken with ult in hand, but there are 4 defensive players waiting for this one.
Yeah, again, the stack of players is in the right place.
Oh, but they're going to re-clear. They're out in the open.
Clear, trying to call for it now. This is priorities being made. That is a lovely kill to be found. Zekken, so running back immediately cancelled out. Aspas still there. That's a big reveal. Brock's position. In a lot of danger here, but that is a Brimsmoke layered down, and that is cause for concern. Immediate rotation's going to be called for.
Double molly as well, trying to get through there against the Brimstone and the KO is a nightmare.
They've realized that. I mean, Texas at least tried to make a little bit of noise to see if he can keep a couple of players of NRG pinned down over towards the B side. They are calling to go through mid.
Well, this is a lovely call from Mazzino. Completely anticipating this over-rotate from NRG.
Yeah.
NRG tried to get one step ahead. They have the ability to take a risk like this because it is their bonus round, but they're going to be relying on that B retake idea.
There it is. They'll be able to get the plan down here.
And look at MIBR getting into drop before anyone can.
Yeah.
One step ahead of it.
Trying to ensure that they have control of that one area.
Fool me once.
Shame on you.
Fool me twice.
Something George Bush.
Can't fool me again. Can't be fooled again.
It's a nice try. I can't remember it.
There's a saying in Texas or Tennessee.
Yeah.
Careful now.
Zekken to Molly lay it down. He does get the kill onto Ethan. They trade it out. Now just wide swings here. It is still the bonus. NRG. Sharp shooting from Kiko. He does have the Guardian, and that is dangerous. Brock, though, who whistled down to barely anything at all. Still Kiko. Forwards and out. Still Aspas. Back to the wall. Now time ticking. The intention to be bleeding out these guns out of the hands of MIBR, but to get the round win, and that was what they were looking for.
1 HP on Aspas. The round probably would have still gone his way, but it's important that he keeps the gun. That was a lot of damage being done there on a round where NRG gave them the full B side. Wasn't a successful retake, but it still showcases that NRG are comfortable playing B retake.
One enemy remaining.
And therefore, Mazzino might have options to be able to direct his team back into this side of the map if he's stuck. Oh, and now we're seeing it. The Brock, Sova, Odin coming out. It really is just Corrode all over again.
Yeah. Bit of spam into the corner. Take notes, Diego. How do we update the map? The dart overhead. It's going to be broken immediately, but that is a big tag because that is not a safe spot to play in. Brock is immediately going to be spammed out of the picture here. It's all broken as well, so one less thing to worry about if you're MIBR. They're going to be walking up past this point. Applying a lot of pressure. Molly into the smoke. This is to at least hurt them a little bit, but that flash going to be narrowly avoided. Sliding forwards. That is an orthodox really from Aspas. Let's take out the life of Scuba still. It's NRG. They're making it painful, making them hurt. MIBR, the ones now pressed into a corner, looking to see if they can barrel their way, punch a path to success, but it is NRG making the right calls at the right times now. And Tex just having to drift in like tumbleweed, just finding a path forwards. There's a shot missed by Mada. It's just glided back and he's getting cheeky with it. It's covered by Kiko.
Yo, he's got it like that?
Apparently.
That's stylish.
Clean.
I think it's a slight overcook there from MIBR. They know that Scuba is hard anchoring the site, and so they want to pinch him from both directions. But it's dangerous to do that. And so Aspas actually ends up going through his own team's molly. They mollied in the smoke to make it feel like they weren't going there. And then Aspas tries to surprise them by sliding through it. I think, though, it's a slight overcook. Aspas ends up only going 1 for 1, and then the rest of NRG can flood in off Scuba's contact. And the game's a little too easy from there. NRG look surprisingly good here, actually.
Yeah. Getting a lot of work done. Decent. Bit of spam from that top mid position. Avoided though, sidestepped here by MIBR. Main control, they're trusting that one to Tex, but they don't have a lot of weaponry. This could just be lambs to the slaughter, really. Brock at Odin, but he's tagged up, and that will really force the respect here. Aspas, cracking shot. Slides to the side there. Head rolls off the shoulder as a result of it. Ethan, forwards now. Press tier to matter. Flash is good. It's going to push him back off the line with the plant down. Suddenly MIBR got themselves in a potentially winnable spot. Aspas is reclaiming that Odin, but he has an overdrive to work with. Could hand off the weapon if he wanted to.
Lots of close range angles here.
There is, yeah, and the paranoia is good as well to just delay even more seconds. MIBR finally into this post plant. Aspas forwards now, and there it is with a stun, but Mata was ready for it. He's going to send it flying forwards himself. For a bit more now. Mazzino, classic. Putting in work with it now. But even straight there, Hunter's Fury earned up. That's just to delay a couple of all extra seconds, and Tex just playing his time and trying to survive the anchor spot here, but it's not planted for that position. Verno, having a defuse, even sticking, and the bullets don't land. It's Ethan who's got it. He earned the win cons prior.
MIBR came into that round though with only classics, and because NRG weren't playing the hard anchor setup with Scuba on site, that one got really close. Very much down to the wire. It's a crazy shot as well.
It is.
Great pathing to be able to get past Brock's Odin spam. Doesn't look as oppressive on this map.
Yes, Ethan. I love you, bro. Thank God.
So they're able to recover in that round, be able to pick up an operator and an Odin, and now they've got big ultimates to work with too. Kiko's Brimall is going to be something that MIBR have probably not thought about too much in any scrims they've played on Summit.
No, it's so unusual.
On the A retake, it would look disgusting, or even just to deny plant on A. How do you go A against a Brimall?
Underhanded flash off the cam contact. It's an orb that's going to be picked up. Zeka now has his ult. But back, he's going to be popping this one off. So Ethan! Just collapsed down to them, and there's that Brimall save for the runner back. Zeka is just microwaved in a choke point. They do eventually deal with Ethan, but surely the damage now done. Tag, Stimmy just to barely get out of dodge. MIBR not slowing down. Looking to take this one forwards, and it's Tex trying to light things up. Kiko though, hot hand. Able to shut this down, slap down the opponents, but Verno straight there, and he wasn't ready onto the line. MIBR finding ways back in. Now he's broken. Verno with the plant. It's an ult to get a bit of extra information. Mazzino sticks it! Beautifully played by Mata. Just tucks to the corner, overdrive to finish the fight and get another round online. NRG starting to build up to a sizable lead.
I love what I'm seeing from NRG. I like the fact that they have the flexibility to be able to rotate Scuba around because they've got trap setups on the other side of the map too. Cam contact, flash play, Brimall to be able to support. Ethan gets a completely accidental kill on Aspas.
Ready for that.
And beautiful way of shutting down Mazzino there. Very intelligent from Mata.
Nice! What is Mazzino doing? What is he doing?
Fraud may be asking himself a similar question.
Yeah.
And he's going to take the timeout.
Well, here we are. This is NRG. They have not stopped from Breeze. Running it straight all the way to Summit now. Judging by the reactions too and the replays, they weren't really expecting this either.
No, I think NRG are overperforming their own expectations right now, but they are certainly overperforming mine. It just bears stating again, they were playing a grand final 6 days ago in a different map pool in Paris.
They have no time to rest.
They were talking about burnout at London. They did take a little vacation in, I was told that they traveled around some European countries. Yeah, went to Italy.
Heard about it. Ethan was talking about it as well in the interview.
Yeah, but that's not a long time.
No, it's not. Yeah.
And it's not, that doesn't, I mean, unless they're sipping on the limoncello and trying to figure out different strategies on Summit, it's not really going to be able to help you strategically. But they have come out today and decided they want to win.
Yeah,
halfway through the series, they just look amazing.
They're hitting. NRG, 5-1 for now. Showing no signs of slowing down though. Emphasis being placed here to MIBR to see if they can deal with it. Blaze Wall's going to be cutting its way, chopping through the B site.
Also got rid of the trip. Nice idea.
Breaking a lot of it in the process.
But man, the problem is you are never going to be able to get through against the mollies. Like B is just getting locked down right now by the Brim and by the KO, and no one else is playing these agents.
No. It's so much stall potential. It's not even counted a knife that Ethan still hasn't utilized, waiting potentially for the minute mark, and sees the util, sends it flying forwards. He was waiting for it, and there it is, stalled out again.
Yeah.
Stalled out again, straight into the hands of Mata. He was watching through mid, and Tex, this time on alert timings, not getting the same value. It's ult's offloaded, no command, it's brute force by MIBR. The timing by Verno doesn't pay off, and now he's tucked to the corner, but it is Aspas at least to bail out to a degree. Kiko falling. Verno trying to run it down as he sees that drone being utilized. He realizes it's a little bit of a 1v1 occurring. Molly into the corner. Brock just takes him out as his back was turned, and NRG pushed into a corner, but you never want a corner. Caged Animal, listen, they are biting back.
Ethan is 12-3, just having so much fun on a new map. All of the ideas are working for NRG. MIBR don't know what to do. They don't want to go towards A because they haven't been able to get into good post-plant positions. They've never had cave control. They've run into the trips multiple times. When they go over towards B, they're running into this guy.
Me when I'm a lamb. Yeah.
One of the most intelligent players in Valorant.
I do like Ethan's reactions.
He's got a reputation for being serious, but he's a silly little guy.
He's turned it around, I think, the last 2 years. That does not hold up, unfortunately. Overdrive. You can see it used. Hunter's Fury is on to push this back. Aspas barely alive, and he will get chopped down anyway.
Well, they're trying to brute force through a Brim Molly.
Yeah, not ideal, is it? Mazina's the one with a spike. He's caught off into this corner position. Needs his team to help him out. Verno's good tracking. Follows it through and away, but Ethan just peeling back. The door now closing. Ethan! God almighty! He's laughing while he does it. 15-3.
Untouchable.
It's just absurd. That's one way to handle it. Tex! Hold on. We're watching something? What's going on? There's a wide peak.
11 HP, though, to be able to deal with Scuba and Kiko's 300.
Gets information from the Neurofer, but he still wants to opt into what his players were. Scuba is there.
A 7-1 lead for NRG.
From 15-4.
No, it's crazy. And it feels like anywhere that MIBR go, there is a defensive wall in their face. This feels like watching classic best defensive team in the world, NRG.
Yeah.
I am getting those corrode vibes from them. The composition that they've created is different to everybody else's ideas. And it's got so much stopping power.
Thank you, thank you.
There's so much stall on the defense. MIBR struggling for answers, really.
Funnily enough, in rounds like this, just going fast A might be their best option. But they're giving a lot of credit that Scuba is still there.
Big control. Prioritized here by MIBR, but a flash and a peek. Brock trying to take the fight off the back of it. Door's going to be broken. MIBR asserting themselves here. One angle that they can really play themselves through. Again, with the door closed, it reduces the amount of avenues that they can play for. Cam's going to be seeing these players.
Phoenix Wall to cut off Trophy, but doesn't actually isolate the angle very well.
There's even a gap through it as well. Now we're going to see the fast lane second wave of things. A stun rips its way across here, but NRG still have players in the right positions. Mata is sprayed down out of the initial kill, but Scuba not spotted out and finally does reveal it. Oh, Scuba. Oh, he's twisting, he's turning. This side is his playground.
Immaculate. A brick wall. MIBR are just running in over and over again into a meat grinder. NRG dominating this game. There are no answers.
It's not close. Hasn't been really from the second half of Breeze.
They've lost 2 rounds since then.
I know. Unstoppable currently. Just hitting top form all around. I'm seeing that timer paused. And MIBR do have one more timeout. Let's see what the usage of it is. And there it is. Okay. Panic button hit. They need these last few rounds in the first half.
Yeah. 19 rounds won by NRG compared to 2 rounds won by MIBR. And that's what's been happening since the second half of Breeze.
Quite the difference.
That is an astonishing turnaround in this series. Because as much as MIBR were clearly the better team in the first half of this match, they weren't that dominant. There was still, you know, NRG looked like they were scrapping some rounds together here and there.
Yeah.
They'd win a pistol, they'd win a rifle round occasionally. But this is dominance. And I really don't think you can say too much of it is like the MIBR system failing or like something going particularly wrong. To me, this is like, this is just a new map and they haven't scrimmed against NRG and they're having to figure out some really difficult answers on the fly.
So much utility that NRG have at their disposal to stall it out, slow it down, but also good methodology as well that they're applying.
That's also why it's crazy to have a decider map on Summit.
Yeah, it just came out.
Did you not want to go anywhere else?
Well, peeking straight into Mada. That's the expected outcome, I think. And now we're going to be sending it forwards. This looks very, very odd, to be honest, from MIBR. It's disjointed all over the place. Second is forwards, they heard that.
Trying to fake like it's an A-split while they walk up, taking a lot of room over here towards Trophy.
Blaze War, another smoke layer down here again. Questions asked, really, of Scuba, but he has been good for it on this site.
He's been an absolute animal.
Yep, said it before, the lurk angle. Watch for that's the spike. Ethan spraying it down. Ricocheting there with a molly and the nades. We're going to see this one trying to play forwards against Scuba is weaving in and out past all of it now and unaccounted for here. There's another player there. He can't be stopped.
Doesn't matter where MIBR go. They are always running into him. Scuba's been at home on the B site for, it feels like the last 7 rounds. But MIBR still keep thinking that B is more open than A for some reason. I think that's just the early conditioning. I also think they're losing their heads a little bit here. This play, Scuba's just getting way too much done.
They can't find me! They can't find me! They can't find me!
They can't. He's at the walls, man.
It's too easy for him at the moment.
It is far too easy. His anchoring is a problem.
And now he's back over to A, just as MIBR change it up.
Yeah.
Guys, he's been B for the last 7 rounds. Why don't we just do a simple A exec?
Dance on either side, going to be sent overhead. But MIBR still not past that initial choke point. To burst the util.
They found out that a little bit of Scuba's setup was over here, and Zekken managed to collect an ult orb.
The drone has cleared all of A already. Gives a lot of peace of mind to NRG.
I think they can go for an A repop, though. In theory, they could still be hanging around.
Making a call, though. Some mass migration.
The thing is, NRG are so happy playing B for retake. We've already seen that.
No,
so if MIBR do decide to ult in with Zekken, no, they're just walking in.
What? Just waits for the door to be broken on his own timing and just peeks off the back of it at Mada. Still active forwards here, though. Brock not able to get the transfer in time and intact with that Odin. It's the best chance in a long while that MIBR have had, yet still they are falling to pieces. Verno tasked with the challenge ahead of him. He's managed to at least make it much more winnable in that 1v3 to the 1v1.
He's picked up an operator. Why has he done that?
Okay.
30 seconds left.
Machinations of his mind. I don't understand it, but listen, maybe we're about to find out.
Is he running out of ammo and he just wanted to... Now, is that a recon lineup?
That's going to bind.
Here it comes.
Lands there.
Wait, it's genius.
It's actually genius. Never doubting him again. I guess the reveal. He knows where he is. Takes the peek, though. Just with that op. Now we see, will it pay off? Ethan has not moved.
Oh, it's an insane reposition from
Ethan.
Ethan.
It is. He's right behind the box. He has moved, excuse me. And with that reposition, the barrel potentially spoiling the party. I think Ethan knows where Verno's position is. Peeking round. Contact plays. Punished. It all works out for Verno.
I don't know how he's come up with the decision making in that clutch, but it worked immaculately. What did he win, a 1v3 there?
Yeah.
To bail his team out. You were right, it was one of the more winnable rounds for MIBR, and yet Zekken got traded, couldn't pop the ultimate. Werner was left in a really difficult position. Finally shut down Scuba, who's been a nightmare. Picks it up.
Let's go.
Recon into the sky. Second round for MIBR.
Cold.
They need more.
There's one more round left to play for in this first half. Ethan, side jiggle. Couldn't quite break the dart in time. The Beaver working his way back now, but it looks like a full-on exit from MIBR. They run it back. Forwards, door's going to be broken. And now just trying to hunt out, root out where these anchor players are. How has Aspas and Verno gone down? Stephen and Kiko again, forwards, but Mazzino. Individuality just cannot shine through in time to trade is immediate. NRG looking like they are in prime form currently.
This crossfire is a nightmare to break as well from the back of the site.
Spike. Middle of nowhere, Tex and Zekken. How can they do it? Jump spot seen. Scuba's right there. It's dire stuff up for NRG. They are going to be ecstatic. They did it to him, 10-2.
Something poetic about that.
Yeah.
Scuba seems like he's been an absolute nightmare to get past. Well, guess who's got double his kills? Ethan returns to KO, puts on an outrageous performance. 20 kills in one half. He's a monster.
He is a monster. We're going to see if NRG are going to close this one all the way out. Well, into the pistol we go for the second half of Summit, but this is familiar scenes, but flipped onto the other side of things. NRG not missing a step, really, from the second half of Breeze onwards. They have been dominating, and look at that scoreline. Like you said, poetic.
I'd love to say NRG have already got this sealed up, but I'm worried. And I think everybody who watched Breeze should also be worried. But we know NRG are the team to make the comebacks happen. MIBR are going to believe it because they just experienced it. They were on the wrong end of it for Breeze, but they better have some outrageously good defense side theory on the brand new map of Summit. Otherwise, NRG are looking good. They're looking strong.
It's such an unbelievable mountain to climb, isn't it? How do you pull yourself out of this one?
It's been a tale of two halves, this match.
Yeah. On the brand new map of Summit, not a lot of time to really prep and theory craft, but NRG, this round really would seal things up nicely. It's a wide swing, wide face, NRG. Full on confidence.
Yeah.
Ethan's the one taking point. I don't blame him. He's got 20 kills.
It's completely dry. Not even smoke's being used.
Doesn't care about it. It's 4 sheriffs in the hands of these players. NRG relying on firepower.
Trap set up in B main that Scuba's got to be careful not to walk into. And Paranoia being held by Mazzino.
Yeah, Mazzino is just jiggling himself. Paranoid to hopefully delay. It's going to be sent flying. Narrowly avoided and dodged, but the smoke to be played in. Now pulled back and away. Bit of damage. Mazzino just spotted, but he does claim that kill. Matter falling. Calling for the reaction now. NRG starting to walk in different spaces, but then they're also guessing themselves, aren't they?
Scuba baited out the trap play. He knows that there's 2 players here.
Yeah.
Doesn't want any piece of it.
No, he does not. He's going to be calling to his team, though, that B main is compromised. Mazzino. Surely not. Surely. Oh, the stun has just gone Orthodox there. That's wrong timing. That was Aspas coming out with this still. It's all going to be paid off as long as they get these kills. Zekken running them down. 3-piece. Hat-tricking around so far. Looking for a little bit more, but Scuba has not slowed down. from Anchor to the lurking position.
I have retrieved the spike.
Playing fast with a form. He's dodging most of the bullets going his way. Still healthy as anything. 100 HP a tap to see if you can get the overextension of MIBR, but they're not moving.
Time's running out.
Time is running out. 11 seconds left. Now going for it. Hard committal. Util back online. Werner's going to have that dart. Sends it forwards. Does get the connection they were looking for, so now they know exactly what's up. Scuba has to try and see if he can find these fights. ISO'd in the end. He's holding for the jump spot. Potentially he knows what's coming, but listen. Does well, to be honest. From a spot like that, cleaned up in the endo by Tex and a critical pistol around here for MIBR.
Only had 4 bullets in the Ghost. And MIBR get the job done. Big round from Zekken. And Tex to finish. I'm not saying there's a chance of a comeback, but this is how it would begin.
Last player standing.
Yeah, had to be with a pistol.
Yes, this should do. That goes there.
Tex looking to set up over towards B as well. Lots of different spots to be able to play in. We saw loads of variation in terms of where Scuba was playing. But like I said, most of the other regions have been playing their hard anchor players on the A site instead.
Different flavor of the map so far to what we're seeing from the Americas teams.
Yeah, very different.
They're having Flash and NRG. They are on an eco, showing no fear whatsoever here, just trying to play as deep, which Kiko's going to be sitting tucked in mid.
It's a bit of a strange place to insert, in my opinion, because you're almost never going to see the defenders go and re-clear that spot. Second's holding it,
held. Yeah, I mean, off of Aspas' contact. Smokes lay it down, though, and NRG do get cheeky with their smokes. That was the only one that Kiko had as a flash forward. Doesn't know where he is. There it is, cleans up onto that flank angle. A lot of damage done to these players here. They should get mopped up here by the available weaponry, and there it is. Flawless. Needed to be the case here for MIBR to have chances.
And now Zekken's got his ult to be able to work with. That'll let them play retake a lot easier. We haven't seen these teams go for funky ideas of a walkout mid, something like that. There's a nasty one-way that you can throw over towards tiles that does give the defenders a big advantage in mid at the start. MIBR starting with both of their duelists in mid to begin, at least. Maybe just planning to break the door, though, and leave.
Yeah. Looks like it. They want to simplify the map in the way that it's set up. Deep down nice and early here, but NRG is still looking to contain over towards A main control. Scuba just puts down the cam. Looks like it was either broken, I believe it was. Now a drone to re-clear, potentially pushing Aspas onto the line. It's going to be getting a lot of information. They may know there's so many corners to play and you never really quite feel so safe. Right towards the back does not connect with a Sentinel player that they were hoping for. Jiggle. Confirmation that Aspas isn't going to overplay it.
Yeah, it's only Scuba that he's seen, which could easily be the lurker. There's no indication that the full pack is coming back here, but as we can see, that is the case.
Yeah, still sticking around. Trap plays lurking around every corner with these flashes. It looks like they set up a similar one with Bazzino. But no one's going to be moving over towards Link. Not anytime soon. And there it is. Fight taken. There's a lot of damage here. Aspas in a bit of danger. The fast lane is going to be ripping his way across just to get him a bit of peace of mind. Some bailout potentially, but the dart revealing in towards the back. NRG with the better guns. That's it. Sailing away and carving out a path to success over towards A.
And that recon dart lit up the world there from Brock.
Scuba. It's been good in the recon dart, the utility. It's overwhelming here from NRG.
The bodies as well that came in, flooding behind Mada. Pressure just to herd Aspas back over and over again. MIBR had a chance to make some comeback happen by being able to put together a bonus. They had Zekken's ult, but just never in position. Couldn't get enough of a stall happening on A.
No.
It's quite a long rotate. Not quite corrode levels.
No. Thankfully. But Tex, an attempt to do some damage, but mopped up. 11 rounds for NRG. The bonus was really the danger point here, but MIBR will be able to get a buy going. This time fully intact with rifles.
That recon doesn't get broken. Paranoia gets thrown over towards the quad stack. It's just so difficult to deal with. No one's really running double initiator comps on pretty much any of the maps anymore, but NRG have always had that flavor to them.
Yeah.
And on this patch, I could see it being really viable on multiple maps, but here especially.
I think that might be the case. NRG, keep drawn by Brock. He's going to be using it to take some space over towards mid. The one way has popped up a little bit delayed here. This is difficult to get past. Mala just wants to hold the space for now. Zekken primed for a potential position so he can pounce, but just holding tight to the corner for now. It's Verno just with that contact. It's a great shot, but no kill claimed. Mada on 10 HP. Brock's a little bit further up. This drone is going to spot him out, so got to peel back after that one.
A lot of patience here from Zekken. When does he get played in? It's the paranoia through the walls.
Yep.
Just to get him on a deeper angle, but no kill found.
Trying to put the squeeze on NRG.
And now I think this setup has got to get dissolved for MIBR. They've got to start spreading out around the map a little more. But that trip not being broken at B-Link over towards Trophy is giving them the sense that they don't need to be worried too much. Here comes the B-pop, though.
Yeah, Aspas and Tex. We'll do something about it now. It's going to be moving their way as the door is going to be closed up in the process. The dart at least taken out. A lot of damage done to some of these targets here, but already moving forwards, and there it is. At least pays off in the end of that kill. Kiko still forwards, though. Onto that Brimstone. Gliding across the site, and Ethan swinging at just the right time. Molly's out, plenty more Utah where that came from, but dodged, ducked, and turned. Verno's there, but running back, not really getting too much more done. Pixel angle to play off of Brock on 40 HP, but he still wants to take the fight to them. On a few bullets. Pays for it with his life, but surely damage done now, and it's a 1v2 that Zekken has been placed in.
Just doesn't have good information about where the second player is.
Just has to be broken here. Does have some Utah to work with again, but time ticking. Now the Blaze Wall. It's a tap. Hoping and hunting for the signs of life. Potentially seeing it from both these players, but time is already dead. He does earn himself at least a one kill, but now that wall is going to be fading away to Cam. And the peak, he doesn't get the half. Scuba swings it out and takes his life, and with it, that 12th round, the impetus now potentially being reached.
NRG exceeding expectations on this map. Being able to put together an almost perfect defense half, and now stringing together these attack rounds. Having good ideas. The pathing here from Ethan I'm really impressed with. Swings around the right-hand side and makes it so much more difficult for Tex.
Last player standing.
Just having that understanding, having that post-plant setup as well.
Look at these scuba clutches, 1v1s, come peeking for the main.
Give me some clutches and I'm down to play.
Scuba's clutches were amazing on Breeze as well.
Yeah.
He had so many of them.
At this point, there is no more breathing room. MIBR being crushed here. All NRG need is one more round, and this time no messing around. At least with that trip, it is good, but Kiko responds in through the back of the site. The flood attempt is just being shut down, slapped down to earth again. The reality of their situation potentially being realized, but Verno, something to say about it, still here, but he is just one man now in a 1v3, trying to iso these fights, being cool, calm, and collected, but there's our signature weapon. Rourke with the finisher. 13-4 NRG pull off an absolutely unbelievable comeback.
I have no idea how we are stood here talking about NRG winning this game 2-1. At the halftime on Breeze, you wouldn't have possibly believed it. The fact that it's even happened on Summit of all maps when NRG should be the team with the least time to prep it.
Yeah.
Every idea worked excellently. I really love what they showed today. It was so them. They found something that was, it just fit their team identity so well.
Really did, yeah.
And NRG come away with a big win, both in terms of getting that extra champs point, getting a win over a rival who will be competing for one of the top spot in their groups, and therefore a guaranteed spot in playoffs. This match was important for this squad.
It was.
With a tight turnaround too, only 6 days since they were in Paris.
They haven't had much rest for MIBR. Pack up the peripherals here. Signs of success for them, I think, as well. They haven't been wasting too much time in the middle of the season that we've had for them, but weren't able to get the job done.
It's one of those weird games, Bren, where I actually feel better about both teams.
Yeah.
Because MIBR, yes, they couldn't get anything going here on this new map. Well, I have faith that they're going to be able to put that together over time, or even just ban it, right?
Yeah.
And map pool issues are not that important to me, but what they actually had working for them earlier on made me believe that they've figured out a system that's going to work.
Yeah.
And they were just up against a team right now that's got that grit that is never out of a game even when they're 10-2 down.
Favor towards NRG, especially when they are able to scrap back, scramble for that win on Breeze, take it all away. They did not miss a beat with the momentum, did they? NRG, they can be pretty pleased with that one. And as we said, we highlighted the importance of it. It's another champ point that they can add to the tally. They're already a team that's leading in that capacity. If it means it gives them an exit strategy, if play-ins doesn't go well, if playoffs doesn't go well, they've got it available to them, genuinely. But for now, we're going to send it down to the stage. Dryad standing by for that Verizon post-match. If you please take it away.
What a win and what a statement for NRG. And I'm here with Mata to talk about exactly what happened against MIBR. Mata, with my time knowing you guys, I know to always believe in the comebacks, but I have to say, I almost didn't believe. After that 10-2, I thought it was over. What happened to make it happen?
I mean, we knew that we were playing like not that bad. We were getting kind of unfortunate in the first half of Breeze, so we just never gave up. Like we knew that we could probably win the game, and round by round we just won.
And it's something that Bonker talked about, that you guys are really comfortable on Breeze specifically, but it was more than just being comfortable in the map. It really was a mentality. In what areas do you think that mental aspect that you guys had won against that mentality for MIBR?
I mean, I think it was everything, right? I think that, first of all, it's not easy to come back 10-2, so we have good mental, and I don't know how their mental is, but I think losing a 10-2 lead is pretty devastating for a lot of teams, so I think we just came out on top.
So what's the secret? How do you do it? How do you keep doing it?
Magic.
It really is magic. But I want to talk about too what we saw today with the duelist. You were back and playing the Neon, and it's an agent that we've seen for quite some time. The compositions that we're seeing right now, they look really comfortable. And something that Bonker also mentioned was making sure that Ethan is comfortable on this Phoenix. So how are you feeling with the current compositions that you guys are running?
I mean, I just play whatever I need to win. Whatever my team needs to be comfortable, I'll just fill. I'm kind of like the glue. They want to swap around, they want to do whatever. I'll just be the opposite, and I'll be comfortable. So yeah.
And I know that you had a really, really good tournament run towards EWC, but you weren't able to close it out. Coming into stage 2, what should we expect for NRG?
I think we're hitting our final strides for the year before champs, so that's our goal. After all, just get the back-to-back, and we're coming for it.
And one more thing that you have to say to maybe all the people that doubt or are not really sure what to expect.
Keep doubting, see what happens.
That's all that Mata has to say. Mata, thank you so much for the interview. This is everything that we have right here, but we're going to send it to Matchpoint to hear more from NRG.
Hello, welcome to Matchpoint. We're here with Ethan and Kiko. What a win, guys. That was actually ridiculous. How did you manage to pull that one back?
A lot of grit on Breeze, and we're good on Summit.
Yeah, yeah. Apparently.
Apparently.
I'm sure you knew that before you went into the match.
Yeah, we knew that.
Yep. 100%. All right, well, today we've got you in the training range. We're going to have you up against hard bots. Now, Aspas cheated last time he did this and put on the easy bots. So you've got to make sure that you're on the hard bots here. Who's going up first? I want to see Kiko, I think.
First? Yeah, okay. You got it.
Yeah. Right. And in the meantime, I'm going to grill Ethan a little bit about the Summit ideas as well. How long had you had actually prepping that map?
Since it came out. Funny, we thought it was out for the last tournament we just played. So we were practicing it before that, and we got notice it wasn't. Right. So we had to, we got a little bit done before now. But yeah,
that makes sense.
We're feeling good.
Yeah, go for it. Let's see.
Oh God, it's fine, you got it.
Damn, supporting his teammate even though he's competing against him? I mean, that's crazy.
Come on, you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's
great,
just. I don't know what setup I'm on right now, man.
My high score is 3, so you beat it.
High score is not 3.
It is.
Don't lie.
It is.
This is not your home setup, Kiko?
Yeah, I don't know what sense I'm on here, but...
What is this posture?
I can't see them. I can't see them. Alright. But you want one more. Alright. 11. Okay. There you go.
That's not bad, to be honest.
Nothing to be ashamed of, because watch this.
Okay. Kiko, are you more of a guy that works a lot on your mechanics or someone that's naturally inclined? Because I asked some players and they're like, how do you aim better? You just play the game. Are you more of a logical guy when it comes to that?
Yeah, I think I practice a lot about my mechanics. It's more to do with like just my routine and stuff.
Where's my gun?
When I wake up pretty bad, I can tell my aim's pretty bad.
How do you?
Okay, what have you done here, Kiko? You've thrown him off.
No, my 1, 2, and 3
getting
wasn't
rid of
working.
a
All
gun.
right, what's that? How do you do?
Okay, so
Where's
we
my
got
gun?
11.
I didn't patch this out.
Okay, I got it.
All right, here we go. 11 to beat. He was frying on Summit.
Oh, the flicks
that's
are
a free
looking
one.
clean.
I mean, those are all free.
The bots are looking like MIBR out here. I did not say MIBR are looking like bots. I said it's the other way around.
Is this hard?
If you flip
Yep.
the flip the Ethan
I'm
side.
impressed, actually, Ethan. Wow.
This is all I do.
Oh, he's got
all
it.
day.
Okay, I mean, he beat his
You
own
said
record of 3.
You had a high score of 3. You liar.
While I listen to VODs, I do this.
So why did he lie? He just lied to all of us.
Did you just say
What's the high score?
while you listen to VODs?
Yeah.
What are you doing prepping listening to the VODs? You're gathering
I
audio
listen to
information?
you talk about the team.
No pressure.
And then I train my aim doing this,
Of
so
course,
it's
of course.
Yeah.
No, that's genius. That makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, so I get both in.
Talk to me a little bit about the upcoming group stage as well. Are you feeling confident about coming straight back in? I know you guys were talking about burnout a little bit before, but you've had a bit of a break. Like, what's the team vibe looking like?
We're rejuvenated.
Yeah?
Went on a nice vacation. We were in Europe for like a month.
Yeah.
And yeah, thank God we got the first W, so we're looking good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see where your standings are in terms of the competition that we were just looking at, the group stage. It's been a pretty good beginning for you guys, 1-0 with that plus 11 round differential as well. Unfortunately, you're not as good as EG, according to the standings currently, but you'll have your chance of being able to redeem that potentially. But what a way of being able to round things out. We are off tomorrow. I know that's going to throw people off, but we start on Thursday and we'll be back next Thursday, 4 days straight from the smoothie bar. We're going to have Evil Geniuses versus Leviatán, Envy versus MIBR as well, to see if MIBR can be able to pick up a win. Thank you for watching, and here's your Samsung OLED Fast Replay.
VALORANT has built the most consistent team in Americas. Today, though, some newly crowned champions return to challenge his system. Timo's pushed pretty far forward, gets his. And George's going to be knocked on down. Leaf is fallen. There's nothing to be done. Slide through. Mainly to spend it on the attack side. It's Cryo, man. This guy is unshakable. How can you lose? How can you lose with him on your team? You just don't. Flash Timo, always asking for more. Pretty obvious out here. It's telegraphed, and still it doesn't matter. You can see it coming. He just don't care. Vora, post up. Vora, it's back-to-back aces for 100 Thieves. VALORANT in a pretty dubious position. Captain's moment might be in order here, and Vora gives him the opportunity. Bang! He's moved down. Come on, baby. Vora unaffected, has to fight into the smoke, and Leaf gets the better of him. Now you're uncomfortable as heck. Leaf, surely there's a trade there from Arsenal, but Leaf notches up his 4. Big ace for Leaf. And here come G2.
The rotates are coming in his direction. Oh my God, decapitated.
No way! Burst through the flames. Timing doesn't favor him there, but Leaf walks up into him.
Timing from VALORANT.
Gonna be a backstab here in a moment, but VALORANT gets that kill. Okay, Bang gets some garage control back, but here's VALORANT. Cryo finds a great timing here. VALORANT gets the better of him, and Arsena chimes back in. And it's down to Trent. No spike plant. And the champions in Paris break a curse that has spanned for 2 whole years and set themselves up as the team to beat.
NRG, MIBR, reigning world champions versus the quote-unquote super team that we've been alluding to. The back of the site is a good kill to be claimed, and already MIBR playing off the back of the space. The wall dividing up most of the site here, but as it fades away, still, it's a curtain that drops, and it's not in the favor of NRG. They're crumbling underneath it. Critical is the kill, vital at that. Pressing forwards, though, the advantage for Aspas. Second composure now as he just holds his ground onto the angle. Players spotting each other out. It comes down to the reaction times. Second, MIBR get it done. He's going to be swiftly overwhelmed here. Going to get the gun out. It's all Aspas. Laying claim to the backside. These players are no more. It's a 4-piece Aspas before he's finally brought down. NRG have got to get a move on. Underhand with a flash out moving forward. Scuba again takes point at first contact. And now the time pressure. Gives Scuba the opening he was looking for. Now just Mada left alive. He's going to need mistakes to be made. That's a nasty one. Tex is hunting. He's circling. And he's just missed a NRG taking us to Summit. Oh, no, it's good tracking. Falls it through and away, but Ethan just peeling back. The door closing. Ethan! God almighty! Scuba is weaving in and out past all of it now, and unaccounted for here. There's another player there. He can't be stopped!
They can't find me! They can't find me!
13-4 NRG pull off an absolutely unbelievable comeback.